super glad to be here with you for the second day of iSpring Days conference. Let's start with a quick sound check before I introduce myself and the event today and the speakers. So please let me know in the chat if you can hear me well and see me well. Whatever you prefer is good. Just a simple hello or an emoji. I loved your emojis from yesterday. Or even a symbol like an exclamation mark or a plus, anything. Hey, right, I can see so many answers already. Good morning. Not only good morning, but also good afternoon and good evening and good night, depending on where you are based right now. Hello, everyone. I'm glad it all works fine, so we can officially start our second day of the annual iSpring Days conference. So I wish you guys a fantastic experience because today is another day of exciting sessions designed to help you improve your e-learning experience. And I thank you for taking time to join us today. So another quick question before we move on is about your experience from yesterday. I do see some familiar nicknames in the chat. So if you don't mind, would you please be so kind to share another emoji or a plus or a yes or whatever you prefer as a symbol to let me know if you have been with us yesterday. Even for a short period of time, even maybe for just one session, it's good to see how many returning participants we have. Yeah, right. Hi, everyone. Good to see the returning participants. I see Ashley, Elizabeth, Cara, James, Tracy, Jennifer. Yes, I do remember your nickname, guys. Oh, I wish I could see your faces, but all right, at least I can read your comments, and that's already great. Before we move on, I'd like to take a moment to quickly introduce myself to those who have not been with us yesterday. My name is Chris Roppelt. I'm an intercultural communicator and an entrepreneur, as well as a longstanding iSpring partner. And it's the third time that I'm hosting the iSpring Days conference. It's been an amazing experience helping iSpring to bring together speakers and participants from all over the world. And it's been my privilege and pleasure to help that everyone gets this communication as smooth, as efficient as possible. And I'm truly, truly excited for the second day of this conference. And of course, because our expert speakers have a lot of fantastic knowledge to offer on the concept of human-centric futures in e-learning. Yesterday has been all about human-centric, and today is going to be also same focus. And I think it's truly important, and we value your support in this topic. So just to give you a quick glimpse into what you may be expecting today, I'll say that first up, very shortly after my introduction, we'll have Matt Gjertsen, who will talk about the first principles approach in leadership development, followed by James Gilchrist session on real-world L&D challenges and human-centric ways of addressing them. I already see James in the comments in the chat, and I already see Matt on my second screen, which means we're all set up for a great start. After a short break, we'll come back to listen to Marina, Arshavski, another returning speaker to iSpring Days. She'll tell us more about the art and science of understanding your learners and using learner-centered data to make e-learning design decisions. And right after that, we'll have a lively roundtable discussion that I'm very much looking forward to having on threats and opportunities for e-learning specialists in the age of AI. Yesterday, we've been discussing AI a lot, and today we'll have Heidi Kirby, Taras Pustovoy, and Matt Gjertsen that you would already have known by that time. That will be followed by Kay Meyer's session, Leveraging AI to Revolutionize L&D Environments. In the afternoon, we'll have Alex Salas, who will offer some actionable insights into the best LMS strategies to activate social learning. And then iSpring experts Natalie Taylor and Inna Soler will reveal how to cover all your compliance needs with just a single tool at your disposal. And then Clark Aldrich will follow with an exciting session on creating short seams. Last year, it was really a blast, so I'm looking forward. Then we'll wrap up our day with my colleague's presentation. Another interculturalist will be here in the room together with me. I'm very proud that we'll have Paul Arneson's presentation on enhancing cultural agility with e-learning for global teams. And last but not least, we'll have an iSpring eLearning Professionals talk on how iSpring helps you work with multilingual teams. Well, we're keeping some multicultural dessert for you for the end. I'm super excited. All right. Let's go over some technical details before we kick off our first presentation. If you can't stick around for the whole day, I know we got a lot of questions like that yesterday. No sweat, really. You'll receive session recordings later. But really, trust us, you don't want to miss out on the live discussions because I'm keeping track of all the questions. I'm having this lively conversation based on your questions first and foremost. And we really do have this hopefully human-centric approach to our listeners. So this is a bonus asset that we can have today if you stay with us for as long as you can, of course. And speaking of the recording, the team of iSpring, we've done really our best to provide closed captions for yesterday and today, but due to technical reasons, unfortunately, we do remember the accessibility topic that we discussed on our side technically turned out to be impossible, but really no worries. Once we finish the live stream, subtitles will be available in the recording. We've checked that. And in the meantime, we have found a workaround that allows you to leave live caption features in the Google browser to follow along with the video. So just a quick reminder for you, if you have never used that before, then a quick explanation for you guys, how you can do that. You need to open Google Chrome browser on your computer, open a YouTube video in this browser, and at the top right, I think that's top right for you, select Media Control. Live captions will appear in a hover bubble after a couple of moments, and we'll share the link to the full instructions in the chat. Don't forget, we have a fantastic team of tech support and community support in the chat. All right. I hope it works well for everyone. Let us know later if everything's all right with that. We really, really look forward to having your feedback here. Right. Speaking again of the sessions, we'll have from 5 to 10 minutes set aside for questions to the experts after every presentation. Just type them in the chat. No need to wait until the end of the session. I keep monitoring the questions during the presentation. So make sure you leave them and I'll make sure I pass them on to the speakers for you. And of course, to stay up to speed and access all the useful materials that our speakers share with us, please join our exclusive LinkedIn community. It's called iSpring Learning Hub. And in one place, you have all the necessary items and takeaways to discuss the sessions and stay in touch during and after the conference. So don't hesitate to join by scanning the QR code or following the link in the chat. Right. Also, if you are new to iSpring, let me give you a quick intro and let me give a quick intro of our tech support experts as well. Alexandra and Amy are the two community managers who are with us today, and Kate and Helen, they are in the chat room to help you out with any questions. So feel free to ask them at any point of time. They're very, very helpful. I'm sure those returning participants already noticed that. So, about iSpring, just another quick word about that. Our mission is to help you get started with e-learning and achieve amazing human-centric results. So our flagship solutions are an authoring tool and an LMS, and our excellent customer support team will guide you every step of the way. Since 2001 or 2001, if you wish, we've been building high-quality e-learning and online training tools for clients in over 170 countries. As I mentioned yesterday, that's the real dream company for an intercultural communicator, being able to provide support for people from really all over the world. And yesterday, I was really excited to see how many iSpring fans we have in the chat room. Today, I'd like to ask you another question. We already have almost 300 viewers who have joined. That's fantastic. So I have a question for you, dear participants, and we'll have a lot during the session. So get ready to be in touch with us, to get engaged. How long have you guys been in e-learning? Let's find out how many pros and newbies we have today. So we have a question for you here. How many years have you been in e-learning? So it's less than a year, from 1 to 3 years, or you are a true pro with more than 3 years of experience at your back. You can follow the link or scan a QR code to enter your answer. Let's see. Wow, Kimberly, 20 plus. Unbelievable. Brad's sharing, very new and learning. I'm sure even those who are not very new, they're also learning. So we're sharing the same learning passion here, all of us, right? Great, great, great. So I see about 40 participants have already voted. Let's hit maybe 50 and then we'll move on. James is also more than 20. I'm really looking forward to your presentation today, James. Let's see. All right. I can say that the majority of our participants today are experienced or very experienced. So that's great. It, to me, is another sign of trust, which basically means that if you are not new to this area and you still are with us, choosing to learn from this event, there is something valuable happening here. That's very soothing and calming. All right. Thanks to everyone who has shared. For all iSpring Days attendees who are considering iSpring Learn as their new LMS or want to try iSpring Suite to author our amazing courses, we have a special offer just for you. You can get the powerful bundle of iSpring Learn LMS and iSpring Suite Max authoring tool for only $947 for the first 3 months. Plus, you'll receive free access to our certification program to quickly become skilled with the iSpring tools. And also make sure to take advantage of the ready-to-use expert courses from iSpring Academy to launch training in 1 day. But hurry, because this great deal is only available until May the 17th. So to claim this offer, simply follow the link in the chat or scan a QR code on your screen and schedule an appointment with our manager. They will contact you shortly and help you learn about all the tools that are necessary to fulfill the unique e-learning needs of yourself and your customers. And of course, don't forget about our fantastic giveaway. You still have until 12 p.m. EDT today to enter. And this year's prize is a package tour to one of the 4 e-learning conferences in Europe. This is really amazing. From the UK to France, from the Netherlands to Germany, you have a chance to get everything covered from your tickets to the actual participation, no matter where you come from. That'd be South Africa, Jamaica, or the US. And here's the quick reminder of the giveaway rules. They're super simple. Just share the post about iSpring Days 2024 on your LinkedIn profile and invite your connections to join the conference. And you can still, they can still attend during the time that we have for today. And stay tuned till the end of the day because we'll pick the winner via randomizer and announce them during the closing section of the conference. All right. I think I have covered most important details. Yes, we have already received more than 200 reposts of this amazing post on iSpring LinkedIn page. And without further ado, let me move on to the most exciting part of my job. It's all about introducing the amazing speakers that I'm privileged to work with today. It's time to kick off our first session with Matt Gjertsen on First Principles Leadership Development. Matt is the founder and chief learning officer at Better Everyday Studios, a company that transforms the way organizations view talent development by building result-driven training solutions. He began his career as an Air Force instructor pilot, and you'll be able to see a space-related picture at his background as well, and worked at SpaceX as manager of training and development. And today, Matt will tell us how to dissect and train key leadership behaviors and foster them organization-wide through targeted workshops and content. And we'll connect to Matt in just a few seconds.
Hi, Chris. How are you doing today?
I'm overly excited. I can say that's what I feel. How about yourself?
I too am extremely excited. I love the kickoff that you just had. It's so excited to see we have a lot of experienced people here. We have a lot of people here, people joining from all over the place. It's just, I love talking to learning people. I'm so happy I found this community. So I'm really excited.
Yeah, and they're all like-minded professionals, right? They value and share this passion to learning. So I can't wait to hear what you have to say. I already see the fantastic cover slide for your presentation. Shall we say, let's go and kick off?
Let's do it. Absolutely. I did see one person in the chat mentioning they seem to have lost audio, but no other people are saying they have it. So please chime in if anybody's having problems. But yeah, I'll go ahead and dive right in. I am really excited to be with you all here today. As Chris mentioned, my background is I was an Air Force instructor pilot for about a decade. Then I went over to SpaceX, hence the space theme of a lot of what I talk about. And I'm really excited about this topic today and kind of the particular way that I like to approach leadership development now. It's especially since we have such a experienced audience. It's likely not going to be anything like super new or groundbreaking. Often what I find I like to do in a lot of the speaking that I give is that you all already know a lot of this stuff, but very often when it comes to good learning, what it is this just about a reminder of the basics that we all have learned as we were growing up. We learned in school, we learned wherever we learned it, but we just kind of lose our way every now and then or forget about some of that stuff. And so today's presentation for some of you might be kind of a reminder of the basics, but I guarantee you it's going to be a new way of looking at things. And I don't know about all of you, but I was really excited when I saw the topic, of the theme of the conference of getting back to be human-centered, because many of you have probably experienced this. This is a screenshot that I grabbed from Google Trends of just the search history of the term AI over the past few years, right? And, it is the thing that everyone is talking about. It's hard to have a conversation about kind of anything, but especially in learning without AI coming up. And so I think it's really important to take a step back sometimes, though it's going to be an incredibly disruptive technology. It's doing so much for our field and for a lot of fields, reminding ourselves that the point of all of this stuff is still us, the people who are at the core of all of our learning experiences, is really important. And that's why I'm really excited about the topic that I have today, because at least the story that I'm going to tell, the way I'm going to tell it, is really about taking learnings from a very high technical field, a very technical centric field, and applying it to a people centric, a human centric topic, which is learning and development. So today I'm going to first start by talking about kind of defining what first principles design is, using a very specific example from my background in space. Then we're going to kind of dissect that a little bit about, okay, so if we know what first principles are, how do we apply that to learning and to leadership development? And then look at a very specific example of applying it within leadership development. So what are first principles? How do I describe first principles? Well, I'm going to use a story from my background, which is my time at SpaceX and basically my time in rocketry. Okay, so at a big picture level, first principles thinking is different than what we often do. Often we start by doing everything of reasoning by analogy. That's often how we kind of make our way through the world, because it's usually an easier way to make sense of the world. And what reasoning by analogy is you're just simply looking at the things that have come before you, looking at situations that are similar to what you've seen in the past, and kind of tweaking those solutions or those situations to your current situation. It's usually a lot easier, and it's honestly how our brains are wired, right? There's another talk I give a lot that kind of talks about how our brains are wired to assume, to jump to conclusions, essentially. That's where heuristics come in, that's where biases come in, and our brains are designed to use those biases because it's really a lot easier for our brains to think that way. It's a lot less energy intensive, and it's a lot faster for us to make decisions that way. So it makes sense that normally when we're walking through the world, reasoning by analogy makes a lot of sense. It gets us really far, but it can run into some limitations. And when we think about the truly groundbreaking technologies or the groundbreaking thinkers throughout history, the reason they are groundbreaking is because they don't use reasoning by analogy. They much more often use something called reasoning by first principles. And what reasoning by first principles is I'm going to like kind of pretend that the past world doesn't exist, right? I don't know anything about it. I'm just going to look at my specific situation and try to deconstruct and identify the underlying constraints, the underlying assumptions of this specific situation. And that's how I'm going to build up my solution, kind of as if nothing had ever existed before, right? So let me give you that very concrete real world example that I was mentioning from space. So if you follow space, you may or may not know, this is the Delta IV Heavy rocket from United Launch Alliance here in the United States. It actually just retired. This rocket just flew for its final time, but for a very long time, it was kind of the workhorse large rocket for at least here in the United States. And one of the crazier things about this rocket is that it has heritage dating all the way back to the 1950s, right? So there was a rocket that some of the very first rockets that were being developed in the United States back in the late 1950s. One of those rockets was called the Thor Delta. And there's this great YouTube video on the history of Delta rockets and the history of Thor rockets put out by a guy named Scott Manley. And he kind of traces the heritage of that late 1950s Thor Delta rocket all the way up to today and this Delta IV Heavy. And this, in my opinion, is a great example of reasoning by analogy, because you have 70 years of heritage there of taking an existing rocket, having some new situation that you needed to solve, and just kind of tweaking it and adding something and making a variation. And let's make the fuel tanks a little bit longer. Let's make them a little bit wider. Let's try adding on a new engine. And so getting to the Delta IV Heavy, in my opinion, one way to look at it is 70 years of reasoning by analogy. And it got to this very impressive rocket that can do a whole lot of things. So this is kind of the pinnacle in space of how far can reasoning by analogy take you. It can take you a very long way. Let's look at another way to get to basically the same thing, because this is the Falcon Heavy rocket from SpaceX. As you can tell, it looks very similar, right? It's very similar in size. It is, let's be honest, a completely different rocket, but very similar size, very, very similar in capabilities to the Delta IV Heavy. But this is one where, so I learned first principles thinking from being my time at SpaceX and listening to people like Elon Musk. And SpaceX very much was, let's go back to the beginning. Let's forget about rockets that existed in the past. What if we just looked at the fundamental physics, the fundamental principles of the problems that we're trying to solve and build up from there? Famously, the whole reason SpaceX exists actually is way back in the early 2000s, Elon wanted to send a greenhouse to Mars. That's what he wanted to do, right? It was going to be basically a PR stunt where he wanted to have some iconic photo of like a green leaf with a red Martian background to kind of inspire all these people, like this new age of space exploration. And so he went shopping for rockets, and he went to Russia, since at the time Russia was selling lots of old ICBMs from the Cold War. And I forget exactly the number that they were charging him, but they were going to charge him like $50-60 million for a relatively small rocket. And it blew his mind. It didn't make any sense to him. And as one example of true first principles thinking, he was kind of like, okay, like how much does like most of these rockets are made out of aluminum. How much does the actual physical aluminum in a rocket cost? Right? If you took the whole rocket and just smashed it down, you were left with a chunk of aluminum. It's probably like a few $1,000s worth of raw metal. How is it that if the raw components cost a couple hundred or a couple $1,000s, how is it all of a sudden ballooning to millions of dollars? Right? Like that's kind of the way that he was thinking about this. And so all of SpaceX is built on this perspective of let's forget what was done in the past and let's just try to do something new. So we now have two rockets, right, that are very similar in capability. One kind of built up over several decades using kind of a reasoning by analogy approach, and one built up much more recently using a reasoning by first principles. And the Delta IV Heavy costs about $350 million per launch to the U.S. Customers like the U.S. government and NASA. Meanwhile, Falcon Heavy costs about $90 million. Right. So I think this is a great example of the power that first principles thinking can have, right? If you just get rid of the previous assumptions, get rid of the things that had gone before, and truly look at something through the lens of, okay, what are the requirements that we have to solve here? You can wind up with things that are far faster, far cheaper, far simpler in any way you want to kind of apply this type of thinking. So if you apply this to something like leadership development, a reasoning by analogy approach would have you asking a question like, what leadership programs have I done in the past that I really liked? Very often I'll be talking with folks and, they did Life Labs at they used Life Labs, their last company. And so they're going to use Life Labs again. Nothing against Life Labs. It's just kind of, what popped into my head. And I think that's, we look to the kinds of programs that we have done in the past. And I think very often it's a constraint we put on ourselves because maybe it's, our leadership, our executives have something in their mind of like, this is what leadership development looks like. Leadership development is a 2-day offsite where we're all going to go out and we're all going to go do like big thinking things of talk about big words and big concepts. And the question is like, is that effective, right? I don't know. I mean, I would love for all of you, feel free to chime in the chat of which do you, is that honestly the most effective way to deliver any kind of learning, like it, right? Where it's like a one-time event where you just go in, you do the training, and then you magically expect everybody to be able to do the new thing after the 2 days. If I would guess that most of you have probably not had that experience being the most successful. And really, we all know that the more successful way to do it would be to, drip campaign the learning over several weeks or months or things like that. And so, reasoning by analogy is, what have I done in the past? What do my executives think? What have I liked before? Whereas a reasoning by first principles would forget anything that's happened in the past and say, what are the leadership challenges my organization is currently facing? Right? There's several questions that you could ask, but that's like one of those example questions, right? Where you just get rid of, you try to push aside what's been done in the past and you just look at what you're doing today. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this, right? Into this idea of first principles for leadership development. And, first principles in rocketry, it's founded by fundamental physics. That's always the question that you're trying to get back to and figure out. What's the root assumption? What's the root constraint to what I'm trying to do? Well, what's the corollary of that if we're trying to talk about and apply first principles thinking to leadership development? Well, I think, like I said, in rockets, fundamental physics are fundamental physics, right? It's literally the physics. Very often in a practical way, day to day, when an engineer is designing a rocket, that kind of turns into something like material properties, right? Like how strong is steel, that kind of stuff. So if we look at learning, in my opinion, our fundamental physics is really neuroscience, right? And I'm not well versed in neuroscience. I just kind of studied as a hobby. Highly recommend all of you go check out Lauren Waldman, the Learning Pirate. If you've never heard of her before, definitely look her up on LinkedIn, because she's kind of one of the leading experts of neuroscience in learning. As she's a learning professional who went and got learning science education. But when it comes to practical day to day, I think neuroscience kind of levels up to human action. That's the thing that we really need to think about ourselves in terms of when I'm designing learning, human action is the thing that I'm designing for and is my primary constraint. What are people doing day to day? What are the things that are making people better leaders or worse leaders? It's actually human actions that we really want to, concern ourselves about. And so I want to, when I say human action or human behavior, I want to tell you what I mean with a little bit of a story about a guy named Alex Hormozi. Shout out, raise your hand or something if you've ever heard of Alex Hormozi. If you haven't, that's totally fine. He's kind of an entrepreneur influencer, at least here in the United States right now. And he tells this absolutely amazing story about how so he's an influencer. He's on YouTube a lot. So he has a videography team. He has all these different, producers. And he was sitting with his team one day realizing, okay, like I have one video producer on my team who just seems to be a whole lot better than the others. But I'm struggling to figure out why. Like, why is this person better than all the other people? And we've all experienced this in our life, right? Whether it's on our own teams or on other teams, you just know, like, certain people are more skilled than others. And so what they did is they had their good videographer, the great videographer or producer, produce a video with him. And they had kind of like a third-party observer watching the whole interaction and writing down every action that they saw them take throughout the filming process. And they compared that to the actions that the other people were taking. And they wrote down the most innocuous things, right? Like one example would be the really great producer was, standing right behind the camera, like making eye contact with the person they were filming. And while they were back there, they were nodding their head, right? Like they were really going like, yeah, this is great. This is great. Really getting into it, giving a lot of feedback to the person. And so it created this situation where there was like this feedback loop between the two of them where, he's imitating like, this is really great. So then the speaker is like, oh, I'm really killing this. Like, this is really doing good. So he gets more excited and it just builds the energy. And so they wrote down a list of simple things like that, right? Like nod your head while the person's speaking. And they took that list and they gave it to the other producers. And sure enough, those other producers started getting better, right? They would start, okay, nod. Part of my checklist is nod your head. Okay, I'm gonna nod my head, right? Like it was just a series of actions like that that made them better at their job because they had so closely defined the actions, right? And so, when we think about the kinds of things that we're thinking about, in that example, the outcome that they were trying to create was a better video producer. That's what they were trying. That's the outcome that they wanted. And so the actions that entailed, which is again, the kind of like the fundamental physics, the thing that we're trying to play with when we're doing first principles thinking is, stand behind the camera, look the subject in the eye, nod your head, right? So the outcome, better video producer. The actions, stand behind the camera, look the subject in the eye, nod your head as you're going through it. So if we think about that for us, an outcome that I want might be give better feedback. So then we say, oh, okay, the actions are ask them if you can give them feedback, right? Like that's a simple action. You can just say, hey, remember to say, hey, can I give you some feedback? That's a simple action that you can build into your workshops to practice again and again. Describe the action that you're giving feedback on. Tell them the impact of the action. In my opinion, when we're talking about breaking things down to like first principles, this is the level that I want to break them down to, of trying to describe the very discrete actions that I want people to take. And this, I will say, this is where I have gotten pushback in the past because people think it's really, really awkward, right? Like I think most of us have probably been in some kind of, listening training, you're training on how to be an active listener. And whenever you're taking training on how to be an active listener, they kind of do this. And one of the things that they tell you to always do is whenever the person you're listening to finishes speaking, what do you finish with? You always say, so what I hear you saying is, right? Like that's the phrase. So what I hear you saying is, and I've had HR professionals who say, look, like that's just not realistic. Like that just sounds super awkward. Nobody actually says that in a conversation. Like, come on, what are you talking about here? And so one thing I will say, because I do somewhat agree with that, is when we break it down to these discrete actions, it can feel and sound extremely prescriptive, and that leads to someone acting relatively awkwardly. But my pushback to that is that's fine because this is just a drill. Like when I think about workshops, I think about drills. Like I used to be a runner. And when I would, in running and track and field, there are all of these, there's drill like high knees or butt kickers or just different drills that you do. And you do them not because you're actually going to run that way, but you do them because you're trying to train yourself a little bit on a very specific action or behavior. And so what these do by breaking down these actions really discreetly is you are trying to break down one specific action, one specific behavior that you want people to practice. And then as they get better at that, they can kind of forget, the actions just become a broader part of how they're behaving. It kind of levels up into an overall behavior. But you need to start by really closely defining the actions that you want them to take. And I'm not saying that these are all the actions to give better feedback. I don't think they are, but these are just examples of how closely you want to define them. And so, you're not all in probably looking to do training and better feedback, but where can you start if you're trying to think about, figure out, okay, what are the fundamental things that I need to focus on for leadership development? You start by asking questions like this, right? I think these two questions can actually get you a long way to identifying, okay, what are the actions that I need to be focusing on? First, just ask the question, who are the best leaders in my organization? And then what are the daily actions or habits that make them that way, right? That like make them that good. And I think it's important, this is another example of breaking away from reasoning by analogy to reasoning by first principles, because though there are fundamental leadership principles, don't get me wrong, there definitely are, how those manifest themselves in any organization is going to be different, right? If you're going to have your own type of culture, you're going to have the own way. Some organizations are much more, they're much more pointed with one another. They speak much more plainly. They're much more focused on results, whereas others, maybe they hold back a little bit, or they're much more nuanced in their conversation. And so by focusing on the leaders in your organization and asking what are the daily actions or habits that make them great, that's how you can distill, okay, what does great leadership look like in my organization? And then how do I build training, build workshops that practice those fundamental actions, right? So the way this kind of, one example of how I've applied this or done with this is something that I call the leadership launchpad. It's just an example of a program that we're building right now. And this kind of came from me sitting back and saying, okay, if I think back about, I'm not internal to an organization anymore. So I had to kind of go broad and be like, okay, if I think back to the organizations that I have been a part of and the leaders that have really made an impact on my life, what do I think are the fundamental base things that someone needs to be able to do in order to be a good leader, at least a frontline leader? And for me, it came down to three basic things. First, they build trust, then they can give feedback, and then they can set goals. Those aren't necessarily actions, right? Those are still three relatively broad things. But then what we can do is we can take this idea of building trust. Okay, so building trust, that's a big picture behavior that we want to be able to put into our leaders. And you can ask the question, what does this look like in my organization? What are actions that somebody can take to help build trust in my organization? In this program, I just teach two basic actions. The first action is having daily, having everyday conversations with the team about non-work things, right? I think like in team meetings, very often we are in a world where we're so focused on results that we're trying to get, maximize every single second. And so team meetings is just sit down, okay, like what's on the agenda? What are the big taskers that we have going on? What are the blockers? You just dive right into it. Whereas I think most people have probably been on teams where you paused for a minute before you got into that. You took that first 5 minutes to just ask a simple question like, hey, how's everybody doing? Or what did you do this weekend? What's a book you've read recently? You come up with, you can ask any number of questions, but if you have every team meeting, take 5 minutes to talk about something real within the organization or within your team, then it allows your team members to connect as people rather than just coworkers. And so, it's an example of a very specific action that can help start build trust building trust on the team. Another example of something that we do for building trust is something that I call the user manual for me. Right? It's a basic, it's just a document where if you think about whenever you first start working for somebody, over the first 6 to 12 months of working with them, you learn a lot of things about them. You learn, how do they like feedback? Right? How do they like getting feedback? Do they, what's their preferred way of communicating? What's the best way to convince them of something? And so what a user manual for me is, you just take all that stuff that you would slowly learn over 6 to 12 months and just put it in a document that people can read. Right. And so it's just a series of like a dozen questions. The leader fills it out, the people on the team fill it out. And it's kind of like a team building event where you just fast forward those first few months so that everybody, as soon as they join the team, can get to know it. So again, those aren't like right answers for any organization, but just in my reflecting for this particular program, those are the two behaviors, the two actions that we teach within our workshops and practice within our workshops to help people get better at building trust. Right. And then we do it again for giving feedback and setting goals. So again, just an example of, when we really step back, I think when we talk about first principles in leadership development, what does that really mean? The first step is get rid of the preconceived notions. It's not about what have you done before. It's not what have I liked before. You have to skip over that to ask the question of what are the behaviors, what are the actions that make leaders great in my organization? Or you can, if you don't want to like focus on the great leaders, you can say, what are the actions or behaviors that people are missing in my organization? Or where is that behavior gap in my organization? And then you define that down to very discrete behaviors. And now it's easy. Now it's easy to build, a workshop and interaction, some kind of repetitive, something repetitious to help build in that behavior, right? So that's kind of the basic summary. That is the first principles design thinking applied to leadership development. If I can, I know, Chris, we're going to jump into a few questions. One thing I will say really quickly is if anybody wants to, I'm going to send an invite to another event that's kind of dives deeper into this specific topic where it's only 30 minutes long, so it's not really diving deeper. But this is just a 30-minute session that's happening in about a week and a half. So it might not work. The time might not work for everybody, but we're going to dive into just one workshop for one specific behavior. I call it the leadership skill accelerator, where in 30 minutes, we just practice one skill, try to build that up. So if you can make it, cool. If not, I totally understand. It's been great kind of sharing some of these discussions with you. Chris, what have you got?
Well, I've got a lot of excitement first and foremost, and a lot of gratitude to you for raising these topics. And I see a lot of people in the chat also do confirm that they find this extremely inspiring and very helpful. And at the back of my mind, when I was listening to you, I was also thinking that we've just never been calling it this way. And in the community of intercultural communication, there is always this very same attitude, kind of just put away every expectations and prejudices that you have around the way the work should be done, and observe how you can all together create a better pattern to do these things. Yes. Now that you have a multicultural team, for example. So I think this very much resonates to many areas of life, not just the ones that you have given as examples. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's right. It's just a different name, like I said from the beginning. I don't think this is necessarily anything groundbreakingly new. It's just maybe a slightly different way to think about it. And I think you're totally right. It can be applied to many different parts of learning, parts of life.
Totally. I do have a couple of comments though in the chat on YouTube. And I welcome heavily everyone to please use this opportunity to ask Matt the questions while he's still with us. And I'd like you, Matt, to please maybe react to those comments, because I'm sure you're going to bring in some helpful perspective here. So we've got two comments which are very interconnected, and I'll read them all together. So CJ was saying that a good coaching and relationships development is exactly what your approach is describing. And Christy was commenting as well that this is called counseling language, and we do use it in therapy sessions. When you were speaking about feedback, and when you were speaking about recognizing the comments that were said by an interlocutor. So maybe you want to relate to that.
No, I think that's definitely right. And the interesting thing, one of the most interesting things that I find out about first principles thinking is it allows someone without prior background in a subject, you can kind of like discover best practices almost without realizing it, where you didn't discover them, like they exist. So that's great to hear that that's an example of, if you really go back to the root of something and just kind of reason up from the thought of, I am a human, we are all humans, how do I want to be communicated with as a human? It makes sense that you would kind of wind up with these, this is what we tell counselors to do.
Right.
It makes sense.
Right. And there was another question from Veronica about a cost of the workshop that you were announcing. Would you like to say a few words about that?
Oh, this is totally free. So this
Okay.
is just I'm doing this for two different reasons. One is if you are a leader and you want to practice a skill, then that's great. But also for those of us in the learning field who are teaching others how to be better leaders, my hope is to give you some examples and ideas of workshops that you can include in your training sessions.
Right, so true. Just this is too good to be true. Such an amazing set of real helpful tools, and it's all for free. Okay, hard to believe, but this is what happens to you if you come to an iSpring conference, learning a lot of helpful things. So we also have a discussion amongst the participants speaking about where counseling language comes from, instructional and pedagogy talks, and it very much speaks to the strength-based approach. So I think Carmelita was pointing that out. So people are very excited about the upcoming workshop. So I'm sure you have a good number of audience coming from this conversation today, Matt.
That'll be great. Yeah, and I don't know if anybody can see it, but I have a strengths mug. That is my mug this morning. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the strengths-based approach to stuff for sure.
Yeah. I probably would ask you just one question on my own, because I see there is a discussion, but there is no particular like question crystallizing in the chat. I will probably just ask you if, let's say, can you give any tip or maybe a quick comment on what if an organization wants to have like a bigger picture leadership development rather than just a specific tool that you're talking about? Would you maybe make a comment on that?
Yeah, and I think as I kind of mentioned earlier on, one of the biggest challenges that I think many of those of us in learning face is that we know what good learning will look like, or we think we know what good learning will look like, but it's very different from what our senior leaders think of as learning. They have this sense of things that have seen in the past. And so there is a desire to have these 2-day offsites to talk about big picture stuff. And very often a first principles approach or an action-based approach can seem too simplistic.
Right.
And so I think the goal there is to start as small as possible and experiment, because you can do these things if you focus down enough on one specific behavior. You can do these things. This workshop that I'm hosting in a week and a half is 30 minutes long, right? It doesn't need to be a big thing. And so it's, even if your leadership is saying, no, we want the big stuff, sometimes you just got to go with it and say, yes, okay, we're gonna do this. But if you can slowly change the conversation by introducing some of these experimental sessions that you're not trying to launch to the whole company, you're not trying to take people's half a day of their time, just do an hour session with 8 leaders or something and get feedback on it. I just think anytime you're trying to introduce any kind of change in your culture, it's great if you can go top down. That's amazing. If you're trying to go bottom up, then you kind of have to go as start as small as possible to slowly curve things.
Right. And then this is how you launch big changes, right? If we use
exactly
the space language again, through very small discoveries and very small steps. And that's fine. One step for a specific organization, maybe a big step for a team or a user or a partner, somebody in your team, right? All right, Matt, I'm looking forward to seeing you again very shortly during the panel talk that we'll have a roundtable conversation with the peers of yours, with experts in e-learning and AI. I'd just like to remind to all of our listeners that Matt is going to join this roundtable discussion. And so I'm not saying goodbye to you. I'm just saying see you soon. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm really excited for coming back in a little bit.
Yeah, me too. Thank you so much, Matt. I hope you can stay with us throughout this period of time before the roundtable and maybe also discuss those little questions that we have in the chat. I would call them little, but in fact, some of them are very big philosophical discussions that have been kickstarting in the chat. So please stay with us for a little longer and enjoy the speeches of the other experts and speakers. And of course, please support our conversation in the chat. All right. Thank you so much, Matt. Good.
Thank you.
Right. Just a kind reminder after such a knowledge-packed presentation, a very insightful presentation, that if you want to launch effective leadership training for your teams, please do consider iSpring Learn as your go-to LMS. It basically gives you a chance to deliver learning modules, start mentorship initiatives, and track trainee programs with actionable reports. So you can also use ready-made courses from iSpring to launch training in various areas instantly. And next up, right in a good time, after we have done such an amazing kickstart of the session, we have the next session coming. This will be the session and the speech by James Gilchrist with a session titled Less Instruction, More Management, Real-World Challenges in L&D. James is the director of Lighthouse L&D Consulting. He helps business leaders worldwide design and implement effective learning programs to surmount business challenges. He has been designing performance-based learning solutions for more than 2 decades. He's been the one who is answering in the chat that he has more than 20 years of experience. And he's also been an avid user of iSpring eLearning tools for over 15 years. And today, James will discuss real-world challenges to creating measurably effective performance-based learning solutions and human-centric ways to overcome them. And James is also, just a side note, a friend of mine, and I'm super excited to have him here with us in just a couple of seconds.
Hi, Chris.
How are you doing?
I'm fantastic.
Great. So happy to see your smiling face and so excited to hear your presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Hello and welcome to everyone who is participating in iSpring Days 2024 now or in some future now. It's enormously gratifying to be here in this moment, connecting with all of you. It is incredible to be here alongside Chris, who by now you know is simply amazing, all the folks at iSpring Solutions on camera and behind the scenes making this possible, the presenters, some of whom I know and all of whom I've enjoyed learning from, and you. It's fantastic. I couldn't feel more pleased to be here than I do right now. How are you feeling? Good? Inspired? Busy thinking about everything you've been exposed to? About all the cool things you can't wait to try? Feeling about how much more there is to learn? Feeling maybe a little overwhelmed? Just a wee bit? Well, that's okay. Take a deep breath. Relax, and know right now that I will be sharing this presentation. There won't be links to follow, or instructions to memorize, or steps to catch before they disappear. I'm going to share some concepts to contemplate, tell a few stories, and invite you to imagine how they might apply to you. I'm going to talk about people. You already know everything there is to know about people, right? Being one of them yourself. So sit back, chat in the comments if that makes you happy, and enjoy imagining what it feels like to know everything and to do everything right. You know, like it's Friday. Feel good? All right, let's begin. Less instruction, more management. Overcoming real-world challenges in L&D references what lies at the center of what we do as learning professionals. But hold on a minute. You don't know me. I don't know you. Maybe you don't consider yourself an instructional designer yet. Maybe you call yourself an educator, a teacher, a trainer, or even a learning program manager. No matter where you are in your career, even if you are learning and development adjacent, what I'll be talking about today will provide insights into how to do what you do. Chris, I'm delighted you and the iSpring team took a poll today about how long folks have been working in L&D. Know your learners, right? Folks, whether you are just starting out or have been at this a long time, it's always great to learn new ways of working, especially if it helps us create better solutions for our learners. Listen, I'm a huge fan of iSpring's eLearning solutions, especially because they have always made it easy to create the solutions I want to create. The tools work for me, not the other way around. And in the past few years, amazing functionality just keeps getting added at light speed. But here's the thing. Despite spending the last 20 plus years developing learning solutions with the latest and greatest software and serving as a technology mentor for other L&D Jedi, what I've come to believe is that the skills necessary to not just succeed but thrive are human-centric ones. Less about modalities, more about moods. Less about coding and more about caring. Less about technology and more about trust. Whew, just when you thought I'd never get off that first slide. Trust. If I had to pick just one concept that you would remember about this session, it would be the importance of trust. Trust is something you need. You need to find it. You need to build it. You need to establish it. You need to nurture it, protect it, create a college fund for it, and set aside a lot of it in the bank for a rainy day. Jim Kirk once said, "Gentlemen, we're debating in a vacuum. Let's go get some answers." Yep, Star Wars and Star Trek references before the 5-minute mark. If that doesn't tell you all you need to know about me, well, I'm not sure what will. I like that quote because it reminds me that as instructional designers, especially those who may aspire to become learning program managers, we are never working alone. And when we encounter obstacles, impediments, force fields, call them what you will, those SMEs, those challenges, are best met with the assistance and buy-in of those with whom, and in many cases for whom, we're working. This understanding and belief on my part is what led to my adopting a mantra that I remind myself of daily. People first, tools second. As much as I enjoy learning new tools and applying new technologies to learning solutions, I believe my success can be attributed more to the positive working relationships and environments I've always enjoyed creating, combined with my passion for negotiating for learners' real-world needs. I mentioned being a mentor when it came to learning technology. I always fancied myself as a leading-edge kind of problem solver, almost never building the same solution twice. So it was a bit of a surprise when I noticed feedback I received from customers almost never focused on my skills with iSpring or CamWhatsit or Articuloid or my mastery of audio, AI, video, AI, animation, AI, interactivity, AI, or AI. I'll share literal feedback from clients a bit later to demonstrate how communication builds trust, which enables deep questioning and ultimately leads to the best solutions. People first. I know what you're thinking. Whether you are currently working as an instructional designer, working to become one, or trying to get hired once you've become one, there are signs everywhere telling you which tools you need to master by yesterday to succeed. Basically, they say all of them. But although being able to use an e-learning or other tool to do your job is important, it's just one part of the job. And it's a part that you can often figure out or learn by doing. Tools second. As you can see, while I am currently providing freelance learning and development services as the director of Lighthouse L&D Consulting, now in its second year of full-time operation, woo, thank you very much. Before that, I spent over 20 years creating instructor-led and online training, managing teams of instructional designers, and training sales and customer service reps of all stripes for a variety of fintech, employer services, and SaaS organizations. Context is king, right? Since I have held various roles in large and small corporate L&D environments my entire career, that's where my experience comes from. In early 2023, I founded Lighthouse so I could work directly for more clients in a wider variety of industries, and it became more important than ever that I know how to establish connections, get hired, and keep customers happy. If you'd like to learn more about becoming a corporate trainer, transitioning to instructional design, serving as a director of learning, or starting an L&D consulting business, connect with me on LinkedIn. To quote my favorite DevLearn conference slogan, "Together, we are better." Yay, DevLearn! Everyone's working situation is different in L&D. Different learners, different environments, different requirements, different constraints, different learner, and different organizational needs. That reality is one of the reasons I love what I do. It's always changing. It's hard to get bored if you are constantly immersing yourself in the needs of your end users and their unique circumstances to determine how best to serve them. Maybe it's one of the reasons you enjoy what you do too. I've got my own process to guide me through these ever-changing waters. It helps me navigate to the best end solutions I can devise. And in a field as complicated as ours, with as many methods and modalities competing for our attention, I find calm in its simplicity. We'll start with our end goal in mind. For our collective purposes today, let's agree that in our roles as instructional designers, learning project managers, or learning program managers, our goal is to create measurably effective, performance-based learning solutions which, taken together, achieve strategic business objectives. There are many steps to take before we can arrive at our goal, more so for those managing learning programs made up of multiple projects. But regardless of the number of steps needed to complete the journey, we must be able to establish and maintain trust with our stakeholders, successfully negotiate for our learners' needs, and design and refine learning solutions emphasizing effective learning transfer in their real-world experience. In the comments, on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the most important, how would you rate the importance of trust to the success of a learning project?
While we are waiting for the comments, I should say that I can't but mention how culture dependent the term trust is. For some of our participants, we might understand the ability to reveal sensitive information and entrust our personal emotions, whilst for the others, that's a more of a transactional term in a more business-related manner. So it would be exciting to dive deeper and actually explore what trust means to our participants. But for now, we're just waiting for the answers. And you know what? The best answer I'm getting is from Kara, who says that it's 7 out of 5.
Thank you, Kara. All right, everyone. And thank you, Chris. That was a wonderful, I can always trust Chris to widen and expand my view in the world. Her ability to communicate interculturally is unparalleled. So thank you so much, Chris. Another question for the audience. On a scale of 1 to 100, how important do you think trust is to your success as an L&D professional? So I'm going to go on, but I want to see those answers popping in. This is 1 to 100. How important you think trust is to your success as an L&D professional. Thanks again, Kara. Trust is crucial to the success of projects, learning programs, and any career. Trust is necessary to ensure a project continues and completes according to its design. For those of you who haven't yet had the opportunity to manage a learning project, know that failing to establish trust may mean the project, or at least your role in it, never even starts. Failing to maintain the trust of your stakeholders can mean shortcuts get taken that impact the value delivered to learners, delays, loss of resources in the form of SME availability, or budget constraints. If you can't restore trust, you may even lose your role as instructional designer or project manager. Love to see those comments coming in, and great numbers. So, negotiation may seem like an unlikely concept to include in a discussion about creating learning solutions. After all, doesn't everyone want the same thing? The reality of learning projects, either individually or as part of a larger learning program, is that even in the rare event that everyone involved seems to want the same thing, It often falls to you as the L&D professional in the room to effectively communicate how the needs of the learner translate into a solution or solutions that everyone can agree on. Remember, you aren't likely to ever be developing in a vacuum with only you and your alter ego conferring as to what needs to be done. There will be many, many conversations, emails, texts, and meetings that will require your patience, persistence, and perceptivity when negotiating for the needs of your learner. You will need to deeply and fully understand the real-world circumstances affecting your learners and the business realities of your customer to be able to effectively navigate the rough waters and lee shores of such communications. Unlike a ship's captain, you won't ever simply be able to say, "Make it so." You'll need the skills and knowledge of a diplomat to weather the storms of dissent, contrary, and sometimes competing want-to-haves that arise during the development process. Designing effective learning solutions. This is a big one. It seems straightforward enough. After all, there are many tried and true learning design methodologies that offer ways to do just that. Just pick one and follow it, right? Well, as it happens, depending on the design methodology you choose, your development process may be susceptible to factors and influences that can steer your end solution away from your goal. Business owners, SMEs, and stakeholders bring their personal preferences, project constraints, and often content-first approaches to the development table. To overcome such challenges, you'll need to know how to gain cooperation, enthusiasm, and willing support throughout your project's development cycle to produce the effective solution that's needed. But you also need an accurate map to get you where you're going. I've found that it always helps when I start to feel that a learning solutions development may be off course to bring my attention, like the beam of a lighthouse, back to the learner experience. A learning and development methodology, really an innovation process useful to overcome real-world challenges I recommend, is design thinking. Jen Kammerdiener, CEO of ClearPath Learning Group and a recent client of mine, explains the principle of design thinking in an article she posted on LinkedIn. Design thinking works by focusing on understanding human needs and delivering solutions by way of human-centric means, and it puts human emotion first. Design thinking begins with empathy. All steps must be taken from our end user's perspective. To do this, we need to understand, not just know facts about our people. Doing so requires that we ask a lot of questions. A lot. It requires focused observation and setting aside things we think we know about any problems our learners have. I often compare the L&D discovery process, which identifies hidden complications, gaps, and inefficiencies a customer may be unaware of, to the Q&A process usually applied at the end of a software development cycle. Only because it happens first, we wind up making better time on our development journey. Once we understand the real problems, we define them as questions. Questions define the answers we need to find. Once we know the questions we need to answer, what to do becomes clearer. I always try to frame the question or questions from the learner's, the people's, point of view. In addition to boosting empathy, it gets me closer to the correct course of action. Next is ideation. Basically, I rethink any assumptions that I may have or short and ready paths forward that others recommend to see if they really lead to the best solution. Time spent on ideation, challenging assumptions, and refining objectives is always time well spent because of the potential time saved later necessitated by rework caused by overdue course corrections. Original thinking requires original designs, so prototyping comes next. By creating quick preliminary devices to apply our ideation, I can begin to assess if I'm headed in the right direction early on and without a large investment in time and money. I ask myself at this stage if the solution I'm designing is what the learner, had they time, would design for themselves. Finally, I test with the intent and wherewithal to gather feedback I can use to adjust, iterate, and refine. To quote Jen Kammerdiener, "What began as a journey to understand people ends by proving we do." Now some questions for you to answer. If you've used design thinking, give Chris a DT in the comments. If not, let me know if you'd like to try it with a yes, no, or maybe.
Let's see what kind of answers we get so far. But I would just like to second James in his passion towards design thinking. I'm also super passionate about this approach, as well as, all sorts of derivatives from it, including Lego Serious Play and all the other amazing approaches that really help you unleash your creative potential. So thanks a lot for bringing it up. I don't think we have ever mentioned that throughout this conference so far. All right.
Fantabulous. Oh, and I'm
Yeah.
seeing lots of yeses and DTs. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
well, I'm going to carry on, and the next slide is my favorite one in the deck. Yep, you're awesome. Just wanted to remind you to remember that it will help you more than you know. If you're awesome and you know it, or even if you quietly suspect it, but usually only think it in the privacy of your own thoughts, go ahead and put "I know" with 3 exclamation points in the comments. So far, I've talked about our goals, our responsibility to establish trust, negotiate for our learners' needs, and design and refine effective learning solutions using the power of design thinking. I've alluded to some of the challenges you might face and to some human-centric solutions you might employ to overcome them. I've shared that my success has often resulted from human-centric approaches rather than my facility with technology, and we've agreed that you're awesome. What's next? A few more challenges you're likely to face include resistance to change. As you transition from a solution-building orientation familiar to you to a more human-centric approach, you may need to manage your own reaction or resistance to this change. There will likely also be resistance from those who are used to taking what to them feels like a more straightforward approach, focused primarily on the needs of the business, for example. We'll talk in a moment about some of the skills you can strengthen to feel more confident and be more effective going forward. You may discover that the satisfaction of human-centric solution finding suits you. Skill gaps. As your focus shifts, you may discover you have some relevant skill gaps. You may find yourself needing to be more strategic while simultaneously honing skills relevant to a human-centric approach. Focus on building trust, and as you become more confident in your approach, you'll take on greater responsibility. You'll find that your clients and partners will seek out your recommendations and insights for developing effective learning programs. Limited resources. If you look only to costly professional skills training, lack of resources could be an obstacle. Many organizations provide access to standardized soft skills training, but if not, you may benefit from seeking guidance from peers or those in upper management. When in doubt, never be afraid to ask your customer about their needs, preferences, and/or expectations when it comes to communication and project management. They will appreciate you taking their preferences into account and will usually be happy to tell you. End user access. For some projects, you may discover that you don't have direct or as much direct access to your end user as you need to develop measurably effective performance-based solutions. This challenge is one you'd benefit from seeking one or more workarounds for. Communicating the importance of real-world learner experience data collection or circumstantial awareness, providing examples of what can be done with it, and presenting the potential consequences of not having it can result in access and other solutions being found that weren't previously forthcoming. Always be negotiating on behalf of your learner. Measuring impact. Demonstrating the benefit of training on business outcomes, regardless of your development methodology, is always important and so often so challenging it gets left off the table. Metrics like learner engagement and knowledge retention are important, but they don't necessarily correlate to improved business performance. It's good business to be able to tie any investment in learning solution development back to tangible, measurable results. Understanding your end user's real-world circumstance will help you to derive meaningful measurements. Despite these challenges, shifting towards a more human-centric managed approach to developing learning programs can lead to more effective learning strategies that better align with business objectives. Plus, the resulting more effective learning experiences will support the evolution of sustainable learning cultures. Human-centric solutions in learning and development focus on creating personalized, engaging, and effective learning experiences that cater to the needs and preferences of individuals. This approach prioritizes the learner's perspective and with it their goals, motivations, and abilities. In tandem with the design thinking I mentioned earlier, I recommend applying the following principles when developing human-centric learning solutions. It's essential to understand learners' needs, goals, and motivations. Creating personas tailored to cultural expectations, performance requirements, on-the-job responsibilities, and experience level can help you create personalized learning plans. Learning should be contextualized to the learner's real-world environment and tasks. This helps learners apply what they've learned to their everyday work, making it more relevant and effective. We heard Kara North talk yesterday about the importance of collaborative learning. Human-centered learning solutions incorporate collaboration and social interaction. These foster a sense of community, encourages peer-to-peer learning, and provides opportunities for feedback and support. Learning should be flexible and adaptable to accommodate different learning styles, pace, and preferences. This might involve using a variety of formats such as video, text, images, and interactive simulations. Accessibility, InDesign, and navigability is paramount. Continuous feedback and evaluation helps ensure learners are on the right track and can identify potential areas for improvement. Learners should be empowered to take ownership of their learning journey and get to choose what they learn, how they learn, and when they learn. This promotes autonomy, motivation, and engagement. Bobby Powers demonstrated integrated technology in his onboarding example yesterday. Technology providing access to as-needed, on-demand resources that facilitates collaboration and offers personalization should be integrated whenever possible. By incorporating these principles, your human-centered learning solutions can lead to more effective, engaging, and sustainable learner experiences. Coming up, 3 real-world examples of challenging circumstances I've faced and the approaches I took to overcome them. I've tried hard to keep them short. Definitely a surprise for anyone who knows me. Once upon a time, I stepped into the role of L&D program manager for a business unit in a financial services company. The challenge was that neither the managing director of that business or anyone on his team had any interest in having a new L&D program manager. I met one-on-one with the MD and gleaned that he and his team felt my predecessor had not added value, had taken up a great deal of their time, and hadn't delivered solutions they felt they couldn't create themselves. I said I understood and asked that I might be permitted to attend their weekly internal product management and relationship management meetings. I didn't ask questions, and I didn't make any recommendations for almost 3 months. Weekly meetings. I did take copious notes about customer issues and problems I heard discussed during that time, and the pain points that PMs and RMs seemed to keep having. At the end of the next meeting, I asked for 5 minutes of the team's time. I volunteered. I had 3 ideas for solutions specific to the needs of their clients and said if the team was willing to let me, I'd come back with prototypes to share for their consideration. The ice thawed, they wound up approving the programs, and our L&D department's net promoter scores from that business unit increased from 59 to 88% over the next 2 quarters. A year later, when I transitioned into a different role, the MD wrote to my director to say how much my contributions would be missed. A client of Lighthouse L&D Consulting had a need for previously assembled stand-up training materials to be converted into e-learning for their sales reps. Not being familiar with the science of their business, but having developed sales training for other clients in the past, I took it upon myself to take a deep dive into learning about the specific science of their products and cancer treatments in general. I then presented the client with an extremely detailed breakdown of ways in which I thought the materials could be clarified to make them easier to understand and quicker to apply to their sales calls tasks after determining that they'd not been hired for their product knowledge, but for their backgrounds in sales. The client approved my recommendations and we made the changes. When the next company-wide sales training meeting was held, the feedback on the 3 new courses was unanimously favorable, with some sales reps stating that they were the best and most practical training materials they'd ever used at any company. Once I created an entire learning center from a single iSpring project. Mic drop. I'd been asked to assist a team of executives with a problem caused by the recurring need for financial regulators to visit and ask them a lot of questions related to various financial systems, which in many cases the regulators didn't fully understand. This took up an enormous amount of the executive's time. We had lots of training resources, but the regulators didn't know what to look for, and there was no budget to completely redesign our existing learning website. I was pretty sure I could trust iSpring to handle what I had in mind. After identifying the existing materials likely to meet the regulators' needs, documents, videos, and existing e-learning courses, I created a self-contained website of sorts by putting them all inside a single iSpring project. There were over 100 slides, over 80 assets, and they were organized in a way that made sense to the regulators. We published the new clearing agency training portal to a single URL on our existing Learning Center website, which the regulators received via email. The time and cost savings reclaimed for the executives' time, plus much happier regulators in general, was a huge win-win. I mentioned that the one idea I hoped would stick in your mind would be trust. You need to trust yourself, and you need to establish trust with your team and stakeholders. How do you build trust? On this slide, you can see 6 fundamental principles I strive to demonstrate daily. If there is one or more that resonate with you, chances are you are already practicing them. If you aren't already actively incorporating them into your business dealings, start now. I could talk for an hour about the importance of each of them and how to strengthen your demonstration of them, but since we're short on time, I'll just say that when it comes to communication, first and foremost, develop and practice good listening skills. Your ability to convey to your partners that you hear, understand, and value their input is paramount. You'll also reduce the number of miscommunications that happen due to faulty assumptions. Practicing these will help you build and maintain trust with your team, learners, and other stakeholders. When I've asked my customers about their experience working with me, they have universally let me know they appreciate that I bring my best self to their projects, can enable SME consensus, can identify and clearly explain learner needs, and communicate effectively. Essentially, that my human-centric approach is what resonates most. Here you can see in the bolded text the comments that reflect the customer's reaction to those human-centric approaches that have made a big impression. Attention to detail, collaboration, and fun meetings made it onto their list. For this client, facilitating discussion, solution finding, and building consensus among SMEs was key. Also mentioned is learner focus. Topping this customer's valued qualities are good listening, staying calm, and effective communication. They also valued enthusiasm and an ability to see and articulate big picture and ground level details. Other partners have appreciated team engagement, positivity, caring deeply for a team, honest feedback, and being easy to work with. What I took from the feedback I received was self-awareness I could build on as I meet and work with new clients. Hopefully, this real-world sampling will give you some insight into what your customers may appreciate too. What do you imagine the future of L&D looks like? To wrap up our time together, I've posted some questions for you to ponder post-session. I'm imagining a bright future for both human-centric approaches to L&D and your role creating it. Thank you so much for attending and for your participation during iSpring Days 2024.
Thank you so much, James. It was a pleasure. And actually, as always, very insightful. Even though it's not the first time I'm listening to your presentations, they're always highlighting something new. I guess that's why you decided to pick a lighthouse as a symbol for your work, because it's highlighting something new, always in the sea around it.
I admit I wouldn't be surprised if folks went to bed tonight seeing lighthouses in their mind's eye after seeing so many of them in my deck.
Possibly be the case. My colleagues from iSpring Tech Support have already shared your slides, so I welcome everybody to take a look and download the presentation, and I'm sure you will be happy to return back to it later. But for now, we only have just a couple of minutes, James, unfortunately, before we need to move on, so I'll use this opportunity to just ask you a very quick question, and maybe, if possibly, another comment on a statement mentioned by our participant. Quick question about DT, about design thinking. Sake of Destiny's the user who was asking about that. They'd love to hear a concrete example of these steps in action. Maybe you could just lead us to a resource where we could read more about that.
Yeah, that's. Nope, I lost your audio, Chris.
I'm here for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I can hear you. A concrete example of, well, hopefully some of the examples I provided gave some insight into the kind of thinking that goes into design thinking. The iteration is something I didn't focus on so much, but I did focus a lot on how you needed to get to the heart of what a real problem was and address it based on the end user's needs. And that can often be very different from the approach that the people you're working with or the folks hiring you to do the job have in mind. So I appreciate the question, and I'd be happy to circle back. And in the meantime, anyone can connect with me on LinkedIn and we can get a whole conversation about that going.
Right. And of course, it would be fantastic if you stay with us in the chat for a little longer. You've been super helpful yesterday, and I'm sure will be as amazing and exciting to have a conversation with you in the chat today. Just to highlight this point for you, Sarah was posting a comment about Dunning-Kruger effect, and I'm sure it might be interesting for you to reply to that too. So thank you so much again, James. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just saying see you soon in the chat, and I'm looking forward to hearing more of your stories and specific examples during our next webinars with iSpring.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
All right, and we'll be moving on. Right, it's always so hard to say goodbye to our presenters. I always have so many thoughts in my mind, and I want to keep asking questions, but we do need to go. But before we do that, I would like to let you know about another important point. If you want to know more about the state of L&D, check out our Fresh 2024 research guide. This is the thing I really wanted to let you know about. This is the QR code that you see in the screen. It explores the state of the industry, provides relevant stats, gives you actionable tips for creating, managing, and delivering effective training to your teams. And now we'll be moving on to having a little break. But in the meantime, this is your last call to enter the giveaway to win a full package trip to a European e-learning conference, because you have just 45 minutes left to share this post on your LinkedIn profile and invite your connections on board to join the conference for the remaining sessions. Now you have a chance to have a quick bite, relax, stretch, move, and of course, be back in 10 minutes. See you soon. Everybody, I hope you had a very nice and recharging break. I noticed some of you were mentioning in the comments that you guys were driving, so please be careful, safety first, and do not get engaged in any communication over chat when you're driving. But we really appreciate if you're not driving that you do. So please don't hesitate to share how you've spent your 10 minutes. Maybe you interacted with a family member or shared a link to participate in this conference with your friends and colleagues, possibly that you have pet your dogs or cats or any other animal that you have at home. So please do let us know. It's really nice to see a little bit more what's going on behind the scenes, that we don't have the video connection with you guys. But I am looking forward to continuing the conversation, both formally and informally. And now let me introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is a returning speaker to iSpring Days conference. This is Marina Arshavski. Marina is the owner of Your eLearning World and a multi-award-winning instructional design and e-learning expert. So she has spent over 15 years in the training and learning industry and works with corporations, government agencies, and private clients. And during this session, Beyond the Audience, Unmasking Learner Needs for Engaging E-Learning Experiences, Marina will discuss the art and science of understanding your learners and delve into various needs assessment techniques to tailor e-learning experience for specific learners. Marina, We'll be connecting you in just a couple of seconds. Marina, do you hear me well?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm super, not yet overloaded because it's just the start of the day, but already super, super happy that we've learned so much from the previous speakers. And of course, I'm looking forward to learning from you as well.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
Of course. And now, without further ado, I yield the floor to you. Marina, please.
So welcome to today's session, Unmasking Learner Needs for Engaging E-Learning Experiences. So today we'll talk about engaging e-learning experiences and how to create them for adult learners. So my name is Marina Arshavski. I have more than 15 years of experience in instructional design and e-learning. My credentials include master's degree in instructional design. I'm also Kirkpatrick's bronze level certified training and evaluation professional. And I have actually won thousands of hundreds, I would say, many different awards, including the top leaders in education award. And most of these awards were from my private contracts and also for some government contracts as well. So I've done a lot of courses over the years. And I'm also the author of the Instructional Design for E-Learning book, Essential Guide to Creating Successful E-Learning Courses. And this book is actually now being used by multiple colleges and universities. And I'm also the author of the e-learning design on the shoestring book, which will be published in October by ATT. So I just finished the manuscript and it's in the process of being published. And I'm also the creator of the Instructional Design Mastery Program. So today, e-learning has become a popular way for adults to acquire skills and knowledge, but adults face unique challenges in e-learning environments compared to traditional classroom settings. In a traditional classroom setting, learners may have a dedicated time slot for learning and the instructor's full attention. Adult learners, on the other hand, often juggle work, family, and other commitments. So they have different responsibilities. They have limited time for learning and prefer to squeeze in short bursts of learning throughout the day. So what are some of the common challenges that adult learners face in e-learning? It's limited time, short attention spans, diverse learning preferences. So adult learners often have busy schedules and they struggle to find large blocks of time for e-learning. In today's fast-paced world, many adults have shorter attention spans and may become disengaged with lengthy e-learning modules. And adults come from various backgrounds and they have different learning preferences. So understanding all these challenges is crucial for creating effective e-learning experiences that cater to the needs of adult learners. And we'll explore why understanding today's learners' needs is so important in today's lecture or presentation. So if you look at this graph, it actually illustrates the positive correlation between understanding learner needs and achieving desired outcomes in e-learning for adults. So when we take the time to understand adult learners' needs, we can design e-learning that's more engaging, more relevant, and more effective. By addressing their preferences and challenges like short attention spans, we can create engaging content that keeps them motivated to learn. And by aligning learning objectives with their specific needs and goals, the content becomes more relevant and applicable to their work or personal lives. So by catering to their preferences, we can ensure that they retain knowledge more effectively, achieve better learning outcomes. And in essence, Understanding adult learner needs allows us to bridge the gap between what adult learners need and what learning can offer. And this ultimately leads to a more successful and rewarding learning experience for them. So as you can see, understanding adult learners' needs it leads to significant improvement in several key areas. So let's take a closer look at these benefits. So first, it's improved knowledge retention. When e-learning caters to adult learners' needs and preferences, they're more likely to be engaged with the material. So this deeper engagement leads to better information processing and improved knowledge retention in the long run. Also, increased motivation. So understanding learner challenges like limited time, short attention spans allows us to create e-learning that feels manageable and also interesting. And this keeps adult learners motivated to complete the course and continue learning. And then another benefit is better learning outcomes, of course. Ultimately, by addressing adult learner needs, we can design e-learning that is more effective in achieving its goals. Whether it's improving job performance, acquiring new skills, or simply gaining new knowledge, understanding learner needs helps us ensure that they walk away with the desired outcomes. So in short, when we take time to understand adult learners' needs, we can create e-learning experiences that are not only engaging, but that also lead to significant improvements in knowledge retention, motivation, and overall learning outcomes, which is exactly what we need as instructional designers. So we've established that understanding adult learner needs is crucial for creating e-learning. But what exactly are these needs? So let's talk a little bit about the 3 different categories that influence how adults approach learning. First, they have cognitive needs. Adult learners are knowledge seekers, but they also want structured learning. They want clear learning objectives, well-organized content, and a logical progression of topics. So also, adult learners are highly motivated by practical application. They want to see how the newly acquired knowledge applies to their work or professional goals. They value e-learning experiences that provide real-world scenarios and opportunities to practice what they learn. And finally, cognitive needs also encompass the need for relevance to their work. So adult learners are more engaged when they understand how the e-learning content will directly benefit them in their current roles or future career aspirations. So now let's move on to affective needs of adult learners. So affective needs deal with the emotional aspect of learning. Adults desire control over their learning pace. They may prefer to learn at their own speed and may have flexibility to revisit specific topics if needed. Positive reinforcement through feedback and recognition is also very important for adult learners' motivation. They appreciate feedback that actually recognizes their progress, and they want to see their strengths highlighted. So additionally, adult learners often have a wealth of experience and prior knowledge. So effective e-learning builds upon this existing knowledge base, creating a sense of accomplishment and fostering a more positive learning experience. So that's why you want to really focus on that aspect as well. And then finally, let's explore behavioral needs of adults. So behavioral needs focus on desired outcomes of learning. And adult learners are typically motivated by the desire to improve their job performance. They want e-learning that equips them with the skills and knowledge to excel in their roles. Additionally, adult learners are often problem solvers by nature. They appreciate e-learning experiences that provide opportunities to apply their learning to solve real-world challenges and enhance their problem-solving skills. So looking beyond their current roles, adult learners may also be motivated by the potential to create new career opportunities. So e-learning that equips them with in-demand skills and expands their knowledge base can be highly attractive to them. So by understanding these three categories of needs, cognitive, affective, and behavioral, we can develop e-learning experiences that resonate with adult learners and ultimately lead to a more successful learning journey. So now that we understand these three categories of adult learner needs, let's talk a little bit about the methods for identifying specific needs in your target audience. So here are three effective methods of needs assessment that I like to use. It's targeted surveys. Targeted surveys allow us to gather a wealth of information from a large group of potential learners. So we can craft surveys with specific questions that address cognitive, affective, and behavioral needs. So for example, we can ask about the desired course and prior knowledge of the subject matter. Surveys are relatively quick and cost-effective way to gather data, but it's important to ensure the questions are clear, concise, and easy to answer. Also, focus group discussions. They offer a deeper understanding of learner needs. So by bringing together a small group of adult learners, we can facilitate a discussion about their challenges, preferences, and learning goals. This allows us to explore their needs in more detail and gain valuable insights beyond what a survey can provide. And focus groups are ideal for uncovering shared concerns and uncovering the unexpected needs or challenges that may not be readily apparent in the survey. However, they require more time and more resources to organize and to actually conduct them. And the next method, the last one that I'll talk about, is skills and knowledge gap analysis. And that involves analyzing data about the skills and knowledge required for a specific job role compared to the current skill set of the target learner. So this data can come from performance evaluations, industry trends, or job descriptions. So by identifying these gaps, we can tailor e-learning content to directly address the specific knowledge and skills adult learners need to be successful in their roles. And this ensures the e-learning experience is highly relevant and directly contributes to improved job performance. The most effective approach often involves using a combination of these methods. So I never actually use just one single method. I try to use a combination as much as possible. So for example, I might use surveys to gather initial data, then conduct focus groups to delve deeper into specific areas of interest. And finally, I might use a skill and knowledge gap analysis to ensure that e-learning directly addresses those skill gaps. So now that we talked about learner needs and how to identify those needs, we can translate this information into actionable insights for designing effective e-learning. So this is where learner personas come in. The learner persona is a fictional character that represents your typical learner within your target audience. It goes beyond demographics and incorporates details about their motivation and challenges. A learner persona template typically includes sections for demographics, so age, job title, education level, and so on. Learning goals, what the learners actually hope to achieve through the e-learning experience, challenges, So obstacles the learner faces in their learning journey, like maybe limited time, like short attention span, in preferred learning, if they have like a special learning style, although we don't really talk about learning styles anymore, but if they have any preferences for visual content or if they have preferences for hands-on activities, and also the quotes. So including quotes that actually represent the learner's voice and perspective can enhance persona. So when we develop the learning personas based on the data gathered through our needs assessment, we can gain deeper empathy for their experiences. So in essence, a learner persona actually bridge the gap between it. So each learning persona that you create, it bridges the gap between understanding learner needs and translating that knowledge into actionable design decisions as you design your courses. Okay. So now let's just talk a little bit about adult learning theories and methodologies. So andragogy, or adult learning, is an adult learning theory that describes assumptions about the learners. The concept of andragogy was pioneered by Malcolm Knowles. He's a theorist of adult education. He defined andragogy as the art and science helping adults learn. So he identified 6 principles of adult learning. So according to him, and we talked about many of these principles already at the beginning of the presentation, but I'll just go through them quickly. So adults are internally motivated. Typically, adult learners are satisfied with such extrinsic motivators as promotions and bonuses. However, satisfying intrinsic motivators such as self-esteem, power, and achievement is equally important to them. As an instructional designer, we should actually aim to create learning activities that nourish those intrinsic motivators by demonstrating how the new knowledge and skills would be beneficial for their work, for the work they do. The next one is adults are actually bring life experiences to new learning situations. So most adult learners apply their background knowledge to the new learning that they acquire. Your training activities should reflect the actual work the learners perform and provide exercises, activities that allow learners to apply their prior knowledge and experience to the theoretical aspect of the training. And adult learners are, of course, more oriented. So they must have a need for learning. If an employee is expected to have certain skills and knowledge, the level of interest in your training will be much higher than if the same skill is not required for successful job performance. So providing just-in-time training is very important for the success of the course. Adult learners are relevancy-oriented. So adults must know the reason for learning. They want to know the benefits of acquiring certain skills and the cost of not acquiring new knowledge and skills. So for this exact reason, you should base your courses, or we as instructional designers always base our courses on the intended audience and include all objectives and goals, different goal statement in the lesson plans and activities, as well as on real work experiences. And of course, adults are practical. Adults have a task-centered orientation to learning. So most school-age children have a subject-centered orientation to learning and focus on the content just to pass the test. Also, most children are not interested in retaining the information that they learn in class. The ultimate goal for adult learners, however, is to retain as much information as possible from the training course. So adults look for task-centered learning experiences. So if you satisfy this need and develop your courses around problem solving, then adult learners will most likely learn the content with the intention of actually applying it to the job. Your e-learning courses should allow learners to solve problems and perform tasks similar to those that they actually encounter in the job. So this can be done through games, simulations, various problem-solving activities. It's important to avoid information dumping and design activities that focus on practicing the information rather than simply memorizing it. Adults, of course, like everyone else, like children too, adults like to be respected. They like to be self-directing. In other words, they need other people, such as management, to see that they're capable of taking responsibility for themselves. Incorporating search and discovery elements in training courses can address this need. Young learners may be open to receiving helpful guidance or critique from their teachers, but adult learners tend to have a much different perception of their own abilities. So if you doubt this, think about the last time you actually received a criticism, somebody criticized you, or if you received guidance from a manager or team member, how did you react to it? So when you see adult learners struggling to understand new concepts or failing to quickly grasp a new training topic, your intention as an instructional designer should be implemented appropriately, but tactfully, of course. So adult learners prefer to take charge of their learning journeys. They appreciate e-learning experiences that cater to self-directedness. And here's how e-learning can empower self-directedness. Use modular content. So we want to break down content into smaller to adjustable modules. That allows learners to focus on specific areas of interest and learn at their own pace. Also, on-demand access. E-learning platforms offer the flexibility to access learning materials anytime, anywhere, accommodating their busy schedules. And we want to use choice and customization. So consider offering optional learning pathways or allowing learners to choose the order in which they complete modules to cater to individuals' needs and preferences. So in addition to self-directedness, adult learners benefit from experiential learning. So they learn best by doing and applying knowledge to real-world situations. And here is how e-learning can integrate experiential learning. So interactive activities, it's a great way to integrate that. So we want to incorporate simulations, case studies, branching scenarios that allow learners to practice applying newly acquired skills in a safe but virtual environment. Also, real-world examples and case studies showcase how the learned concepts are applied in real-world professional settings, demonstrate the practical value of the e-learning experience. And project-based e-learning, and I like that the most. So consider incorporating project-based learning opportunities where learners can actually apply their knowledge to solve real-world problems to create something tangible, something that they can use to showcase as a project. So we've explored how e-learning can cater to adult learners' self-directedness and experiential learning experiences. So now let's actually dive into specific design strategies to keep adult learners engaged and motivated throughout their e-learning journey. So here are 3 strategies to consider. Adult learners often have limited time and they struggle with information overload. We already talked about it. So micro-learning and nano-learning often offer a very powerful solution. So this involves breaking down content into bite-sized modules, usually like one objective per module, typically ranging from just a few minutes to a half hour for micro-learning, and mere seconds to a few minutes for nano-learning. So if you want to cover like one objective, sometimes it can just be a matter of seconds. So some of the benefits of microlearning for adults include increased focus and retention, flexibility, accessibility, and of course, targeted learning. So imagine an e-learning course on cybersecurity for a busy IT professionals, let's say. So microlearning modules could focus on specific threats like password management, for example. So throughout this presentation, we've explored various strategies for designing e-learning experiences that cater to adult learning specific needs and preferences. So let's just briefly summarize some of the key takeaways to enhance adult learner engagement. So microlearning and nano-learning, real-world scenarios and case study, interactive activities and assessments. All of these things, they will actually help you create better e-learning experience for your adult learners. And here are two additional design tips to consider. Adult learners have diverse backgrounds and needs. So consider offering personalized learning paths. So this adaptive learning paths can actually be adjusted based on individual performance and knowledge gaps. So, and that will help you ensure the focus on the areas that adult learners need the most. So, for example, an e-learning course on software training could offer different learning paths for beginners, intermediate users, and advanced users. And adult learners have very different preferences. So, incorporating variety in content delivery is very important. So we want to include text-based content, multimedia elements like videos, animations, infographic, and we also want to include some audio lectures or podcasts for learners who just like to multitask and learn on the go. Now, let me share a project I recently worked on. So the company had like a sales team that was required to complete an e-learning course, but they consistently underperformed on product knowledge assessments, and that's why their supervisors wanted them to complete that course. And the course completion rate was very low, and many salespeople actually skipped modules or abandoned the training altogether. So the company actually wanted me to analyze the learner's needs and revamp their e-learning strategy. So to do that, we actually conducted surveys. We did focus groups with the sales team. So because at first we wanted to understand their learning preferences and challenges. And here's what we found. Salespeople preferred short, bite-sized learning modules over lengthy lectures. They wanted real-world examples and case studies to connect product knowledge to sales scenarios. Interactive activities and gamified elements were highly desired for engagement and knowledge retention. They also wanted to be able to access training on the go. So based on the needs analysis, we implemented the following changes. So microlearning modules, with real-world focus. So each module actually incorporated video testimonials from successful salespeople using the new products and case studies of real-world sales scenarios. We also incorporated.
So sorry to interrupt you, Marina. I'm so super sorry. We have about 3 minutes left until the end of the session. So I just wanted to let you know that it could be a good idea to slowly move to the conclusions.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, So as a result of this training that we put together, the new training, we revamped the strategy completely, and the company noticed increase in knowledge retention, boosted engagement, and improved sales performance. So that's why it was really important to conduct the needs analysis first. So let's move to the conclusion. So today I just covered very briefly the analysis, needs analysis and e-learning. But in my instructional design for e-learning program, I actually cover everything related to needs analysis, adult learning theory, designing engaging courses, motivational learning experience, and so on. And the program includes lots of other topics that instructional designers need to be successful. It's a completely asynchronous program, and you can have unlimited access to it. So when the updates come out, they will automatically appear in your account. Right now, the price for the entire program is $297, but we created a special code for you so that you can because you're part of this conference, and it's 50% off a discount right now. And it includes more than 10 hours of training on everything that instructional designers need to know. And additionally, you'll get lots of downloadable workbooks, templates, supplementary materials, access to the discussion board where you can ask questions and I personally answer them. And in addition, as a thank you for participating in this conference, I'm adding an extra bonus to this, a free ChatGPT practical guide for e-learning professionals. And the guide contains almost 40 pages of content that will help you with your needs analysis, scripting, writing effective scenarios, creating learning assessments, interactivity, and so on. So be sure to take advantage of that 50% discount and the bonus.
All right.
Okay. Have any questions?
Marina, thank you so much. We actually do have some questions. I'm just only scared that we will have to complete our session right now because very unfortunately, we have our next speakers coming up. But would you please be so kind to maybe stay with us for a little longer in the chat and take some of those questions there?
Sure, definitely. Yeah, I'm happy to take them. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope to see you inside my program, but also if you have any questions, you can always reach me. Here's, I think there's my email.
Right.
It's right there. So you can always send me an email and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, but I'll stay in questions now as well.
Yeah, super. I will be looking forward to getting those answers in the chat. And I'm saying, see you soon at another iSpring conference, Marina. Thank you very much, as always, for your insightful input.
Thank you. And thanks so much for having me.
Of course. Of course. Well, that was very insightful. And we'll be moving on, transitioning to our next topic. But before, I'd like to just say a few words about engaging e-learning based on learners' needs. We invite you to try iSpring Suite to build your courses, of course. Enrich content with interactions, videos, role plays, and various assessment tools to keep your audience hooked and boost learning effectiveness. So the tool is robust yet intuitive and doesn't require extensive onboarding. So get a live demo to see iSpring Suite in action. And next, we have another special treat for you all, a roundtable with Matt Gjertsen, Dr. Heidi Kirby, and Taras Pustavai on the threats and opportunities for e-learning specialists in the age of AI. You met Matt earlier today already, so I'll say a few words about Dr. Heidi Kirby and about Taras Pustavai. So Dr. Heidi Kirby is a learning and development strategist, a co-founder, and a postcard host. She holds a PhD in instructional design and technology and has spent the last decade helping people learn and work better. Taras Pustavai is a client and a friend of mine. He has extensive experience in the field of educational technology and online learning. He's the CEO and founder of Course Factory, a company that combines human talent and AI to create high-quality learning content and ensure the best personalized experience for learners. And together, our three e-learning gurus will explore the evolving landscape of e-learning in the era of artificial intelligence and uncover the potential challenges and advantages of the AI that brings in the field. So you learn to navigate these changes and leverage AI technologies to enhance your e-learning strategies. And we will connect with the guys in just a few seconds. I'm so happy and excited we managed to put 3 experts in learning and AI together, and I'm now welcoming all of them. Matt, you already know. Matt, are you doing okay so far? Nothing has changed
I'm doing
much?
great. No, yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Good, perfect. Thank you so much for staying with us. Heidi, how are you doing? All good?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, fantastic. I've been waiting for this panel discussion actually for quite some time because this is a moderation challenge to have such 3 bright minds all together and let them shine at the same time within a very limited time frame. So I'm excited. All right, Taras, how are you doing?
I am fine. Nice to meet you, Chris, today.
Yeah, lovely to see you again, Taras. So, if everyone is all right and get ready to start, I'll probably begin by just asking you a few quick warm-up questions. And I welcome our dear participants, our attendees, to also join this tiny little session of a Q&A. So this will be not only for our dear participants of the roundtable, but also for you guys, our attendees. We have around 300 people watching this live right now, so I'm really looking forward to your input. And the first thing I want you to do, guys, is to think about the Roman Empire. Right? So if somebody's not aware of this joke that's been heavy on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, and social media, no worries. You can Google that later. But I want you to guys think of the Roman Empire and play Roman emperors a little bit. Do you guys remember what they used to show to their gladiators to define their destiny? Do you remember they had either this or that, right? Okay, so I welcome you to exercise this Roman emperor skills right now. I'll be asking you quick questions, and in order to facilitate that nice and lively, I would like to ask you to show me this if you agree, and this if you disagree, or if the answer is no. All right, let's get started. Do you get me clearly? Are we all good with the rules? Super, fantastic. All right. So quick question to all of you guys, to the participants and the attendees. So also feel free to leave your thumbs up and thumbs downs as an answer to my questions. First is, have you ever been concerned that artificial intelligence might take over your job? All right, we have 2 no's and 1 yes. All right, interesting. Thank you very much. I see a lot of thumbs up in the Zoom chat. And now let's see what the audience take is on that. Well, we have about 50-50 so far. A part of our audience, around 50%, says yes. And well, now it's changing a little bit, and we're having more and more people who would say, no, we are not scared it might take over our job. Well, those are really brave people. They are not scared of anything. Very good to hear that. Next question is, have you ever utilized AI to generate content without verifying its accuracy? Let's be honest. All right, we have 3 out of 3 saying no. All of our dear gurus have utilized AI to generate content, only verifying its accuracy. All right, let's see what the result will be for our participants. Oh, look at that. We have an audience of perfectionists. 82% say they never do that. They always verify the accuracy. I really hope that that's the case. And let's say, I'll take it as it is. Let's say I believe that. All right. And question number 3 is, have you ever thought that AI could potentially lead to a scenario similar to the Terminator movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger? All right, here we go again. That's very interesting. 2 of our dear participants of the roundtable say yes, and only 1 says no. That's very interesting to hear from the audience. So far, we have most of our audience have at some point thought that the AI scenario could lead to the Terminator movies future. Right, could be that the recent scandal with Sam Altman has provoked such thoughts, maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, thank you so much for the warm-up. I enjoyed thinking about the Roman Empire together with you. And now I would suggest that we move on to the main questions that myself, iSpring team, and the iSpring LinkedIn participants, iSpring LinkedIn followers have created for you to answer. Those are 4 questions, 4 main questions I hope we can cover. And I'll be asking you one by one. Maybe some questions I'll address 2 of you, the other questions I'll address 3 of you. So let's see how it goes. And the first one will be about the potential threats and opportunities for e-learning specialists in the age of AI. We'll start straight away. So I'd like to ask Heidi first, if that's okay. Would you please share your thoughts on what do you think are the potential threats and opportunities for e-learning specialists in the age of AI, Heidi?
Sure. So I think, first of all, the threats are just bad information, right? Like there's a lot of work left to do on verifying the accuracy of information. If you've ever tried to use an LLM or a large language model, like they're usually up to date to a certain point or something like that, right? There's also a lot of uncanny valley cringe stuff with like AI avatars and video and images and stock photo generation and things like that. If you've ever looked at the hands that AI generates, it's very super cringe. So it's not necessarily realistic. And then there's also the threat of copyright infringement. A lot of these AI programs are taking their input data from real artists and real creators. And there's also a lot of concern about the safety and security, as well as you might accidentally go against your company's policy on AI, right? But on the other hand, there's a lot of opportunity as well. So if we look outside of content creation, because I'm not a huge fan of AI for just pushing information out there in content creation, we can use it for efficiency, right? We can use it to automate processes that we use as learning and development professionals. We can use it to help generate ideas and brainstorm. A huge way that we can use it is to help with accessibility, help check our writing for accessibility, help check our graphics for accessibility, and also to kind of connect the different systems that we're using for learning so that we can have a more robust learning experience. So whether that's community, with courses, with virtual platforms, we have that ability to kind of connect things. But also in the way that Netflix uses it to individualize the learning and to suggest things based on whether it's our career path or our interests, like we can use it that way as well.
I would love to actually explore the opportunities more. So we'll probably have a chance to get back to them a little later. But I'd like to ask the same question to Taras now. Taras, would you be so kind to share your take on what are the main threats and opportunities for e-learning specialists? Thank you, Heidi, for giving this input.
Thank you, Chris, for the question. I'll start with the threats and opportunity that are connected, and everyone is talking about AI in the case of personalization, and also helping to work with diversity. And what e-learning specialists should understand that, okay, the data that I use to train AI really matters. And when I'm speaking about using some kind of AI, I should really think, okay, was these data sets really diverse? And are they not building some kind of a special kind of bubble or bias for these kind of learners? And the clear understanding of this is preventing me as a learning specialist thinking, oh, I am creating the personalized content, but actually not. And on the other hand, it can help me to really create personalized content or reshape the content that already existed. For me, is right now some kind of a balanced opportunity when I can say, okay, I will not create content from scratch, but I can take this book and create 5 different versions of the content for the different groups, for example, for the different countries, for the different ages. Yeah, so the not understanding on how AI is really working in the case of the original data sets and how it makes the personalization is a threat, and understanding that it's an opportunity.
Okay. And Taras, if I may, quick follow-up on what you've just said, what if an e-learning professional is not aware of the biases that they might have in their head, and they simply don't read that the result they're receiving is already full of biases?
I think we should teach them about this awareness, what is really important, not how the modules work from the maps perspective or from IT perspective, but thinking about AI from this ethical side and how it's really working, at understanding, okay, if people are living in communities, people living in groups, and when I am in my group, I think that everyone is thinking the same. But when we're speaking about AI, which can be global, I should understand that, okay, this kind of AI could think not like me, not like my group, and I should take it and put it on the table when I'm creating the content for the different people using this AI or using this AI to deliver my content.
Right. Well, I think we should probably thank AI for putting those questions on the table, right? A lot of them were just put outside somewhere into a drawer. All right, I'd like to move on. Thank you to Ross for sharing that. I'd like to ask Matt now, if that's okay, to move on to another question. Do you think that AI has the potential to make e-learning specialists and learners intellectually lazy? That's something that we've been hearing a lot, and on LinkedIn as well, there were comments like this. So do you think that we can, like, quote unquote, intellectually lazy people from e-learning would be the product of AI spread?
Thank you for this question, Chris, because I think this is a really interesting one. And I think, I think it just depends, like most tools, like a lot of things in life, they don't change you. They just kind of make you more of who you are, right? Very often they kind of highlight certain things. And so when I hear this question, I actually think, no, it's absolute, like, yes, I see the potential, but I think it's absolutely the reverse of this, because it gives all of us a companion to like back and forward ideas with and test things out on. And even if they're not, even if, as in the previous answers, they're maybe not as specialized in what we do, or they have the potential to drift, it's an opportunity for us to kind of uncover the gaps in our own knowledge, and we have to vet everything that the AI says. And so that, builds up our ability because we're vetting everything that they say. And so if anything, I think the true opportunity is that it's the opposite of this, in that it allows for much more opportunity for intellectual rigor, both for the individual and for the learners. Yes, used incorrectly, I 100% agree with this. But even something as simple as changing a multiple choice question into an open answer question that the AI judges the answer on, well, that right there has improved 95% of e-learning modules right there, just by getting rid of a simple multiple choice question and having the learner actually like type something into a box, so they actually have to think about it. So I would say, yes, the potential is there, but there is much more potential for the reverse of this.
Right. Thank you for giving us this very practical example. I think that resonates very well with the audience, because what we're really looking forward in the AI discussion is actually gaining something tangible out of that for all of us, the learners and the e-learning specialists. So I appreciate that. And I'll also move on to Taras and ask the same question. I'm specifically interested in e-learning specialists as well. Do you think that the AI and the way it develops at the moment in the sphere of education could potentially make e-learning specialists intellectually lazy?
And I want to start answering this question a little bit from the other side. So I think Matt answered really deeply about this specific question, but let us think about emotional intellect. Yeah, will the AI make the learning specialists and the learners more emotional intellect lazy? Because when I'm talking with a chatbot, when I'm talking with the learners or something that looks like a coach, I can really forget and miss that there is the real people outside. They have some feelings and they have some reactions on the learning, and this is really affects the learning. If I'm upset, if something is deeply wrong with the information that I'm getting, I just cannot perform in that way. And for me, the main challenge in the building of the new way of AI in learning is how really don't to miss this emotional and intellectual emotional intellect aspect, because it really matters. It's about the motivation, it's about the trust, it's about the building relationships. How to do it in the AI-driven environment, how not to forget about this piece of the learning. And this can be a threat that the teachers or learners can think, okay, everything is AI now, and I just don't need to think it about, but it's false. Yeah, I really do need to think about while I'm learning and teaching.
Right. That's sort of a question of a chicken and an egg, because what we are doing partially through AI is getting rid of a lot of manual labor for educationists, making sure that we are focusing on more intellectually demanding activities, thus putting aside a lot of human-to-human interaction, making sure that we don't waste human resources in vain. And by doing so, we ultimately end up in a bot-rich environment where humans are very rare and indeed having higher chances of losing the emotional intelligence, which, to tell the truth, is not something every person is already can really boast of, I would say, right? Let's be very honest. Heidi, do you think, thank you to Ross for that. Heidi, do you think you can add up on that, or shall we move to another question?
Yeah, I think the biggest part of this question is the potential, right? And I think everybody kind of touched on that. And like, of course, it has the potential to make people intellectually lazy, especially if we're talking, Matt gave a great example of turning a multiple choice question into an open-ended question. But we see a lot of ed tech companies trying to market to e-learning specialists right now that you can put a wall of text into their AI tool and it'll spit out a module and multiple choice quiz questions. And I think that that's a really huge miss. And I think that's where this potential becomes really dangerous, because that's where it can make people more intellectually lazy if they just copy paste all of their things into something that's going to spit out something else.
Yeah, it's true. On the other hand, just an idea that popped up in my mind was that a lot of this multiple choice question centered paradigm has been rolling around making educational environment accessible for people who are native speakers and non-native speakers, and making it easier for everybody to participate, right? And now we're having the drawback effect in that. So thank you for highlighting this. I'd like to move on to the next question, though, and I'd like to ask you, Heidi, maybe we can continue with you here. I think that's particularly interesting and relevant considering the experience you have. How can e-learning specialists ensure that the AI-powered tools and platforms are used ethically, considering that we've already touched that, but I'm sure there are many more layers to that ethical dilemmas that stand in front of us?
I think so I have a unique perspective because I used to teach information literacy to college students. And so that's all about how to decide whether the information that you consume on the internet is true or not. And so I come to this question with that perspective in mind. And I think there's multiple things that we need to do, right? Like, I think we need to wait before we use a tool. That's a big thing, because we have to wait to see what that tool's reputation is going to be, right? And how legislation is going to start managing these tools, and to make sure that they're being used ethically, not just in terms of how they're trained and the input, but also in terms of how they secure our data, right? A lot of companies are implementing policies that you can't use certain tools because people who work at those companies are putting proprietary company information into those tools without knowing what they're going to do with that information, right? And so I think you have to take time to research that tool and that product. I think you have to work with your IT team a lot of times. I know sometimes they can be more of an obstacle than a helper, but it's really important because they're the ones that set the policies around these things, right? And you also just have to look at how they are training and like looking at the data input. Like, what are they using, to Taras's point about bias, right? Or about the artists whose work are being used to create these things. So I think it's kind of a multifaceted approach that you really have to just do a lot of research.
Right. Thank you, Heidi. Sounds very important, the idea that you're sharing about making sure we consider the opinion of professionals in the area when it comes to legislation and regulations, because oftentimes we have people who are making those legislations and regulations who are completely unaware of the actual technology, of the actual implications. So Matt, I'd like to jump over to you and ask a similar question. We can continue on the same topic, but judging by what Heidi has been saying, time becomes an issue. We need to wait and see if technology is something that proves to be reliable ethically. But how can we wait when the whole world is chasing and is trying to introduce a new technology as quickly as possible? Because this is what makes us progress faster. That's what makes us better. That's what makes us earn more. That's what makes us win the economic race and whatnot.
Yeah, I think it's 100% right. Everything that Heidi said. It really is important to take a minute and wait on it. And there's lots of bigger picture things that like organizations can do. But if we bring it back to what the individual can do and what all of us can do day to day, I think there is still a lot of honestly just kind of being honest with yourself about what you're trying to achieve. If you're using ChatGPT or whatever other tool to just gather information, then that's fine. You're helping it do your research a little bit faster, distill down some bullet points, you're doing it in your head. But if you're going in there and saying, can you write an outline of the kind of course that Blanchard would make on leadership, or give me a summary of SI2, SL2, or give me a breakdown of this book and the best questions that I could use inside of a course. Like, clearly you're trying to crib off of somebody else's notes. You're just using it wasn't. So there are things that weren't practical for us to do as individuals because there was simply too much information. And though you could have done it, chances are you weren't going to, because you'd have to just read so much in order for you to do it. AI does make that faster. And so I think, yes, to all of the organizational level things, government level things, but then as an individual, just be honest with yourself about what you're trying to achieve. And anytime you're trying to say, make something that sounds like this thing this other person makes, or looks like something this other person makes, if we're honest with ourselves, we know like that's not ethical. Like, that's not what we should be doing. So I think as long as we can be honest with ourselves about that, then we're probably going to be going down a decent path.
Right. Thank you, Matt. I'm now very intrigued to hear what Taras has to say. I'm processing Matt's ideas. Though, Taras, if I may twist the same question for you a little bit and try to consider the same question from the perspective of developing countries and developing organizations, which very often lack resources to pursue with the normal pace of development, that be their curriculum, or that be a new program to train someone, where you can find a lot of skill shortage in different markets. Oftentimes, ethical questions are somewhere at the back door, very far away, when you really need to compensate for the development that you're missing in the recent years. It very often happens that ethical questions are not even posed. So I'd like to hear your stance on that, because I know you've been working with developing markets as well, and know a part of this attitude.
Mm-hmm. I think I will answer in two parts. First, I would thank you, Matt, about the word of honesty. Yeah, so the honest understanding what can be proved and what can be not, and be honest and clear of understanding what kind of mechanisms of proving of the content can really be built. Yeah, so if I'm had ever not read the book and I'm asking some takeaways from this book, can I really find some problems in this answer or not? Yeah, and this is the main question. Can I really prove that what is AI doing is right or wrong? I think it's a very simple question. It can be put it on the table even in developing countries. And the second thing, and this is a little bit changing of the perspective about ethics and also understanding the biases. So you should think that you can use one AI to proofread or cross-validate another AI, and I think maybe even in the next year we'll see some kind of a digital twins of diverse learners. And when I'm creating the kind of content or kind of course, I can ask, okay, pretend that you can be 10 different categories of learners. Try to read from this perspective. Try to validate all this stuff. And I think building the validated digital twins of the learners with the different perspectives and some kind of a building the digital twin of Ethiopian 12 years boy. Yeah, how he read the content, what he knows, what he does not, can be some kind of a solution helping to fight with that. Yeah, not 100%, but this can be a solution in the middle.
Wow, that's interesting. Thank you, Taras. I'm now puzzled whether we can actually teach AI to do perspective taking when we are ourselves so bad in that. Anyway, thank you so much. I would like to now welcome our dear participants in the chat, our attendees, to also bring on their questions that we might have a chance to ask our e-learning gurus here in this panel. I see a debate happening in the chat and people are exchanging opinions, and that is very pleasing to see that the topics we're discussing here are touching and they are really hot for the participants. While I welcome you to leave your comments and your questions in the chat, I'll move on to the next question that I have in mind. The question sounds as follows. How can e-learning specialists ensure that AI-generated content is accurate and properly vetted? And I think this is what the discussion in the chat also goes around. How can we ensure this accuracy? Taras has already started touching upon this question. Matt, would you like to jump in on this?
I think I have a simple thought of this, and don't take this the wrong way, but like the glib answer or simple answer, I would say, is just treat anything an AI creates like an intern made it. You know, like I think that's often the question that gets asked. You see this in like law firms of like, oh, like we can't use AI to generate anything because what if it puts some weird line in the contract and it, you know, messes us up? But that's always been true. It's just different who's doing that first draft. Chances are a law firm always had some, you know, first-year law student doing that first draft, and it was not good. It was making lots of mistakes because they just didn't have the context. I always think this in regards to AI, you know, since I used to be an instructor pilot, I'm very used to having a person, an untrained person next to me and watching them behave. And when I drive in self-driving cars, it feels exactly the same way. The AI that's trying to drive that car is acting like a novice driver that just doesn't know. They're very hesitant. They're very unsure. And so the same is true with all these tools. And so if you just, the AI isn't the super intelligence, the AI isn't the guru. The AI is, if anything, at best, the inexperienced intern. And if you treat the things that you get that way, that helps you give the proper eye to what it's producing.
Right. Makes me think of our yesterday's session with Valerie Myers, who was saying that AI is not your solution, it's your partner to the solution, which is a very smart line in my personal opinion. Thanks, Matt, for that. that's a great metaphor, seeing your AI co-pilot as a intern co-pilot rather than just a proper co-pilot, right? I know Taras is working a lot on co-pilots, but before I jump on asking Taras, I noticed that Heidi was very much in agreement with what Matt was saying, so I'd like to yield the floor to Heidi.
Yeah, I think that Matt brings up a really good point, and my thought was, I've been thinking that there's probably going to be at some point a temptation to get rid of our SMEs because they're sometimes so difficult to interact with, they're difficult to get feedback from. And so I think the temptation might be to use AI generated content in place of our SMEs. But I think really what Matt's pointing out here is that they become even more important because sometimes we can't answer those questions that the content is putting out. We can't say, I don't know if this is good or not, but that's why we have our subject matter experts. That's why we have them available to us to vet that content to help us. And then even more simplistic, if we have a new tool or have something that we're trying for the first time, ask it something that you do know and see how it handles that, right?
Right. So thank you very much, Heidi. That's true. That makes perfect sense. Taras, would you like to also continue this idea or bring in a new perspective?
Yeah, and I'll try to be quite simple in this answer. When we are building compilers, when we are building such types of the system, we are also thinking about the flows of validation and the way how to validate it very simple. And I think the simplest way to build some kind of validation flow is just a checklist. So when you're building some kind of a AI-powered course creation flow, AI-powered course article flow, you need to have the checklist what exactly you or your SMEs need to check to at least do 90% validation of what is working. And the second thing you should think about when you're building this checklist is, okay, I will not be 100% sure, and then I will need 1,000 questions. So what is affordable for me? What is the level of confidence I'm okay with? Okay, is it 90%? Okay, is it 99, 99? Okay, and then how can I build the checklist that will help me to reach this level of confidence? Yeah, and this is very applied thing. I can always do that, at least in some perspective of the quality. So think about the flows, control the confidence and understand the confidence you need, and then just use the checklist to validate that what you're doing.
Thank you, Taras. I wonder if you have those checklists written down somewhere, your own checklist that you can share with our participants later on, because I'm sure we'll have such a question in the chat. That would be fantastic to have them. And I thank you very much for answering those questions. And I have one more before we have a final round of little comments and summaries from you guys. If you feel like something is left unsaid, but you really want to share that. A quick question from me. I've been working recently quite a lot with newbies in e-learning area, with the ones who have not been very experienced in creating content. And these people are very, very excited about using AI as their co-pilots. They're very excited. They see that, oh, such an easy job to do now. Fantastic. I can really quickly learn and jump into this train that moves into the abyss, whatever. Anyway, so my question to you is, what kind of one recommendation or tip would you give to a new person in the area of e-learning who is very tempted to delegate a lot of their work to AI? What would be your number one recommendation for these people to do in a practical matter? Let's start with Heidi, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I think my one recommendation would be to make sure that whatever you're using the AI tool for is aligned with the learning outcome, right? I think that that's a big one, because I think a lot of times we are simply thinking of it as pushing information, and that's not really our job as e-learning specialists, right? Like, we're trying to impact performance or behavior or processes in some way. And so I think we need to keep that in mind when we're using these tools. And I think if we bring it back to the objectives and the learning outcome, that it'll help a lot.
Right. That's very simple, but yet very effective. That's true. Always referring to this, what do you call it, true north of yours. Right. Taras, would you like to also say a few words about that? One tip that you have for the newbies who are very, very excited to try AI?
I think I want to emphasize the approach that Hedy said when we were starting. Please think it about the reputation of the tool. So when you want to start using the tool, okay, please check 2 minutes, adding some ratings or votes about these tools, and please read not only positive comments, but also negative comments. What problems are users getting that they are minusing the tool? Yeah, so just you need to clear understanding, and you're not alone in the internet. Yeah, there are millions of people that were actually trying to use the tool. Or if you're the first one who will use the tool, please aware of that results can be just unpredictable.
Unexpected, yeah. You're the first risk taker, right? Who's there to.
And are you really want to be this kind of first risk taker, and why?
Right, right. Are you ready to be the one who tries this this new toy, or maybe not a toy, whatever it turns out to be? Right. Thank you, Taras. And Matt, do you have any tip for our newbies?
I think the only thing I would say is other than what's already been said, is make sure you're building in some time for you to actually get your hands dirty and kind of do it all from scratch as if you didn't have the tool. Like, I get that it's busy. We're all busy and we're trying to get a lot done, but it's at least how we learn. It's how the human brain learns, is by actually getting in there and doing it. And with so much of AI in its present generation, it's all about being able to ask the right questions and have it figure out what capability of the AI you need to access. And if you haven't spent some time working without the AI, then you might not know what questions to ask. So just that's what I would suggest, is you definitely use it, definitely experiment, but also make sure to build in some time where you're working without it.
Yeah, so many of us just hope that we'll never need to put our hands onto something to have them dirty again. But yeah. Here you go. Again, same story, same old story. Okay, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. Now we are moving very closely to our last stop on that, and we'll be wrapping up very soon. So I just welcome all of you guys to share 1 or 2 last thoughts that you have. We've touched several topics very superficially. I know we've been very, very short on time, but maybe some last idea that you want to share with the attendees, the current ones and the future ones who will be watching that in the recording. Let's say, Taras, would you like to start?
Yeah, I want to say some words about the idea. So when you are thinking using AI, please try to use it to be more human, not less human in what you're teaching. I think that is main takeaway of me watching what is happening. Yeah, please use it to empower your thing that you can do as a human being, not as a AI bot. Something like that.
Right. Thank you very much, Taras. That's very powerful. Sounds great. Matt?
I think from the one thing I would say is just, if your job isn't bringing consultative value, you may not have a job for very long. I think thinking about, especially in the e-learning world where we can define our jobs as the usage of tools, when definitely, as Heidi always points out, our job is to achieve an outcome through using tools, not to be good at using the tool. And so if right now you're defining your job as using tools, that you're going to struggle, versus us all getting past that and being like, oh no, I need to figure out what the outcomes are that I need to try to achieve in my role.
Right. Thank you so much. That's also very helpful. And Heidi, would you like to circle it up?
Yeah, I'm just going to expand on Matt's point a little bit and just remind everyone that Matt said tools plural, right? I know sometimes we're limited with resources when we're working on these teams and we are providing a service and not really tied directly to any kind of revenue. And so, but what we can do is treat them like a tool set, right? You can't buy a torque wrench and fix an entire car, right? So we have to have more than one tool, and we have to think about how those tools work together to do exactly what Matt said, achieve an outcome.
Right. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your input, Matt, Taras, and Heidi. I just would love to remind our participants, our attendees, that I'm sure you'll be learning much more from our speakers if you join them on LinkedIn, if you friend them on LinkedIn and follow them, because I'm sure they are sharing a lot of helpful content. I've seen their pages. They look very impressive. And especially for those who are interested in AI, I think that would be an asset to have them on your feed. So thank you so much again for this. I hope that you can stay with us a little longer and enjoy the next sessions, the next speakers, and maybe support the discussion in the chat, because we do have a very active and supporting chat. Isn't that the case? Right. Yes. I see a lot of words of support and thanks that this was incredibly helpful. And the participants loved the roundtable format, and they also shared their insights and give their own perspective. So I think that was definitely worth it. And by rephrasing Heidi's, I'll probably just say that we have fulfilled our learning objective. I think we've been quite thought-provoking, right, with this roundtable. Thank you so much, guys. Have a very good rest
Thank
of
you,
the
Chris.
day.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. See you. I'm not saying goodbye. All right. So moving on. I just like to say that it's been very, very inspiring for me as well. And I'd like to thank our experts. I've definitely learned a lot too, made some notes. I'll be thinking about them as well. So if you want to grow as an e-learning specialist, dear participants, you can definitely take advantage of the iSpring certification program and learn to use our tools as a pro. Claim your expert status and join the iSpring certification program to score new projects and find clients. And you can learn more and enroll by scanning the QR code that you see in the screen or by following the link in the chat. And now, Kay Meyer will pick up the mantle and talk further about AI. We are not stopping here. We'll talk about AI as a means to revolutionize L&D environments. So Kay is an executive assistant and operations specialist with over a decade of experience across multiple industries. She excels in administrative support, project management, and improving operational efficiencies, which makes her an invaluable asset to executive teams. Today, Kay will speak about harnessing various tools like ChatGPT, iSpring, Zoom AI for efficient training, and more. So we'll connect Kay in just a second.
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me today.
Of course, it's our pleasure. I'm very much looking forward to hearing your presentation because we've just had a very, very insightful kind of roundtable debate around how we use AI in e-learning and what implications it might have. So I think your presentation just fits perfectly. And if you are ready to start, then I'm happy to yield the floor to you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Kay. Today, I'm going to share how to leverage AI to revolutionize your learning and development environment. I'm going to share how to create a learning platform for new hires at your company without any team support or budget using AI. And I'm just going to kind of walk through what I'm presenting. It will be 2 parts today. So I'll have the slides for one portion, and then I created a classroom using iSpring Learn that will show how to really bring these concepts to life. So I'm going to share how to utilize GPT to draft your initial course outlines focused on your industry's key topics. I'm going to share prompting techniques and things that you should be aware of, ideas on how to generate content. And because we only have 30 minutes, I'll just quickly go over looking at the custom GPTs. And here we go. For the walkthrough portion, I'm going to show how iSpring can, integrate with the AI content that you create. So share how to break down the products and services into manageable modules, employing iSpring as a central repository for learning and company materials, which was a use case that I thought was really interesting and I wasn't expecting when I first started using iSpring. Transforming extensive recordings into concise modular learning content with the help of AI, and adopting instructional design concept to ensure that your content remains fresh, relevant, and authentic. And I know April from iSpring really liked this one, so stay tuned. So today, attendees will gain insights into the innovative strategies for leveraging AI tools to develop and structure L&D content, practical tips for maintaining the relevance and authenticity of your learning materials, techniques for enhancing cross-departmental collaboration and breaking down those information silos that are pain points in a lot of companies, and then methods to create dynamic, engaging learning environment. And finally, I come with gifts. So I'm going to share 3 of my favorite AI newsletters. This industry's been around for a little bit, but it's moving at such a rapid pace lately. These newsletters are really great. They keep up with a lot of the changes that are happening like day to day. And then this is kind of a trend right now. Everybody's sharing their list of words that are a dead giveaway that something was written with AI. And I'll get into this a little bit more shortly. I'll say there is a stigma out there that some people have where they feel like if anything's written with AI, they want to immediately dismiss it. And that's really not the viewpoint that I have. My issue is not so much that something is written with AI. I assume that a lot of things are supported by AI to write them, or if not entirely. And I think in the next, 1 to 3 years, a lot of things are just going to be solely using AI. I'm going to just say is that the thing that I'm more, or that I care more about is who's prompting it, because that's really ultimately what matters when you're creating content with AI. So here is a screen grab of this fictitious company that I came up with, New Frontier AI. And congratulations to everybody attending today. You've all been hired to my new company. So I'm going to walk you through what a new hire experience is with the classroom content. And so once again, just to reiterate what I said earlier, I'm going to share some prompting techniques, things you should be aware of, ideas on how to generate content, and then quickly just discussing some of the custom GPTs that are available, especially in an L&D capacity. So before I read this prompt suggestion out loud, I just want to go back to me saying is, it's really about people who are prompting AI, because I think that really matters. And so when I share this prompt idea, the output that I'll get from something like GPT might be different for me than it is for you or for anyone else. Or even if I put this same prompt back to back, I could get a completely different output. And so really, as you're prompting it, it's not that you at least should just like ask it one time and then take the exact thing that it gives you at face value. You should follow up with additional prompting to really hone the content that you're trying to create. And it's kind of like kneading the dough. So you want to follow up with additional prompts as well. I don't know if you've read some articles where you're going through it and you're, looking at it and you're like, okay, clearly AI has played some part in writing this article. It's extremely verbose. However, the article's not really, it almost seems like 4 different trains of thought, and it's not very cohesive. That to me indicates that probably the person that was prompting just kind of took the first kind of output that it gave and then just ran with it, as opposed to really like curating and tweaking that content by following up with additional prompts. Okay, so the outline prompt idea that I have is to say, scan the following website, which is your company's website, and create an outline for a learning and development classroom to train new employees who are new to your industry, your company's culture, and your company's products or services. And I think this is a really great idea because, as you've heard from other speakers continuously throughout this conference, they stress the importance of not putting proprietary information into AI tools or platforms. And I definitely agree with that. As much as we're learning from AI, AI is learning from us. So it's important to make sure that your company's data is protected. But I think this is a really clever way to come up with content for the classroom, because anything on a company website is already public facing. It's already been approved. So it's already kind of out there. So I would hope, a company website wouldn't have anything proprietary on there. So I think it's a safe bet. And of course, always check with your company before doing so. But your company's website has a lot of useful resources on there. Your company's history and timeline, core values, maybe some white papers or articles, who are your partners, your products. It's a lot of good content to create outlines for your classroom for new hires to learn. So I'll show you in the next slide kind of what that looks like. I did it for iSpring, and it gave me kind of this really cool idea for the outline. And then when you're ready to build actual modules, if you like certain sections that it provides, you can ask it to expand on that particular section and keep expanding and expanding until you get enough information that you need to create the module. And then a couple of tips that I have is, if you do decide to generate the content for your modules using AI, ask it to use real, reputable online sources and link them throughout your work. And so from when I use GPT, what I noticed, it does one of two things. It either will footnote it, and it will put the number after the areas where it used online sources, and then it has the link to that source, or it will give the output, and then at the end of the output, it will give the links to all of the online sources that it used. And this is really great because, as somebody who's responsible for creating informational or educational content, you do have a responsibility to check those sources and make sure that they're legitimate sources, and also that the output that, whatever chatbot or AI that you're using is actually matching with those sources. So it's really a helpful, prompt for you. And then I have this pre and post. So I've heard this a few times already during this conference. AI can have the tendency to hallucinate. So simply ask it, do not hallucinate. And it doesn't guarantee it won't. But what you can do is, once it gives the output, you can ask it again, did you hallucinate any part of your work? Because when I was building out the classroom, I noticed that sometimes when I was checking these sources, like the links, some of the things it would say were a little bit off from what the source was saying. So that's why I would just follow up and ask it, did you hallucinate any part of your work? And I typically found most of the time it was okay, but every now and again it would say, well, I didn't hallucinate here, but I did hallucinate on these parts of it. And so then you, as a responsible prompter that you are, will then go back and forth with it to then fix that. Okay. So here is a screen grab of kind of what this would look like if you ask it to create an outline for new employees at your company. And so this is kind of what it looked like for iSpring. And what's really great about this is, once again, if you want to, tweak this to fit what your company needs, then you can simply ask it to, keep certain sections, remove certain sections, or add in additional sections. And then you're really just kind of continuously building what you need for your classroom. And then just lightly about the custom GPTs that are available. There are some custom instructional design and learning and development GPTs, and these are really great because they're curated specifically for like this task, right? So it kind of has this, pre-built kind of, framework that then you can build modules with. And what I like about some of the instructional design ones that I played around with is they'll explain why they structure things in a certain way. Or if you ask it to do like a Q&A or questions at the end of your module, it will explain why it selected particular questions and why it's relevant to your module. So I just thought that was really cool. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly show what this would then, when you're kind of going in depth to those bullet points, this is now what it looks like. You can come in and you can create all of these modules based on those bullet points. And so I will show you in a moment what that looks like in the classroom. Okay. When we go into the classroom, I'm just going to share how to break down your products and services into manageable modules, how to employ iSpring as a central repository for learning and your company materials, transforming extensive recordings into concise modular learning content with the help of AI, and then adopting an instructional design concept to ensure that your content remains fresh, relevant, and authentic, because you have the framework, you're putting all this work into building your content. How do you manage and maintain that and make sure that it's still relevant? So I'm going to try to share classroom now. Hopefully this works. Okay. Hopefully you can see me, and if you can't see the screen, let me know. Chris, can you see?
Yeah,
good.
We can. All good.
Amazing. Okay, so you are now in the classroom. And like I said, I used GPT just to kind of create this concept of like things to put on the classroom catalog, and then used like kind of the prompts to then go deeper and create these mini modules. So I'm going to go into this one since we're all now new hires at my fake company. And we're going to go in here. And let's look at the first one. So GPT suggested that to put a welcome letter or a video from the CEO as like an intro. And I saw yesterday somebody shared that, you can make the, realistic people speaking and everything, which is really great. I am not experienced enough to do that, but I thought that was really cool. But for this, I just did the letter. That's where I'm at right now. But yeah, and this is the fictitious CEO of this company, iSpring, just welcoming everybody in the classroom. And like I said, using the company website is a really great resource for building ideas for the outline. So here it's like company history, so a timeline. And then I use the flashcards tool that iSpring Learn has to then kind of give this information about the timeline. And what I like about the flashcards and a lot of the tools that iSpring Learn has is you can break up your content. So it's not just like a wordy page and, people who are going through it get bored very easily. It's nice to have that kind of break. And then they also have the quote tools, so you can really highlight, certain talking points or like your mission statement. Same with the vision statement here. Go in here. And then this I really like too is the text on image. So I used it in this instance for, core values. And it really, you can change the filter color of the photo and really make those core values pop. And once again, all this content was built just with AI and going back and forth with it. And then I'm going to take you to one more module. Here. Okay, part 2. So industry and impact. I just wanted to share that you can use, you can embed videos into your content, and, short form video content is king. A lot of people prefer this method of receiving information. So it's good to kind of break it up and have some, video content in there as well. And so this is kind of what that looks like. And then I'll share a couple more things in here. I wish that I had like L&D expert right now to ask, because I read somewhere that putting information on flashcards, like when you put the information on the flashcard later on, when you're recapping at the end of your module, you want to also put it in a different format, like a writing format. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, okay, let's ask in the chat. Say, I'm sure there are so many e-learning experts who will be able to give their comment on that. So let's see what they have for us. And you can continue and I'll collect the answers and share with you later.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks. I'm just curious because I thought that was very interesting, to reinforce it maybe. I don't know. Um, okay. And then the last page I'll show just for these intro modules is just an idea I had. If your company has white papers or case studies, you can create images and then you can put a link to your image that will take you directly to whether you have a public facing company, share folder or your website. You're basically directing new hires and new learners to that content itself. And so, some people might ask, like, why don't you go directly to the website and tell people to read things there? And I just say that a website has a different use case than a learning and development classroom in that, the end users are different. And also a website is more constructed to, for sales or to attract investors to the site or maybe partners. Whereas an internal L&D platform, the user is your, fellow employees. So it's definitely curated differently. It's built to help people process the information in order to retain it versus a company website that might not be the ultimate goal to have people memorize things or, break it down in that granular level like a classroom does. So that's my perspective on that, why you wouldn't just send them to a company website and say, memorize this, because it's not constructed in a way that's for that, in my opinion. Okay. So before I get into the products and services training, this was really cool that I discovered as I was kind of building out the classroom, and I really like this. I just want to talk about an idea really quick about creating some video content that you might already have that might be an hour to an hour and a half long, and you're not quite sure how to refurbish that. One idea is we're on Zoom now. There's a lot of video conferencing platforms, and they have AI integration. And a lot of that AI not only transcribes, your calls, but it can also create smart chapters. And the smart chapters will show the minute marks where that particular smart chapter is with the description of what was discussed at that point in the video. So what you can do is, I'm sure there are services you can pay to basically, upload the video and have it do this for you, but I haven't seen any that are free. So we're going to go with what we have. And so I would just say, set a meeting with yourself, share your screen, share the volume, record it with the AI feature. It will break that recording that you've already had into the smart chapters. You can then create, for anyone that's used iSpring, Learn, or any way you want to do it, you can then create a page, and then on each section of the page you can put that short video at the top of your page and then put the smart chapter summary underneath, and you can do that for each page, so that instead of having somebody sit through an hour to an hour and a half long video, you can actually, have them just look at the different topics on the, left-hand column, and they can go to the subject matter that they're most interested in learning about and only have to watch a few minutes as opposed to the full video. Okay. And then here, this was just kind of another thing I used, GPT to come up with, the different products. And so this section here, and this is what I really like about iSpring, is they have this capability where you can create a whole experience going in. And so this is what I mean by breaking down information silos, is you can create mini modules. So if you have this product to quickly, go over what this is, you can also link out documents. This is just kind of a fake document that I linked out, but it can just take you directly there. Or you can link directly out to whatever resources that you have. And, that's important because a lot of teams in companies, they use different platforms. They have different ways that they save their information. So it's a really nice way to kind of put everything in one place and link out. And you don't have to necessarily worry about, if you don't want certain people accessing certain, platforms or, folders or whatever, it takes you to the link. The link will take you there, but you might need a password to access. But it's just really great from, a higher level perspective, is just to see kind of what everybody's working on all at once. And then if you have a new hire that you're training and you want to get them quickly, up to speed on your products or services, you can have like videos and demos here that they can just run through themselves if they, need to learn about that. And then any kind of, documents, materials, so technical specification sheets, or if you have any sales materials, that can all be housed here. And then workspaces. So what platforms are teams using? Is it Figma? Is it, Asana? Is it Basecamp? What, it can all go here. And then any kind of white papers and case studies as well. And so I just really like this feature. For some reason, aesthetically, like this works for me. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think too. And okay, so now I'm going to take you to another feature that I really like, is the news feature. And so I really like this because now you've just changed the classroom into kind of a culture hub. And so now there's more to just coming in and taking modules. You get an experience. And so I like the news feature because now you can direct employees to different articles that are related to your industry all in one place. And what's really cool is like these will create pages. And then what you can do as the page is you can have the article, populate, the link can show up there like embedded, or you can share the image from the article, put a brief summary of the article, and then link directly to open it. And it will take you right there. And then another thing is you can put company announcements and like team newsletters directly in this platform. And I think that's really great feature to have. It's this way you're not flooding if you have Slack, like you're not flooding the Slack channels with a bunch of announcements. So it's actually pretty great. And then the last thing I'll share on this portion here is the knowledge base. So the knowledge base I really like as well. And I asked GPT to kind of give me a list of things that employees would need to be knowledgeable about if you're a new hire and you're just kind of, getting used to the company. And it gave me ideas of things to put into different folders. And what's really great about these folders is you can either directly upload documentation, or once again, you can link out. And I love that feature because that's super helpful because we don't just all use one platform. That's not realistic. So it's really great to have that available. And so all of these folders here. So if I'm a new hire and I'm like, oh, I need IT support, here, boom, it's right there. I really like that feature. And then now I'm going to kind of show the back end. One last thing that I know April really liked. And this, if you've used iSpring before, you know that when you create, your pages and your like for your modules, let me show you. When you go to the general portion, you're adding in, your title, maybe a subtitle, some description of what this is, how long this takes to run through. And then I use the tag section. A lot of people use that more to say what the subject matter is. I used it more as like a way to maintain your classroom content. So it's like, okay, who was the last person to update this classroom? And when was the last time it was updated? And then what company materials were used while making this? And I think this is really important because a lot of times when people are trying to maintain, database or, platform, they'll house all this information on an Excel document that's lost in the corporate ether somewhere. So it's really good that this is available and I just kind of had this in this way just because then it's right here and you won't lose it. And then it's really nice. So if your team decides that you now want to, make sure that you're updating content biannually, you can then go into your classroom and search for, any content that was created, like let's say it's biannually, it's Q3 2024. You can now go search for things that were, created in Q1 and Q2 2024. So it's a really nice way to make sure that you're maintaining the database. And that, let me see if I can go back to the slides here. Oh, wait. I don't know why it's like not letting me reshare the slides,
Don't
but
worry. Take your time. You still have several minutes to make sure it works well.
Yeah. What I want to say too is like, a year ago, I was creating the trial, for iSpring, and it's just really cool that, today I'm here and I'm presenting. And so like, you know, everybody that's watching today, you know, you could be here, you know, a year from now. And it's just, you know, the experience that I had, you know, working with iSpring, from the initial setting up the demo, the team reaching out, it was a very positive experience. And, you know, April's great as well. And every person that I've been in contact with throughout my experiences just made it such an enjoyable one. And so I just, you know, can't express how much I really, you know, love iSpring, and I love, you know, your classroom content and your products and everything. So, yeah, I think we can open the floor up to some Q&A if that's okay. Oh,
yes, thank you so much, Kay. I really, really appreciate that. And your sweet words in the end, so heartwarming. Appreciate that. So let's get down to Q&A. But before we do, I would love to just say that there were some comments about the flashcards. And there were some different opinions, and people were suggesting quizzes after flashcards are offered, and then rewriting the content on the flashcards so that the content is a bit different or is reworded. But there was generally no big rejection of that. So, right.
It's really interesting because, like, all right, there are people who are really experienced in the chat. I was just a new employee in search of just a solution to share educational content. And this, you know, whole industry is just so interesting as I'm like learning more about it. So I'm going to actually go back and like reread the chat after this at some point.
Yes, please do. Yeah. I'll just ask a very quick question. How much time did it take you to prep the things that you have shared with us today?
To be honest, the content itself, super easy, because I have been doing this back and forth with GPT for like months and months on end for other, you know, projects. That was easy. The actual like creating the images actually took more time than it did to actually create the, you know, module content. And also this is a fictitious company. So, you know, you don't have to really, you know, go as deep as you would if it was your actual company, you know. So I would say it was pretty quick, but when I was working at the previous company that I was working at, building out that content did take a little bit longer. And it's only because it's important to really do your due diligence and make sure that that content is accurate and it's current and it's updated. So like that's a whole thing. And then, you know, making sure that you're getting all the information from the different teams as well takes time. So,
right.
Yeah.
There's another question from a user whose nick I would never be able to pronounce because this is just a combination of letters. So, Kay, how did you come up with this idea about tags? That's a real treasure.
To be honest, okay, so if we go back in like my work history, at one point, this is before pandemic, I decided that I was going to work 100% virtually as an EA, and it was kind of unheard of at the time. And so in order to start, you had to have like multiple client accounts. And so I had to work with multiple businesses at once. So it was multiple executive teams. So I'd have like 2 hours with this team, 4 hours here. And each company used different platforms. And when I was first starting out, I knew some of the platforms, but I didn't, you know them all, but I would just say, yes, I know how to use them. And then I would go on, you know, YouTube and look at demos, or like go and, you know, create a demo myself and run through it. And so really what I was doing is looking at all the bells and whistles that that every platform possibly had, because I wanted to then become the resource, so that then I would stay with those teams and grow with those teams and like build my accounts up. So it's like the concept, I'm not really quite sure where, but it's just like I was just playing around with it, and I just, you know, got to the tag section, and it just kind of came, you know, I was like, oh, this is great.
Right. So there are lots of words of appreciation in the chat about that. And if you don't mind, we are running out of time, or are running out of time already. And I know you need to rush as well. Just a very last quick thing. Did we miss the sharing of the AI newsletters mentioned in the beginning?
Oh, I sent April
in Hangouts.
Yeah, they're in the
Yes,
hands.
okay.
Sorry about that.
Super.
Yes, check
No,
them
no, it's
out.
all right.
They're really, really great. And I'm like, I love having them come in daily because, like I said, like as we all know, this industry is, you know, moving so quickly.
Yeah.
But you know, it's nice to have these newsletters, and you know, you can kind of scan through it, and they're entertaining, and I really enjoy them.
Super. Yeah, we have the link already sent. Just wanted to double check that they're found there. All right.
Cool.
That's super. Okay. Wish you the very, very lovely end of Friday and a lovely weekend. Thank you so much for being with us. If you are able to reconnect later for the end of the session after whatever your plans are for today, feel free because we still have many sessions coming up. It's a very long conference day today. So appreciate again, a lot of your input has been extremely, extremely helpful. And I would say all of it has been very insightful. So let's look forward to some more meetings with an iSpring and maybe beyond.
Yeah, I would love that. Thank you so much. And, you know, thank you to everybody at iSpring. And April, I know you're in the chat somewhere. Thank you so much because, yeah, she is absolutely amazing. So, yeah, thank you.
I couldn't argue with that for a single second. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right.
Take care. Right. That was a very insightful presentation. That's true. And I'd like to remind you all, guys, that if you can enhance your L&D environment with our reliable LMS, then it's a great opportunity for you to choose iSpring Learn. And if you want to test drive all of our e-learning tools, then check out our exclusive 3-month offer. I think that's what really can help you make your mind about it. Now, let's take a very quick 10-minute break and come back for another session from Alexander Salas to uncover LMS strategies to activate social learning. And don't forget to have some little digital detox and have a little breather, and then, of course, come back in 10. Glad to see you all back, guys. I'm very excited for the next session because we are going to welcome Alex Salas, who will uncover LMS strategies to activate social learning. But before I introduce Alex and his credentials, I would like to kindly ask you to give me some very quick recap of how you're feeling right now, because we've already been going through a lot of very intense presentations, and I know some of you might already be tired. So it's good to hear just in a few words how you guys are feeling. If you're still energized, or maybe you would like to have a little longer break, maybe you're craving for another cup of coffee. How are you doing there on the other side of the screen? You're motivated, a little bit tired, but don't want to stop. Right, don't want to miss a thing, because you don't want to miss a thing. All right, Audrey, super encouraged, focused, amazing. Your encouragement, motivation, and focus help me greatly. So let's get started. Alexander, as I promised to introduce him, is a certified professional of talent development, CompTIA certified technical trainer, Scrum Alliance Scrum Master, and a Scrum certified product owner. Alexander's passions are creating amazing learning experiences and sound instructional system design practices. In today's session, Alex will focus on social learning as a powerful cultivator of innovation and LMS adoption in organizations. And I hope we'll all learn a few strategies that can emphasize knowledge sharing, role modeling, and employee engagement. So now we will connect with Alexander in just a few seconds. Alex, we're online. Do you hear me?
Oh, it is. Hi there. How are you, Chris? An
Yeah.
awesome singing skills you got.
Yeah, thank you. I'm doing very well and super excited to hear about that, because I think your session is probably going to be one of the most helpful for our family, because I'm going to share this one with my husband, who's also a product owner, works a lot with Scrum Masters. So I'm actually looking forward for a lot of personal value here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm excited and thank you so much for the opportunity. And I see that this is, I'm looking at the feed here, looking at the comments. Awesome stuff. As I mentioned before, we got like 3 monitors going on. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's so great the participation that we see here. So this is going to be fun.
Super. I'm glad to hear you're also doing great. And without further ado, I yield the floor to you, Alex.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's do it. Let's do it. All righty. So welcome everyone, and thank you so much for being here. Let me know if we get the feed here. We can see the screen and everything's good. And besides that, I just want to make sure that we give a shout out to iSpring for facilitating this awesome 2 days of getting together and sharing many speakers and great experiences and learning. So, you know, applause everybody there, throw in emojis, maybe let us know how happy you feel about it. I feel super great about it, and I'm great that I can share this Friday afternoon with you. So today we're going to talk about LMS strategies to activate social learning, and it's going to be a bit of a journey that we're going to take into social learning itself, being that it is has somewhat of a theoretical pieces of it, some of that knowledge that we need to know, that we should know and need to be mindful. And I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and you heard all the credentials and stuff like that. But really, you know, I started like everybody else, got into learning and development, training and facilitation, helping people do their best and be able to achieve their best at companies. I started in the corporate setting after serving in the military, and you know, couldn't stop from there, and that led me into instructional design and eventually LMS administration. So my view of LMS administration is actually one of experience, that I manage other products, major corporate products for 40,000 individuals in corporations, and had to deal with the various challenges you will face when you're managing a system for so many users. I mean, there are many groups, especially if the company is nationally dispersed. Now you have groups that, you know, reside in California, and they have compliance requirements that are quite different than other places. So yeah, It's it was a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful circle or wrap up experience that I had there. As you are commenting here, thank you everybody for saying hello and thank you for being here. I know you're tired, so and I know it's been a lot. So I know your brain right now is a little melty. You know, got the melts going on, but that's okay. You know, we're getting there, and it's the afternoon, and we'll have some fun. As you are integrating here and you're commenting, start sharing for you what social learning means. Give us a little bit of your thoughts on that. What is social learning to you? What actually does it mean to you? And share those thoughts. I know there's a little bit of a delay because we're doing the YouTube live stuff. So I'll give you a few seconds to come around with that. And as we go along, I'll let you know about our journey coming up. So the plan here is to discuss social learning itself. We're going to get your comments here, hopefully from, you know, what is it that you perceive to be social learning? And I'll give you a little bit of the findings that I have for it. We'll discuss a very helpful sort of framework or paradigm out there called the PRIME acronym. And that it comes from research in social, specifically for digital and social media. And then the LMS strategies for that. And then hopefully, you know, we get to do a quick demo here and with iSpring Learn. So we have a great comment from Mary saying students collaborating with each other. Awesome. Interaction with other learners as they learn. Yeah, exactly. Learning from each other. I see your comments there. And as I say, we end up with a demo and kind of show you some of the mechanisms that we have there that you can take advantage of with iSpring Learn today. And obviously using iSpring Learn because the folks here have been really helpful and provided me with the environment to show you that and that you can take advantage later on. And see other comments that we have. Peer-to-peer learning, awesome. Yeah, so you know, social learning goes back a long time. I think if you can think of, I mean, think about when fire was discovered, right? Like you probably was like two people hanging out or one hanging out, saw the fire, and then the other one went, right? And then here we are today with the amazing capabilities that we have. So social learning is about collaboration. Everybody mentioned here quite a bit, but there are some elements in there in how that collaboration happens. So one is observation, right? So regardless of whether you're looking at from the student perspective, being that it's academic or you're doing school type of work, or if you're doing workplace learning, there is observation. And observation can start individually and spread through the group, right? So meaning that you are observing the phenomena, you're observing what's happening, and you are paying attention, and that's becoming information that you can use in your learning. So in this little graph that you have here, which is a collaboration and credit to DALL-E or ChatGPT, you know, image creation. You have a little story of Jimmy and Tom that went together, running at the park, having fun. And here we notice that for whatever reason, the banana peel that I asked for happens to be part of the road, or it is so huge that it's bigger than Jimmy. But in this perspective, we notice that one kid falls, the other one continues to laugh and, you know, hangs out. But the reality here that you think about it, if we talk about observation and gathering things, is that as kids, you got two things happening here. And one is the experience that Jimmy is having, who is the kid that fell, and Tommy is having, which he might be laughing because he's having such a great time, or he might be laughing because it's funny that Jimmy fell. Who knows? But the association that can be made here is that the banana peel is the source of the fall. Right. So there is a little bit of learning. Next time they see a banana peel, what do you think the behavior will be? So it's something to think about. We got a great comment from Raymond says, I think social learning can be as formal as a group cohort or collaborative training down to seeing and observing others and picking tips and tricks for improvement. Awesome stuff. Thank you for sharing that. So observation is critical. That's one thing. And that could be observation again, from the individual perspective and seeing what others are doing. And then we have imitation and copying. Okay, so in imitation and copying, there is this iconic image you see here is artwork, and is a Comanche woman from the artist Eric Tippeconic. And this is out in the Bullock Museum. I recently took this shot, the screenshot. But this is a Comanche woman. So if you know history in the United States, Native Americans, there was the use of the rifle by the tribes, right? But that was not inherent to them. So it became an element of social learning, if you think of it, because there's a new concept introduced. There is a need that needs to be met. And the rifle became a tool that was a critical tool to survive a new technology, right? So they were fighting the specific forces. There was a mismatch in technology and ability. So they realized that that was part of that. Now, if you go check the history, you also know that they didn't just replace everything with the rifle. And as a matter of fact, there wasn't a lot of fighting with the rifle on horseback, but they did use the rifle when they had to help and protect their campsites. And that is because the utility and the ability to learn together. So, I mean, you can only imagine what this is like, because it's a very interesting thing. It's like, if you've never seen this, the first time you ever seen something like this, you're seeing an object you never knew. Now introduce a whole different way of you looking at things. And this then spreads from learner to learner, right? From one person to another person to another person. You can compare this to the workplace learning, and it's the same situation. So that's how you get progress. So imitation and copying is not so much is part of observation. You go and observe things, and then you try to emulate those actions. And then on your own personal experience, you start improving on those. Okay, so let's go back to workplace learning then. So what happens a lot in workplace learning? We've seen great activities, right? Where you get together, you share expertise. What do you call this? Share experiences, right? You get the group work. We've seen it in your comments. You say peer-to-peer, working together. Exactly. And that is because now you're combining the knowledge, the learning, and the experience of many different people with many different abilities, with many different backgrounds. And each person is enriching one of the others. This is not about one person knows way more than the other or not, because a person that has a lot of expertise can still learn from someone that has less expertise, simply because, you know, we all have different lives and different journeys. So that's the beauty here of socially learning. So Albert Bandura is, you know, credited pretty much with a lot of the work of social learning. I mean, one of the experiments that he did, he put a bunch of kids together in a room, and there was a sort of like a doll or something labeled bad, or, you know, something to be done, and it was observed, and one of the kids started just punching the thing, and then everybody else started punching the thing. So I mean, you see where where there's influence in observation, and there's influence in what we see as people learn different behaviors. And I mean, if you look around, you also see that there are many factors there that kind of align and correlate to what we do. So we have some comments there from Amber, different perspectives. And then Raymond says, this is also why it's so important for leaders to model behavior. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Now that you say that, Raymond, it must be like you probably read this. This is the first time I ever presented this, but you are like picking this up, man. So we have modeling. So yes, modeling then is another element of social learning. So just to recap with you, right? And if you are paying attention, you're really liking the stuff, go ahead and comment and let me know. What was the first thing? Was it observation? Maybe was it imitation? What was it? And modeling. And now we get into modeling. And modeling is now what really applies more from the designer point of view, from the teacher point of view, meaning that you are exhibiting the right way or the optimal way. And that provides a pathway for your learner, student, or anybody that needs to learn to follow that path, right? So this is critical. Modeling is a great thing. So when it comes to social learning in enterprise environments, and especially using digital learning, in other words, digital mechanisms and tech, i.e. your LMS or your chat and whatnot, you're going to have to model that behavior. You're going to have to get a group together, get some people behind you, some champions, right? And have those people constantly exhibit that behavior so others then can emulate it. So social learning in our company, says Kate, is a scheduled virtual roundtable discussion. Awesome. On a topic participants choose to organically in the moment. Oh, right. That's very interesting. That's nice. And also it doesn't feel that formal, doesn't feel that constrained. So that's pretty awesome. Like that. All right. So we are here then to talk about how do we socially learn in terms of the framework that I was discussing, which is the PRIME framework. So Brady et al., and that means, Brady and friends, or I should call them the Brady Bunch, maybe. Sorry, I'm a dad, so I got dad jokes. So Brady, the scientists they did some research and they looked at the algorithms and the interactions in social media and the learning aspects of that, or what really drives people to follow and do social interactions. So they come up with this, they found out, doing a literary review, meaning looking at all the science and research out there, they found that in this specific environment, which is digital, you'll see 4 different reasons why people really engage in social learning, in social interactions. And that is prestigious, meaning that you're following the person. Again, we'll go back to modeling. You're following someone that is influential in a specific interest that you have. And that you see all the time. That's why you follow some people on LinkedIn. That's why you follow people in different places, here on YouTube. So you're interested in what they're doing. You want to learn more about what they're doing. And you'll find this quite a bit. So in your workplace learning, you should be looking at those things. Then we have in group, and that is the connection piece that we're talking about. Groups with similar interests, they are sharing this knowledge. The moral component, the M in PRIME, is that you also want to follow some ethical or moral compass so in your workplace learning, there could be maybe groups that are research groups for climate change, or how can the company do things better here and there. And when it comes to learning, how can your teams do things better? And emotionally, obviously, we can never take that out. Emotional is probably a huge part of what we learn, the beginning of things, right? So we get, that's what drives interest and drive and everything else. So in terms of looking at they looked at social media, you see these different things. Like academia, you'll have prestige and people that are professors and whatnot, or well-known researchers. In group, different tendencies, or whether they're politicians or not, or the politics, moralized and emotional. And the algorithms will tend to amplify that. And, in this world, your LMSs are now getting algorithms-based, AI-based infusion, so that helps out with what it is. But since it's all text, it could also be, there could be social misperceptions, and that's why it's good, as your groups are formed, that you have that clear communication and you have that. So when we look at LMS strategies now, right, we know the social learning, if you think about it, we talked about observation, we talked about imitation and copying, and modeling. Those are the 4 tenets. You can follow the framework in the digital component. And what can you do with your LMS really to get this going? So you can start communities of practice. So those are groups that have common resources. You have experts in those groups, and those groups then further the cause of knowledge and further the cause of learning in specific topics, sharing that expertise. Because not everything is going to be or has to be contained in courses. You can use social tech, right? Your Microsoft, your all different chat environments that you have. If it's well organized, you can use that. But guess what? LMSs now provide that capability where you can actually interact directly with your instructors and about a course, about content in a course. And you can use chats and knowledge sharing. And so if you think about it, I will call that to be the modeling, imitation, and copy. So if you're already, a small to medium business group, I mean, anybody can do this no matter what size they are. But if you're small to medium, the LMS can play way more a role of what you're perceptually thinking of in the beginning traditionally, which is, oh yeah, that's where I take my courses. Course. They could actually be a place where things are like, and the good thing about the LMS from this perspective is that it provides a log of those interactions. So what does that do in terms of intelligence from the LMS, from the learning leader side? You can report on the things that are being said and done. So that is it in terms of what the content is based. I'm going to give you a quick demo on iSpring Learn of what those elements are and what that may look like and how it could be used. And then we'll wrap up, have some questions that you can ask, start thinking about your questions maybe. And I really want to thank you all for being here, but let's go into the demo real quick. And you can catch me on LinkedIn by the QR code and the link. I'll also, let me go ahead and share now, where I'll switch and share to the iSpring Learn setup.
Just want to say, Alex, I'm admiring the fact that you managed to both interact with the audience and continue your presentation at the same time, which is basically making me jobless here, but that's all right. I always enjoy when somebody is able to juggle different things at the same time. So just kudos to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a while. All right, so I am now here. When you see me, you'll see two views of iSpring Learn. There is, of course, this wouldn't be the full setup, obviously, everything you need, because it will be best if you have something customized. But we'll show you the learner experience, which is this tab, and then the dashboard experience, the administrator side experience, right? So let's start with the administrator side and sort of like the skills, or let's say the tools that you have to really be able to deliver the social learning aspects and strategies we were talking about. So if you're going to set up sort of like a group of a community of practice, or set up groups that are going to share specific knowledge, one thing that you can go into is that knowledge base and take advantage of the knowledge base, right? So the knowledge base can be classified by different groups, by different folders per se, right? And those folders can contain that content. So let's say if you're interested in AI video generation, then you can have a nice link to a guy that's really nice doing AI videos lately. I don't know who that is. I don't know, maybe. Yeah. So
Could that be? I don't know.
Shameless plug, yeah. So the Corpraxis channel, that's where I'm at. But if let's say you want to share specific knowledge, maybe doesn't need to be in a folder, and you want to know, hey, how can our teams develop learning objectives and not specifically be tied to, kind of in some areas, not specifically tied to Bloom's taxonomy. Oh, wait, there's a knowledge here from Mager's behavioral objectives. Cool. Here's a link to the book. Let me go check it out. So again, knowledge base is a great way to share knowledge and do that in an organized way. You can set it up by folders, and you can then provide that content to specific groups of users or have it publicly available. Now, when it comes to the learner view of that, right? From the learner perspective, then you want to look at, okay, I completed my course, or I'm here looking at my course. Cool. I can click on this. When I look at that, there's an outline, there's information about the course. There are reviews, of course, that's more for the team, but there is questions and answers, questions and responses specifically to that content, to that course content and topic. So if there was further discussion that needed to be had, this is something that can be available for users, your learners, and have your experts in the field answer the questions for the people that design the course, be able to interact with the learners and provide that. And this can be beneficial in both areas, right? So Remember that if we look at the original formats of instructional systems design, you want to have not only evaluations of how well the learning did, or the training did, but specifically, how can you improve it? How can you improve the process by which you created that course? So in that specific thing, this would be great because to provide you some insights, there might be questions to reveal blind spots that perhaps you miss as a design team. So very important. So that is the knowledge base, but the component that it's also available is questions and answers. And from an administrative perspective, I'm going to switch back to administrative side, right? So this is what the administrator will see. You can go into where am I? Course questions. There we go. So we got knowledge base, course questions. So in course questions, there is that one course where someone put the question, right? And as an administrator and as someone that has this access, I can see, okay, they asked that question, cool. And what was the response? Oh, it was that. All right, awesome. And so there are controls there to deal with that. So those mechanisms are great. They provide communication to and fro. It could be a one-on-one or one-to-many, and there's also communication that can happen, from communicating with the instructor. Aside from that, that I can see that is interesting as well is the ability, often in corporate learning, you'll find this scenario, right? Where you have your group working together. There are some doubts that took this course, but are not doing this thing well. Well, this on-the-job training module is very interesting, the way they approach this on iSpring. So the fact that you can set up a session real quick, this happens all the time anyway, right? It happens in companies, but the problem with that is that it happens and you can't catch it, you can't report on it, it's not logged. So this is a great way to kind of break down a specific task, let's say, in this case, the floor sales representative task checklist, and then say, you know what, let's have this conversation, let's have this session right now, let's go into it, get on a Zoom call, do a session, but it's logged, so you can see, then it could give you a good insight into performance down the road. So that is it for me. I would love to address any questions that you may have. And again, I want to thank iSpring, Chris, and everybody else, April, for bringing me on. And yeah, I see already a question in the chat, but I'm going to let Chris do her job, because, I don't know, but I can sing too.
That's all right, Alex. I feel totally fine about if you wish to read the question yourself, but wouldn't we be promoting collaboration as models in the concept of social learning if we have a dialogue? Don't you think that would be better?
Absolutely. We can model that.
Right? So Audrey's asking, how can the L&D team create a proof of concept for social learning?
Okay, yeah, so that's an excellent question, specifically because when you think about the proof of concept, it's going to be critical that it's going to help you share something that people can actually see, right? Something that people can actually experience, rather than just throwing an idea out there. This happens a lot in companies. I've done this. I've been in companies. You share the idea and then it's like, whoops, flat, and then nobody sees it, nobody cares. So how to do that? Well, the main thing is, I'll say, if you, in your current LMS, do what you need to do in your current LMS. But let's say your current LMS does not provide that capability and you don't really have access to a lot of technology you can bring. The last thing that your company leaders want to hear is that you want to spend more money, right? So if you can if your LMS does not do the thing, obviously get a free trial of something like iSpring Learn or an LMS that enables this type of technologies, and then do a quick sample of the interactions that can happen and how they can happen. That is to give you the, let's say, license to do a quick pilot, right? And you should have a good set of a plan that you want to set up with this, right? So, hey, look, it's going to be 6 months. We're going to engage these 2 groups of people. It's about 20 people. And we're going to have them share this and this and that. And then we're going to gather feedback through surveys or gather feedback through focus groups as to what that experience looks like. And it's something that we can use. And
Right.
that give you a much better case than just saying, hey, this is my idea, don't shoot it down. You know?
Right. We do have another minute for a super quick question from a user, Sake of Destiny, and at my own moderators will, I would also add up a little bit on top of that. The question says, how can we encourage shy learners to participate in social learning? And I would add, how can you participate the representatives of cultures that don't feel comfortable opening up much or observing their weak connections to participate in social learning? Because this is often the case for American teams, at least. When somebody comes from Southeast Asia, they are much less open to social learning in a new American environment.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, one thing you got to understand that this is not going to be a turn the lights on and we're in here. This is going to be work. It's behavior change. So regardless of the case, you know, if it's a shy learner, if it's someone that is not my thing, that's not what we do. Well, you have a company culture, right? You have sort of like a workplace culture. And that doesn't mean, you know, what you do, you're not, I would like to think that you're not exactly yourself at work all the time, like 100%. There's some of you in there, but you're not, you know, it's, we're in the workplace and we have a specific culture. So yeah, it has to be, you know, share from the top and from the bottom. And the idea is to provide opportunities that are consistent, right? So those principles that we talked about in social learning,
Right.
people need to see you, observe you, right? Doing the thing. Oh, this is a thing. We're doing this now. Cool. And you have to, you know, allow them to imitate, to copy, to not feel ashamed, to not feel, you know, left out. And
Right.
so it takes quite a bit of time, and it's something that will happen slowly, but it will happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. I'm sure it would be great if you stay with us for a little longer and maybe also participate in our chat discussion. And I'll say thank you and see you soon at other iSpring events.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. Have a great one. And Raymond, I see your question. I'll address it in the chat.
Great. Thanks. Super. And just a kind reminder to everyone, social learning is indeed a powerful tool to enhance training. So you can leverage it with iSpring Learn, as demonstrated by Alex. From collaboration features to competitive engagement, our LMS has all you need to spark knowledge exchange in your team. And next up, we'll have somebody who will definitely share a lot about compliance needs within one tool. It's going to be a joint presentation by Natalie Taylor and Ina Soller. Natalie Taylor is a senior e-learning consultant at iSpring. She loves helping businesses grow by combining effective corporate training strategies with the right e-learning software, while Ina Soller is a senior account manager at iSpring and a B2B results-driven expert with 9 years of experience. Ina adapts clients' business needs to solution capabilities and helps with smooth implementation. Well, today, Ina and Natalie will reveal the benefits of LMS for various onboarding scenarios. And you'll discover how to use and enhance your organization's onboarding and training process. We'll connect with them in a minute. We have Ina and Natalie with us. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
Hello.
Good to see
Hi,
you.
Chris.
How are you doing, Natalie?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself?
All right. Getting a little tired, but I'm sure you'll give me extra energy because I'm sure your presentation is going to be very energetic, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I like it.
Ina, how about yourself?
I'm perfect. I had birthday yesterday, so I'm full of energy.
Wow, you must have collected a lot of positive energy from yesterday's wishes and will be ready to share that with us, right? Oh, wow, we're privileged. All right, super. Ladies, break a leg. Without further ado, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to have you here today. It's fantastic to see how many of you are joining us. Thank you so much. And could you be kind and let me know if you can hear me okay and see everything all right? And just in case, keep it in mind, if there is any issues, don't hesitate to drop a quick message in the chat. Just let me check if everything's okay. Okay,
All good.
Perfect, wonderful. So it looks like everything is running smoothly. Thanks a bunch for joining us today. I'm Marina, a senior account executive at iSpring, and I'm a B2B result-driven expert with 9 years prior experience. And I'm confident that effective e-learning solutions will help you increase your company's ROI and employee efficiencies. And employees are the engine powering company success, right? So, and I can assist you to adapt business needs to solution capabilities and help with smooth implementation. So this is my colleague, Natalie. Hi, Natalie.
Hello. So yes, I'm Natalie. I'm a senior e-learning consultant here at iSpring. I've had the pleasure of working with over 300 companies throughout North America, helping them customize e-learning solutions to fit their specific needs. And I can genuinely say that I absolutely love what I do. I truly believe that effective compliance training can be a game changer for businesses, and I'm really excited to talk to you today about how iSpring can help you tackle compliance training challenges head-on. With our tools, including robust reporting and supervisor dashboards, you can ensure 100% completion rates and gain deep insights into your employees' training process.
Okay, wonderful. So guys, in today's session, we will cover the following. First of all, we will go over what an LMS is. Next, we will list some of the biggest challenges that come with maintaining compliance training. Then Natalie will demonstrate key features in iSpring LMS and show how each of these challenges can be overcome with iSpring Learn LMS. During the session, feel free to ask any questions, please. You have them. And the question tab is going to be on the right side of your webinar window. We will save some time for a Q&A session at the end, no worries. So I'm sure that you all are well aware that compliance training isn't just a box to tick, right? It is critical investment in your organization's success. By prioritizing compliance training, you can mitigate risks, avoid costly legal penalties, and safeguard your company's reputation. Failing to meet compliance standards can be a costly mistake. Just consider these eye-opening stats. Binance faced a staggering $4 billion penalty for non-compliance, while JP Morgan was fined $200 million for record-keeping violations. And Marriott received $124 million fine in 2019 alone. But it's not just about the financial risks, right? Non-compliance can be jeopardize safety, potentially costing lives. So clearly the stakes are incredibly high. So of course, we all want to remain within the compliance zone, but meeting compliance brings its own unique set of challenges. So let's continue with some compliance challenges. First of all, a complex regulatory environment. If your company operates in multiple regions or industries, you often have to comply with a wide array of regulations and standards, which can be complex and constantly evolving, right? Of course, employee training. So this is the main focus at iSpring. And we understand that ensuring that all employees receive adequate training and compliance requirements can be difficult, and especially in large organizations with diverse workforce populations. Documentation and record keeping. So maintaining accurate records and documentations to demonstrate compliance with regulatory requirements, it is crucial. However, Manual record-keeping process can be stressful and prone to human error. Resources constraints. So limited resources, both in terms of budget and personnel, can be posed to maintaining compliance standards. And of course, data security may be the most popular, right? And with increasing concerns about data security and privacy, organizations must navigate complex regulations such as GDPR or CCPA, which can be a daunting task. All right, so I'm just curious, as we've gone through these very thorough list of challenges, do any of these sound familiar to you? Which challenges do you run into at your workplaces? So now you see the question on your screen. Could you be kind and just reply on the right side of your webinar window? We're just curious to see what is going on in your company.
Yeah, right. We will get the results from the participants within just maybe 30 seconds or so, because there is a little delay between YouTube and the streaming. So let's see. We are going to have some of the answers, hopefully very, very quickly. But before we have, Ina, how about your clients? What do they say are the most frequently met challenges?
From my experience, record keeping and, data security are the most popular. So I'm not sure, Natalie, what about you?
I would say data security and privacy. Our clients, they are really concerned about that.
Right.
And I think it's okay. It's important. And it's crucial, I believe. Yeah.
Matthew is sharing that it's actually all of them from 1 to 5 without any specific preference or priority. But I do notice that probably the most popular ones are 2, 5, and 4, which are employee training, resource constraints, and data security and privacy. So I'd say we have quite a diverse list of answers in the chat, which means that all of the challenges you've picked, ladies, are quite relevant.
Wonderful.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So insightful. Thank you so much for sharing. And just in a minute, Natalie will show you how iSpring Learn LMS can help you overcome these challenges. But let's back up for a second and figure out what an LMS is in the first place. So an LMS, short for Learning Management System. It is a tool designed to streamline and improve training and learning in any companies. It acts as a central hub where employees can access training materials and courses whenever they need them. iSpring Learn LMS can help increase employee engagement and productivity and measure employee satisfaction index, which is important. That will help you contribute to the success of the organization. So right now, Natalie is going to take a lead on that and show us how exactly iSpring Learn can help you address the previously mentioned challenges. Natalie, please.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. So iSpring Learn gathers all compliance training materials in one place, simplifying access for employees and keeping them informed about regulations. And first, iSpring Learn can be like a knowledge hub for all your compliance training and different other training materials. So right now I'm in the administrator portal on the learning content tab, and this is how you can basically put all your content together. So let me just open one of the compliance training courses. And first, yes, you can create an outline in the course. So it can be like one learning module if needed, or it can be multiple learning modules. And you can combine them into sections, divide them into sections, and even add live events. So if it's going to be like blended learning in your organization, so you can have like webinars or maybe workshops just within one course outline. Then let me switch to the availability tab. First, you can divide your employees into corporate-like branches, and this option may help if you need to assign different compliance courses to multiple departments, or distribute different content types to workers in states with different laws. And with iSpring Learn, assigning courses to in-place is very easy. You can, like if we take a group, you can set rules to allow the LMS to automatically enroll new hires in compliance training courses once they are added to, let's say, a new hires group. We can do the same for any other department or any other group, so you can combine them. Then if we go to the enrollment tab, so LMS administrators, they can also easily add in place manually. So by name or search with advanced parameters to add a group. So we can do that by department or again by job title maybe, so job specific training or group name, even login or first name. Right? And right now I'm going to switch to the completion tab just to let you know about certificates. So certificates, they provide, like tangible evidence that in-place have completed required compliance training. And this documentation is crucial for audits, and I'm sure you know that, crucial for audits demonstrating that the organization is meeting regulatory requirements. And in iSpring Learn, you can issue unlimited and time-limited certificates. So time-limited certificates, they are especially helpful for compliance training. So you can create your own template, customize certificates fields, and it's very easy to do. Ina, passing the mic over to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. So right now, check out these harmful stories about the recent incidents involving H. Western & Sons Limited, a cider manufacturer. H. Western & Sons Limited faced a fine of £1.4 million after a tragic accident resulted in death of grandfather celebrating his 65th birthday. The accident occurred when a secured barrier burst through a vehicle's windshield and fatally injuring the victim. An investigation by health and safety executives revealed that company failed to conduct adequate risk assessment and neglected to implement a secure system for the barrier operations. So this highlights the importance of thorough risk assessment and properly safety protocols in the workplaces. In another incident, two companies were accused of inadequately managing the safety procedures for lightning protection work. And as a result, they were fined over £600. So it's like a lot, It happened after the death of a worker who fell from building roof in Warrington in England. So this underscores that critical need for proper planning and risk assessment, especially in high-risk construction environments, is really important. These incidents serve as a stark reminders that neglecting health and safety measures can result in significant financial penalties, as well as tragic loss of life and severe injuries. So to mitigate such risks, companies in various industries, including healthcare, manufacturing, engineering, and constructions, are turning to iSpring LMS. As iSpring LMS helps ensure compliance with health and safety regulations, thorough risk assessments, implementation of safe work systems, and regular equipment checks, as well as comprehensive safety training for employees of all ages, as we are all different, right? So Natalie, could you please show us how companies can enhance productivity, minimize risks, and uphold their moral obligations to keep their employees safe?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's awful to hear about those cases of negligence. Actually, of course, there are many ways that an LMS can make your safety compliance training more effective. And this is where an LMS really shines. So iSpring Learn I hope you can see my screen now.
Yeah, we can see perfectly well.
So iSpring Learn lets you create interactive and engaging compliance training courses using multimedia content, quizzes, and simulations. And this will ensure that your employees, they stay engaged with the material they are supposed to review and will increase learning retention. Right. Flexible delivery options, again, through an LMS, they enable self-paced learning or instructor-led training, accessible anytime, anywhere, and at any device. And built-in assessment and quizzes, they measure employee knowledge and comprehension, ensuring effective training. And right now on the screen, you can see just one of the examples for the compliance course. It's called Fraud in the Workplace. And you can, as you see, you can make it really interactive and engaging. And this in turn just increases knowledge retention and help them digest knowledge better. Right? Thank you, Anna. Now your turn.
Great, thanks, Natalie. You actually shared my favorite course. I love this part, you know. So let's move on. In the business world where making money is a top priority, the risk of non-compliance, like facing financial penalties, you know, tax issues, or any insurance problems are significant. And failing to meet reporting deadlines or keep detailed record can lead to fines. So many companies underestimate the importance of compliance, but the truth is the costs and risk of non-complying with regulations can far outweigh the investment in compliance efforts. Ignoring compliance can end up costly much more in the long run. So guys, just consider these stats from the Pondman Institute of Global Scale report. And you can see that on average, compliance costs around 5 million, but non-compliant can cost over 14 million. And over 7 years, the average cost of non-compliance has increased by more than 45%, you know? And a single non-compliance event can cause companies to lose on average 5 million in their revenue. Of course, depends on their size. So, Natalie, can you walk us through how iSpring Learn can help prevent the above mentioned, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me just go to the right place. And just wanted to let you know, like iSpring ensures everyone is fully trained on important topics, reducing compliance risks and mitigating the potential for costly penalties and revenue loss associated with non-compliance events. Investing in comprehensive training becomes a prudent financial decision in light of the significant revenue loss from such events. And our reporting tools, they go beyond operational proficiency and they serve as financial safeguards by minimizing the risk of errors that could lead to financial penalties. With compliance costs rising, the value of accurate and efficient documentation cannot be overstated for financial protection. And with iSpring Learn robust reporting capabilities, companies can track essential metrics such as course progress. They can track completion rates, learner results, attempts and answer breakdowns. They can see user feedback, track on-the-job training, and of course, certificates. This comprehensive tracking allows companies to stay on top of compliance requirements and make informed decisions to protect their financial interests. So let me just go into one of the reports here in iSpring Learn. And as you see, they can be customized. So you can customize your reports by adding filters like completion date, if you want to see department progress or maybe see the user status. And you can even add new fields to filters. So add new filters basically, and just get the information that you need, that is needed for your organization. We can select the time range, we can select the learning item, or even an enrollment type. And this is how it is usually displayed, so how administrators see that. And of course, we can just select what columns we would like to be displayed here. So for example, we want to see the user creation date. And for this report, we don't need to see total time spent. All reports, they can be exported, CSV or Excel spreadsheet. You can create a template, again, just to save your time if you run such reports on a regular basis. And of course, what is more important, you can schedule them for delivery. So if other stakeholders, they are not ready to waste their time on running those reports in the LMS account, you can just type in their email address and choose the recurrency, and they will be emailed to them automatically. Another thing, let me just switch to the leadership portal. I'd like to show you the supervisor dashboard. I love it, to be honest with you. And basically, supervisors, they have access to a dashboard that tracks overall learning progress, highlighting employees who grasp work standards and regulations well, and those who may need support. If an employee isn't engaging in online learning, such as not visiting the portal or completing courses, so like here, supervisors are promptly notified, enabling swift intervention. And the dashboard provides insights into how many employees have completed training programs and how many haven't started yet. In the main panel, the user issues, this block informs you about employees who missed deadlines or failed tests, helping you address user issues promptly. So for example, you can remind your team about assigned quizzes or investigate why they haven't visited the learning portal recently. And the dashboard also includes filters to identify employees who may need support in e-learning and those who consistently complete tasks on time and are enthusiastic about taking extra courses. So by leveraging iSpring Learn's reporting capabilities, companies can maintain compliance and protect their financial interests, you know?
Yeah, so guys, you can make your leadership very happy and with iSpring LMS. And by the way, according to Forbes, iSpring LMS is in top 4 because of our deep reporting section. So just keep it in mind. The next point is about resources constraints. So LMSs are super cost effective when it comes to training. With everything online, there is no need for expensive in-person sessions, flights, hotels, you know, and automation reduces the administrative burden on HR and training teams, freeing up resources, energy, time, of course. So e-learning can help prevent potential damage from compliance risks, since taking the avoidance route can be more expensive, as we talked about it earlier, right? So one fantastic way that the LMS can save time and cost is with automatic re-enrollment and notifications. So Natalie, could you please share your screen?
Of course. All right. Yep. Compliance training happen. Let me just quickly switch to the administrator portal. So compliance training happens regularly, meaning that employees, they often need to retake courses. For example, you might want your team to stay up to date on safety rules or other compliance topics. And with iSpring Learn, you can automate course re-enrollments at set intervals, so you don't have to manually enroll users. So for example, I can go to the completion tab. So I just went back to the compliance training course to settings, and I see completion here. So remember, we just wanted to issue the certificate, and now we can enable re-enrollment. So we can do that. Let's say they have completed your training and you want them to retake this course in 11 months after course completion. So the system, iSpring Learn, it will automatically re-enroll them in this course. And you can do the same for time-limited certificates. So let's say 30 days before the certificate expires, users will be automatically re-enrolled in this course. Plus, iSpring sends automatic notifications, making it effortless to keep everyone in the loop. And it comes with ready-to-go messages for important updates, sending them via email and directly to the learning portal. But you can also customize the message, create a attractive subject line, so depending on your needs. And basically, these notifications, they ensure that important messages reach your team when they need them most, right? And whether it's about a new course, a webinar invite, or a reminder about overdue assignments, or maybe upcoming deadlines, your employees, they will stay in the know. And with these features, you can avoid mistakes and spend less time managing the platform. So for example, due date notifications, we can set up to 3 notifications, like 1 day, 3 days, and let's say 5 days. And you can do the same with past due notifications, again, up to 3 here. So even if they miss the deadline, you can still keep reminding them about this training. All right, Ina?
Yeah, great point actually about attractive subject line, absolutely. So last but not least, compliance risk, which can be solved with iSpring LMS, is coming. We are going to talk about data security and privacy. So to maintain your company's image and positive reputation, it is crucial to prioritize privacy and security while also emphasizing the benefit of adhering to data regulations. You can establish clear data privacy policies and procedures, which will help you keep employees competent and compliant in their workplaces. And this helps build a strong business foundation. And iSpring Learn LMS can be a great solution at this point, but don't just take our word for it, right? And you can see it in action during a free trial. We are going to share the link in the chat a little bit later. So Natalie, would you like to add anything about how iSpring can handle privacy and security?
Of course. Well, this one's hard to demonstrate because the most effective security measures, they are often operate discreetly. And when it comes to data security and privacy, well, you can be sure that you're safe with iSpring Learn, and because we are hosted on Amazon's ultra secure servers. I'm sure you're familiar with them, and our platform, it adheres to industry-leading security standards with features such as role-based access control, encryption, and user authentication. And today, we are excited to offer you personalized recommendations to elevate your compliance training, all completely free of charge. So simply fill out the form in chat and be sure to schedule a Zoom demo with our team to discover iSpring solutions firsthand. You can scan the QR code on the screen and just book a demo with us.
Sure, yeah, wonderful. And guys, besides the online platforms, we also can provide on-premise solution, just keep it in mind. So that's a wrap on today's session, and we've covered fundamental tips that can save lives, money, and reputation. Investing in training, e-learning solutions, and fostering a safety culture are essential. So the key is to adopt a proactive and organized, approach to compliance, covering various activities and important regulations. So the iSpring team is here to assist you with that. You can schedule a demo with iSpring representatives. You can see the QR code on your screen, and we will be happy to help you to find the best solution. So as promised, we will provide a link to our free trial of iSpring Learn LMS right in the chat. And I hope you are staying tuned for our Q&A session as we are ready to answer your questions.
Right. Super. Thank you very much, Ina and Natalie. Good job. Yeah, we do have a question actually in the chat. I don't know which one to start from because both of them are quite relevant in my opinion. Let's begin with Audrey's question. Is there a way to have practice simulation training and make sure they are ready to conduct skills true to life? I guess that's the question that's coming from the idea that compliance training is clear and pretty evident. That's fine. How about more true to life skills?
Natalie, I think if you could be kind just to share your screen, because we do have an amazing module at iSpring during LMS.
Oh, you came prepared.
Just give me a moment.
It's okay.
Yeah, just on the job training. Yeah, so it's so the on the job training module is basically like a new feature in iSpring Learn LMS, and it has been designed to streamline on-site training scenarios where a manager observes and assesses an employee's work performance. So this module provides pre-made checklist templates. For example, an observation checklist, we can take it for floor sales reps. So you just add competency areas, you add performance metrics, and then observers, they just need to fill in the feedback for the employee. And then we just schedule an OJT session with an employee. So let's take Bradley.
Yeah,
and we'll see and we'll see a completed session here. So observer just left some feedback about strengths, areas for improvement, left some comments to an employee, and we can open a detailed report here as well. So like see the observation score by competency areas, and a completed checklist. So basically, this makes the training process more transparent for employees because they have access to this report as well from their user portal.
So Bradley did well.
Yeah,
Bradley did just perfectly well.
Yeah, okay, super. Ladies, I do want to apologize because unfortunately, I think I'll have to skip the question from Sarah. And if you don't mind, maybe you could stay with us for a little longer in the chat and take Sarah's question there, or maybe suggest another way to contact you. I see the QR codes. They lead to your LinkedIn's. And I probably will need to just say thank you so much for everything you've shared today. The practical demos and screen sharing is always my best favorite part because it gives us a chance to really see the value of the activities that we are talking about. So thank you so much. And I hope we'll see you and see each other at the next iSpring sessions.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Yeah, goodbye. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. See you soon. And we are moving, even though, again, it's so helpful and I wish we could continue. It was a very insightful session. We'll move on to the next meeting. The next session will be with Clark Aldrich, who will talk about short seams. Those who have been with us last year, they may remember this session. Clark has changed his trajectory of education by founding Gartner's eLearning coverage and jumpstarting the adoption of distributed learning by the world's largest corporations. His research and projects on game-based and simulation-based learning launched education's gamification segment. In the presentation today, Clark will provide an overview of how short seams are made and discuss why and where clients from academic to military to corporate are using them today. We'll connect to Clark in just a few seconds. With us. Hi, Clark. How are you doing?
Hello, everyone. Hello, Chris. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much. Getting to the end of the second day, a bit tiring.
Everyone's really exhausted right now. Everyone is to blazes. Don't want to hear anything more right now, but feel some kind of obligation to be here. I hear you. I sympathize with all of you.
That's okay. Clark, we really look forward to your energy in this short themes presentation. I'm personally very excited because last year I remember this was something pretty impressive. So maybe we could start right now.
Fantastic. Okay, everyone, thank you so very much. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be here. I do want this to be as interactive as possible. Anyone who makes Sims sort of hates the presentation thing, and I'm certainly one of them. So let me ask you one question, and again, please type in your response. Do you believe you can learn leadership in a significant way through a lecture?
Can I answer straight away too?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I do not believe you can do that in a lecture. I think that's the key word in your question, the lecture.
Absolutely. Of course, you can learn leadership, or I believe you can, or you can get a lot better at it. But can you learn it through this sort of Zoom kind of presentation? Can you learn it through a PowerPoint presentation? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Lots of no's there. Theoretical, yes, Amy, great point. You can learn some of the underlying theory, so there is some value to be had from it, but only a little bit. So great responses. And again, there wasn't necessarily a right or wrong answer. I do believe that there's that there are some people who are quite good at communicating, but it's very, very tough. Okay, just give you a quick little story. So once upon a time, there was a little boy, and this little boy traveled all over the world, went to all different kinds of places, and went to some beautiful places like Russia and some other wonderful countries, and some very successful countries, and also some very poor countries, and some very countries that were really in need of some work in progress. And through this person's travels, spoiler alert that this is me, I really learned that education was the most important thing ever, that really education was the thing that if you did not have it, you were in a lot of trouble. And if you did have it, the world was open to you. So I really had this incredible good belief in education being this absolute milestone. And I also went to some superb schools. I went to some of the best boys schools in Concord. I went to Brown. I went to some superb Ivy League universities. And throughout my mumble number of years, 20 years of whatever, I really had a fundamental question, which is, why is education so bad? We know how important it is. We know how transformational it is. We spend a huge amount of money in education, but by and large, and again, having gone to some of the best schools, and having gone to some of the best corporations and training centers and the best corporations, most of it, if not all of it, is really, really bad. And that's sort of my starting point here. But I also went to some of the best summer camps in the world, some of the most award-winning summer camps in the world, and they had a very different approach to education. This one, Camp Chwonki, where I spent many years, was run by a person who used to be the headmaster of a prep school in the New England area and left the prep school because he couldn't stand the education model there ever, and he believed he could do a better job in a boys' camp than he ever could in a prep school. And I think he was right. And his belief in education was that it was incredibly experiential, that you only learned when you did stuff. You had to get your hands dirty. You might have some contests and have sort of fun with competitions, but also you had to really get into it. If you weren't doing something, you weren't learning. You couldn't learn from a book. You couldn't learn from a lecture other than, as we say, a bit of theory. Yes, someone else there said I had that picture with the gargoyle. Yes, back in the day when we could actually visit the gargoyle before Notre Dame quarantined it off. So I grew up playing computer games, I think like most people here did. And in my opinion, the pedagogy of the best computer games is infinitely better than the pedagogy of the best schools. And if any of you recognize this one in the upper left, this game in the upper left, any takers here? What's this game?
Does anyone recognize it? We do have a little delay between our Zoom and the streaming, so we might give it extra 30 seconds for people to process that and type in the answer.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Amy. Yes, it's Portal. And this one, you're way ahead of me, UBW. This is Half-Life 2. And in my opinion, even having played far too many computer games since then, probably Portal 2 and Half-Life 2 represent the apex of instructional design in computer games. If you want to just see how how a game can masterfully expose you to content and slowly grow your skill cone, slowly get you better and better at doing something until finally you can improv, you can combine it with other skills. So in my opinion, Portal 2 and Half-Life 2 are still the absolute best instructional design games out there if you want to just really study superb. Again, much better than what I saw at Harvard, much better than what I saw at Brown, much better than what I saw at Wharton. So I spent many, many years, again, far too many years than I should, going around the country and going around the world and doing research on how people learn. And I wrote a ton of books, everything from Simulation the Future of Learning to Learning by Doing, Simulation Serious Games. Aha, you can probably sense a theme here. To Short Sims, my newest book. I also wrote Unschooling Rules, which was a massive critique, a sweeping critique of our traditional educational model. And I think Obama quoted it once, which is sort of fun, and a bunch of people put it on their best of lists, which is also kind of fun. But by far my most read book, which is certainly my biggest outlier. But again, I developed educational simulations, got a patent or two, did some bunch of interviews, worked with the military closely. I founded Gartner's eLearning coverage. So again, just bounce around trying to figure out how we can move the ball forward. And I did a lot of cool educational simulations, but most of them were too complicated. And complicated stuff is a real problem in education because instructors hate to deploy it if they don't really understand it. If the technology is too complicated, then it breaks very quickly. And so I was working really hard to try to figure out an approach to education that had all the good of workbooks and all the good of lectures, which was scalability, easy to edit, easy to get into, but also all the advantages of experiential learning, or at least a lot of advantages of how do you get people learning in a specific context. So that was sort of has been my goal for the last 15 years anyway. And again, I'm thrilled with Short Sims to sort of finally, again, a la about 4 or 5 years ago, finally succeeded in a model of education that that has the good of educational simulations, or at least a lot of the good, and also sort of the easiness, the affordability, and the affordances of workbook style content. And so as I work with clients, they are doing with Short Sims what I really wanted education to do, which was to evolve from focusing on facts. So most traditional content focuses on facts, dates and definitions, basic writing, basic analysis. So this is all the stuff here where most of our traditional educational methodologies are really good at doing. I wanted to pull us around here so we can start teaching things like project management, certification skills, security. We heard this last presentation. Stewardship. How do you teach stewardship? How do you teach management of yourself and others? Most important skill. How do you teach leadership of yourself and others? Most important skill. And so, again, trying to give organizations the tools to shift from this stuff, which it's great, it's wonderful, but it's not that useful, to the stuff right now that organizations are really craving for. And so again, you see here, the gray is sort of where traditional education is very, very strong and competent. Green here is where I have seen clients develop Short Sims and develop multiple Short Sims to meet sort of skills along this line. So, leadership, honestly, it's very, very good at developing competence and conviction. You're not going to learn super fluency from a simulation, but you're going to get at least sort of halfway there to competence and conviction levels. Any questions here before we dig into the how? People coming back saying, I leave for 10 seconds and the air went dead. What happened? Just waiting for a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as questions come in, please type them in real time. So the best way of learning is by doing, and maybe the only way of learning is by doing. That's a pretty big statement. And how do we do that? Well, we have to present situations that mimic their real world counterparts and how they appear and how they respond, abstracted for the goal of developing targeted competencies and convictions, cost effectively, and developed with clients as much as for clients. So, really important there at the end, cost effectively. If we can't do cost effectively, then we're dead in the water. Then we simply can't move ahead at all. So cost effectively, really, really important part of it. So this is sort of this new notion of, let's call it skeuomorphic instructional design. How do we create content that models the world at some level? So the reason to care about this stuff, before I go any further, I should probably say this up front. Short sims will help you grow your instructional design service. If you're internal to an organization, if you are an external vendor selling to a client organization, short sims will help you grow your instructional design service. It will give you more options to sell and deliver very high value content to it. So Kate asked a great question. Maybe I missed this, but for people with without an educational teaching background, can you define short sims? I can do better than that, I hope, because I can show you some. But they're basically, I'll define them this way. Short sims are ways of presenting situations that mimic the real world counterparts, albeit highly abstracted, for the goal of developing targeted competencies cost effectively and developed with clients. So I will say that is sort of my working definition. But again, I mean, in this industry, definitions are useless. You have to see stuff. And so most importantly, both here in this presentation and then out on your own, I strongly recommend you go out and play them for yourself, because that's where you really get a feel for them. Because
that's how you learn, by doing.
Because you learn by doing. And then, because words are so cheap and easy. I can say anything with words, but I hate words. The last step in the short sim design process is like, get rid of words. Words are great for helping us along the way, but once you rely on words, you're absolutely doomed. Thank you, Eric. I do appreciate that. Yeah, the best way to learn is by doing. And again, maybe the only way of learning is by doing. So let me ask you this. Here's another sort of theoretical question. If you were in charge of a training group, which is better long-term? Which is a better place to start long-term? Which is having a great mission and budget, with only the ability to produce mediocre content, or a mediocre mission and budget, but with the ability to create great content? And by the way, there really is no right answer here. This is not a leading question, but that is sort of an interesting way of thinking about it. Would you rather be in, if you're going to start off a training group, which is a better place to start? A great mission and budget, but only the ability to produce mediocre content, or mediocre mission budget with the ability to create great content?
That's interesting. We're starting getting the answers. Just to me, this is a great question, because it demonstrates the real life situation again, because you can almost never have it all. And you ultimately have, in most cases, you do have to make your choice.
By the way, A is a totally, part of me wants to have more A's, don't get me wrong. So I think A is a really good answer.
I'm also an A person, by the way.
I'm sorry?
I'm also an A person here, by the way.
It's great to have a great mission and budget, and I love it. But I've seen a lot of organizations that have had great missions and budgets, and only producing mediocre content, and it goes south fast. It goes pear-shaped fast, because you say, hey, we really want you to help with the mission of the organization. We really need you to do this incredible cultural transformation. We need you to be on the tip of leadership. But if you're only doing it through lectures and you're only doing it through PowerPoint and workbook slides, then a lot of the wind goes out of your sail really, really quickly, and it gets very demoralizing fast. And then you sit a year later saying, kind of, what happened? How did I lose the ear of the CEO? How did I lose my place at the big table? Because the content wasn't as good as I knew it needed to be. So again, it's a sort of a fun theoretical. Again, there are many mornings I get up and wish I had the A's. But I know long-term, it's going to be the B's that I think are a better path to sort of sustainable growth than the A's, even though both are wonderful answers. And Amy said it well. I only want to create great content, and I think that is sort of almost what it comes down to. Is if I go to bed at night and I created great content, I'm pretty happy. And if I go to bed at night and I did some deliverable that wasn't great, it's pretty discouraging in this industry. So yeah, Amy, great point. Another theoretical question: if you have 20 minutes, which is a better use of learners' time, to be told about a list of techniques, or to practice one technique in a variety of situations? And a lot of certification training goes down this path, where we want to cover everything. Lawyers love A, by the way. So if you're a lawyer in the audience, you're going to say, hey, A by all means, A. But if you're going to be learning it yourself, especially, then practicing techniques in a variety of situations becomes sort of a much more enjoyable. So again, there's a couple of theoreticals just to get us thinking about content. So here's me do. Okay. 1 second here. I'm going to go over to show you a short sim very quickly.
Sure. While Clark is opening his presentation, it also feels that could very possibly be that people who are mostly on the academic side and do not really like to touch upon practice would also be going for A, because they do feel it's their stronger side, while the practitioners will most always choose B, because this is where they believe the truth comes from, right?
And the reality about academics, and it's a great point, Chris, and I certainly agree with you. A lot of academics are still about practice, but what you're practicing is being in a classroom. What you're practicing is cramming for a test. So what you end up learning, almost no matter what the content is, are the skills that you practice, not the information that you presented. So, when I got out of school, I was really, really good at sitting in lectures that I didn't care about taking notes. I was really, really good at, writing term papers at 3 in the morning. I was really good at, all those kinds of things, asking questions that made me look like I was smarter than perhaps I really was. And so, we still, even in an academic situation, we are what we practice. So we can switch back. Chris, thank you very much. Okay.
Yes.
So here's a couple of beats of a short sim just to give you practice. Actually, I'll show you. This is what it looks like behind the scenes here. So this is TalkMaster, which is awesome. It's just, it is the tool in the iSpring toolkit that you should be using most of all. So here's a quick example of a sim. Here's one on deliberate practice. This is a discipline called deliberate practice. Welcome to Short Sims, Understanding Discipline, Deliberate Practice. You'll experience it at its most rigorous, but you can do it however you want. Okay, in this short sim, you are a manager in a large organization. A year ago, you joined a local debating club in your spare time and are enjoying it. So there's a graphic, there's a bit of a setup. Your favorite online game is a debating app where you select the best arguments. While frustrating at first, introducing a little bit of a model here. Now doing analysis is, and arguing is completely relaxing for you. So, hey, you love arguing, you're a good debater. And you can rewind it and say, show me that beat again. Okay, great. So that's fine. And now we're going to go through the process. And so through your debating experience analysis game, you now have some ability in debating skills. And for this sim, which would you like to do? Become truly great at debating or keep debating as a fun way to relax? The first choice in deliberate practice is wanting to be great at something. If you don't want to be great at it, this is not going to be a thing for you. So this is a real choice. And maybe, heck, I just want to have fun with debating. And so you spend your life as a mediocre debater, and fair enough. And that's either, okay, there, I'm done with my sim, or, I want to make a different choice. Okay, so become truly great at debating. Okay, so you want to become truly great at debating, but over time, you never get any better. So time goes by and you're kind of stuck in a rut. And we've all had that situation. We're doing something and we get stuck in a rut. So to become great, what do? Do you want to spend more time debating, and do you want to spend more time in the flow, or do you want to work on techniques? And so again, in this situation, the right answer is I want to work on techniques. And so when you're getting better at something, here's a question. So in this case, you want to gain some insights from some of the great debaters over the last few decades. What do you look at? Do you look at great debaters delivering their greatest performances? Do you look at great debaters delivering their good and bad performances, or how they prepare? And the truth in this case, it's to get better at something, whether you're an athlete or whether you're a politician or a CEO, and you have a role model, you really want to see how people prepare. So all the joy in life, all the skill in life is how people prepare. In this case, you realize that you're very good at analysis, but you're really, really bad at connecting with people. So you can look at your own skill set and, okay, I'm really good at analysis. I'm really bad at connecting with people. So what do? Do you work on where you're strong, and do you work on where you're weak? This question, by the way, is Socratic. This is a Socratic question. If you look at it this way, the answer is obvious. Of course, I don't want to practice where I'm strong. Of course, I want to practice where I'm weak. But most people practice where they're strong. So again, we're making people make a lot of decisions. And again, a lot of times, this is not going to be a hard sim for people. This is not, the goal is not to trick people. The goal is not to, whatever. It's just to say, let's think through the process of it, and now let's do it. And now the rest of the sim is going to be you going through the process of deciding you want to work on your engagement skills, and how do you do it, and how do you measure it, and how do you make progress. So again, the whole sim is about again, kind of looks like this. It's it's that long. It's not longer than that. It's a pretty finite skill, and in doing that, you learn here. Thank you, Chris. So you learn about the process of deliberate practice. And so again, short sims could be on anything. Short sims could be on certification skills. They can be on new employee training for a new job, moving documents around. It can be around leadership skills. How do you micromanage, or when do you not micromanage? When do you delegate authority versus when do you delegate process, or whatever? So it can be about anything. But I'll take you through the process of how to do it. So it's about a 40-hour process, and this is an abbreviated version of that. This is sort of for the first short sim you make. So for the first short sim you make, pick a topic. It's going to take you about half an hour to think of a topic that interests you. Interview a subject matter expert, and then review the recordings that you make. So it's about a 1 hour process of interviewing your SME, and reviewing the recordings about 3 hours. I spend a lot of time. One of the most important things to do is to review the SME recordings. So let me ask you this question. Again, a little philosophical, but what's a better thing to learn? The right way of doing something, or most of the common mistakes that people make when going through the process? In your opinion, and again, I know the answer is both, but if you had to emphasize one or the other in the context of a short sim, or in the context of any learning, which would you focus on? The right way of doing something, or allowing people to experience all the common mistakes?
What's your preference, Clark?
I'm sorry?
What's your preference, Clark?
The right way of doing something is really frustrating. And I find a lot of training people focus on the one brittle path of success. And I think until you understand all the mistakes that people can make and do make, you really don't understand the topic. So you can say, most of the time in any kind of training situation, the training person goes, well, just follow the directions and you'll do it. And it's a lot more interesting and a lot more empathetic to say, well, where do people make mistakes? And to me, that's just a really fascinating question. And so when interviewing my subject matter expert, my number one question is, what's the right way of doing this? But my number two question, which I spend a lot more time on, is where do people screw this up? Because, the reason we're teaching this is because people screw it up. Where do people screw up deliberate practice? They screw up by, they don't focus on it. They always want to be in the flow. They think that just by rehearsing something, they get better at it. And, when looking at experts, they focus on their greatest performances, not the nitty gritty, but whatever. So it's the really fun stuff is all the common mistakes. And that's where, again, as you're dedicating your time to a subject matter expert review. So at the end of your subject matter expert review, you have a pile of notes. And you have a lot of the right ways of doing things, and you have a lot of the wrong ways of doing things, or a lot of common mistakes. And so that is, after your SME interview and the note taking that you do from that, you have this sort of big old pile of notes, which is great. The bigger the pile, the better. And then for a short sim, the first thing you start doing is saying, well, I'm going to put them in chronological order. So obviously, or at least for me, whenever I talk to the SME, things are all over the place. We'll talk about the end of the process, the beginning of the process, the middle of the process. So one step is to put them in chronological order from beginning to end, which is what this step is. And then you start identifying the setting, and then you start saying, okay, well, for say deliberate practice, what's the setting that I'm going to use that I'm going to put all of this content in? So a really important part of the sim design process is coming up with a good setting. It's got to be generic enough. It's got to be, generic enough to reach a lot of people, but it also has to be specific enough to be highly relevant. So one thing I use for like corporate people a lot, in this case, I was just doing a sim on cybersecurity. I'm sorry, on evaluating apps. So there was a sim that was being worked on where we wanted to evaluate apps to see if they were future-proof or not, if they were worth investing in. And in the sim, I had a bunch of different, it was a whole corporation, but I said to the beginning of the sim was, you work in this corporation, and for 1 week, you've been pulled out of your job to be part of a review board to review applications. So, now everyone is in the same setting. So once you kind of come up with a setting for your sim, something that ties all of your ideas together. And again, in the deliberate practice one, I chose debating and wanting to get better at debating. That was our sort of a random decision. It could have been you want to get better at sports, or you want to get better at any kind of skill. But I chose debating because it was kind of universal enough. It was kind of interesting. So then what you do is start identifying levels and story beats. And so this starts saying, how can I break up this big topic into bite-sized morsels? And so I showed you the Talk Master screen with sort of everything looking kind of like this, where say, what's level 1, what's level 2? So if this was, say, a customer service sim, level 1 might be customer 1 who has got a problem with a lawsuit case, and level 2 might be a problem with a customer who has missed her flight, and number 3 might be whatever, an inspection and having to open up the doors, let someone inspect the terminal. I don't know, whatever. But so it's always a matter of how do we break up this giant topic. And so again, in the deliberate practice, it might be level 1 is deciding, or level 1 is deciding you want to be good. Level 2 is doing research on how to be good. And then level 3 is actually going out in the real world and doing the right process to get better. So this kind of level design is really important. It's really important for a design perspective because levels are sane. and one of my biggest goals in short sim design is to keep people from going crazy, because if you go too far, you can go crazy. So keeping rigorous levels that are some degree interchangeable, or at least chronological, is a really nice way of staying sane in the process. Then you create your storyboard with placeholder branches of graphics. So I use a lot of words at this point. So again, if you use Talk Master, you grab your characters, you go in, you find backgrounds. I do a lot of custom graphics because I'm that way, and I use PowerPoint, and I use vector editing in PowerPoint to do that. But this is sort of what it looks like, what the process looks like. So now at this point, you have your Talk Master screen, and I do all this work directly on Talk Master. You start blocking it out. You have right ways of doing things. Every time there's a common mistake, you present that to them and give them an option of making that mistake or not. Give them feedback for why the common mistake is mistake. I don't like multiple parallel paths, so I give people the option of going, once they made a mistake, present quick feedback in terms of why it's a mistake, and then allow them to get back on their path as soon as possible. And then, so that's about an hour and a half to sort of add all the feedbacks for wrong decisions. And then you start working the interface. And one thing, this is a really kind of subtle topic, and I go into this in more detail in the workshop, but oftentimes when you look at a sim at this level, once you've made this kind of blocking out, you start looking for patterns. Are there patterns in the kinds of decisions people are making? So there was one client was doing a call center sim, and a pattern for all of the decisions was something along the lines of, every single time, do you solve the problem? Do you reject the problem? Do you ask for more information, or do you escalate it to your boss, kind of thing? And so, that kind of basic pattern came out in almost every decision. So you start looking for patterns in the content. Again, it's a subtle point, but in a perfect sim, a lot of the decisions sort of are the same decisions, but as the sim itself changes. So for a leadership sim, sorry, I apologize. Let me be a little more specific. So in a leadership sim, any single time you engage an employee, you have three options. You can either micromanage that employee, you can delegate process, you can sort of say, here's the way of doing this, go do it, or you can delegate authority, which is solve the problem any way you want. So those are the three options you have as a leader. And the entire sim was 5 or 6 situations, or probably about 10 situations, where you're making the same decision each time. Do you micromanage, do you delegate process, or do you delegate authority? But each time the answer is different because the situation is different. And of course, you can learn more about the situation. So finding the commonality is actually a very subtle skill, but that's often what makes the difference between a good sim and a bad. Then at this point, you start adding like the introductions. So, at the beginning of the sim, you want to, what are you doing and why? The best introductions can be summed up in one sentence. You are a new manager and you need to, improve the quality of the widgets that you're producing, or, you're a new employee and you have to make 3 customers happy or something. So to give people a little bit of a challenge, and then start, as you're blocking the sim out, what does success look like at the end of level? The customer is happy, or the widget was produced on time, or the person made the flight, or whatever. And then also kind of work out your introduction. So at this point, I'm getting a little more complicated. It still really isn't that complicated, but this is sort of what it looks like. And so, here's an example of a sim intro. Welcome to the sim designed for practicing leadership. In this sim, you are a manager. You have a team of analysts who write influential research articles on public policy. And your goal is to get your team to produce high quality reports. Let's see how well you do. So again, incredibly simple. You rip right through it. It's very zippy. It's very fast, going backwards there, but it gets you right in there. It gets you clicking. It gets you, again, I like using sort of light cartoony graphics that are sort of, that don't take a lot of thought to process, and off you go. Now we start adding, and again, I've shown you some sort of examples of graphics, but now we start adding some graphics. So again, ask a quick question, Cara, there. Is it appropriate to ask how to create short sims outside of iSpring Suite? Would PowerPoint work? PowerPoint is a great visualization tool, to be sure, but I guarantee you, even if you could squeeze that functionality out of PowerPoint, which I don't really think you can, but even if you could try, I guarantee you're not going to finish the sim. You really do want a tool like Talkmaster to help you out, to hold your hand, to do a lot of the nitty gritty stuff that you really don't want to be doing in PowerPoint. So, I think generically, and the good news is that it is a generic process for creating generic content that is platform independent. Realistically, I make my living off creating short sims, and I spend 90% of my time in Talkmaster, or more. So, it is a very, you really do want a good tool to help you along, or you can do it in theory, but I bet you're not going to do it in practice. Yes, thanks. Good, Kathy. More pick there. Good. So starting adding graphics and props. And so every sim, has a different flavor. Again, I make all my graphics myself in PowerPoint. I use PowerPoint because I'm comfortable in it, but I tend to do vector-based graphics in PowerPoint. And it can be everything from super, photorealistic documents for that kind of client, to more abstracty things, to cartoony, to isometric or whatever. And this is all clip art based, isometric as well. And it's you can spend a long time sort of thinking about graphics, but graphics are really important. And the nice thing about iSpring is it both gives you a consistent format to use, while also giving you the freedom to create whatever graphics you want, if you want to go down that path. So you start thinking like an animator. You start thinking about, okay, here's one on virtual work and managing virtual employees. I'm going to have 3 metrics I'm worried about. I'm worrying about exposure. How exposed is the person to the organization? So we don't want that person lost. How productive is that person? And what's their work-life balance like? And making sure they're balanced. And so, I'm going to make a bunch of decisions, but every decision I'm going to make is going to be against sort of this metric. So here's one employee, here's sort of the rest of the employees there. But you start thinking of like animators, and this is all very easy to, you build out your graphics to be easy to modify. And even when you're making sort of photorealistic graphics, again, you can do amazing stuff in PowerPoint, and use Google and search them for documents. You can make your own highly customizable documents that you can then interact with and turn them over. You can press turn over, and then the next screen can show turned over, and you can say shrink, zoom in, or zoom out, or something. So you can be you can use the interface to engage, graphics, and you can use PowerPoint to make as complicated graphics as you want. I guess one more example, because stuff is sort of fun. Here's a government employee, and it's like, okay, we gotta mock up a government employee, and we had to do it for about 50 different clients, so it's sort of worth it to create a template to this is my made up government organization, FRA, with their made up logo. So again, PowerPoint, if you're comfortable with it, gives you an incredible tool to do almost any kind of graphic you want, from sort of cartoony and especially if you pull some clip art too. And if you are using clip art, I'd use vector-based clip art, so you can change the colors and stuff. Then you have your success conclusion beats. Good job. Hey, you did it. You understand that timely intervention is critical. In this meeting, you should, whatever. And so the nice thing about it is, by the time someone is done with the sim, you can give them a review of the important lessons, but you do it in the context of good job. You did this. Look at everything you did. You're amazing. You did A, you did B, you did C. So by the time you get to the end of the sim, you really feel like, hey, I've earned that content. I understand the content. I know the context it's in. and doing there. And so add graphics. Then one more step, which is I call head fakes or scaffolding. So now you can sort of put in your graphics here. If you have graphics and charts, you can put in your people and different emotional states and things, all your common mistakes, all your right ways of doing it, all your feedback. And again, this is still about an 8 or 9 minute short sim that that's going to take you about 20 hours to make. So this is sort of what it looks like here. But here's some examples of head fakes. So here's again a sim I'm making hostile robbery, and it's going to take you through a bunch of robberies. Okay, so and in the way that's going to do the sim is going to show you 4 different sims on 4 different robbery types. Okay, so hostile robbery sim.
Clark, so sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to say that we have about 2 minutes till the end of the session, so we might want to maybe make a decision on the priority.
Great. I'll just finish up this example and then so let's start with playing the role of a credit card specialist. It's Monday morning. You've got a busy week. You decide to head to work early to get stuff done. What do you have for breakfast? I'm gonna have coffee. Okay, coffee. Yeah. You get to work. You get in the car. You drive to the credit union. What do? Do you park closest to the door, further from the door, drive around the parking lot? No one picks drive around the parking lot, but that's actually the right thing to do because that's kind of robbery. So the last thing in the sim design process is cut unnecessary words. So go through your sim and just cut like crazy because nothing bogs down a sim like words. So words are your enemy. Cut like crazy. So that's the basic approach to creating short sim. It doesn't take that long. It takes some thought. But using TalkMaster and I use PowerPoint as my graphic engine, you can do incredible stuff. So please go to www.shortsims.com. I have a full workshop if you want to help building your first one. But again, TalkMaster is a great tool. It's very easy to use. And I think, the other important thing to do is if you're interested is to see a bunch of short sims yourself.
And play, of course.
Play, yes. You don't just see them. If you sit and stare at them for too long, it just drives everyone crazy. So play through them.
We don't want that, no.
We don't like crazy.
No. Clark, thank you so much. Do you have any final slide you want to show to us, or that's it? That's where we're good to go.
You guys are good. You guys are smart. You get the stuff. Go forth and make sims.
Sure. We've got a lot of comments in the chat about your presentation and the words of gratitude. So thank you so much, Clark. I could only join those words of gratitude and appreciation. I remember you from the last year, so it's incredibly helpful and very, very practical. So I would love to see you at our next iSpring Days or maybe at any other conference.
You're far too kind. It's always a pleasure to be here. And again, I'm such a huge fan of iSpring's tool. So I use almost all the modules regularly, but obviously TalkMaster the most. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Clark. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good luck.
Thanks a lot. That was very, very interesting. And those are very actionable insights, actually. So speaking of simulations, do not forget that you can create simulation-based training for your teams with iSpring Suite. This will make your courses more immersive and add hands-on aspect to your training program. So get a demo of iSpring Suite to see how it works. And now, the thing that you may have been waiting for quite some time, we will spin a Wheel of Fortune, right? My colleagues from iSpring Tech team will now leave a link in the comment section, and the link leads to a Google form. Please open it and enter your real name, your real surname, and a valid email address. Be sure that you enter correct information, otherwise it will be really hard to get your present. Some of the presents are really sensitive when it comes to real data. So once the link appears in the comment section, I'll start a timer for 1 minute. And to participate in our Wheel of Fortune, please fill in the form before time runs out. So I guess there might be some people in the chat who have participated and even won yesterday. So I welcome everybody to participate and fill in the form right now. And while the time is ticking, let me remind you that even if you're not taking part in the Wheel of Fortune, you can still claim an amazing offer. You can launch a 3-month online training pilot program for just $947. And this is the complete iSpring bundle that includes a powerful duo of iSpring LMS and iSpring eLearning authoring tool, a certification program to master the tools in no time, and a collection of ready-made courses. The offer is only valid until May 17th, so don't miss it out. And I think the time is up, if I am correct. Almost up. So this is your last chance, please. I hope you were able to enter your info. And if again, you participated yesterday and won something, we'll be excited to hear from you. Just to, again, confirm that this was a pretty lucky experience for you. All right. Now, we will be creating a tab with the Wheel of Fortune information, collecting all your data putting it into the Wheel of Fortune so that we know your names and we spin the wheel in the most fair way, putting everybody in place. We do need a little moment for that. And maybe I would like to now ask you to review the representations that we've been through yesterday and today. And maybe you can drop in a chat a quick message about which presentation or which roundtable or which specific practice you found the most applicable to what you were looking for. Obviously, you were joining a conversation with the conference with a certain expectation. So which of the presentations suited your expectations most, or which of the presentations, who of the presenters gave you the most practical and applicable information for your current and future work? I'll kindly ask my team to double check if the link to the Wheel of Fortune was working well, but I guess that we have not been receiving any other complaints apart from one user. So I would assume that everything should be fine, and I hope the team will now. Oh no, okay, we have the second comment about the link. Give us just a second and we'll make sure that everything should be fine. All right. We do have just a quick moment now to review. Okay. Yeah, now the link is not working, unfortunately, because the time went up. Very, very unfortunately for those who have not and had enough time to fill in the form. But we did get 61 applications already, so I assume it must have been working. And I'm so sorry for those who were not able to participate. Deeply sorry, but I hope maybe during our next iSpring days, we will do another Wheel of Fortune and you'll be able to participate. So far, I can see that a masterclass in accessible training from Susie yesterday, social and emotional intelligence, leveraging AI to revolutionize L&D environments from Kay, interactive online corporate versus education from Holly, and social and emotional intelligence. That's fantastic. Great. Leveraging AI, materials from Kay. Really appreciated Kevin Siegel. Fantastic. Right. Kate, I'm so very sorry. The Wheel of Fortune link was only working for 1 minute, which is so sad, but that's the rule of this game. And let's see if we're ready. Yes, we are. Now we have, as I mentioned, 61 contestants for this activity. You can see the wheel and the participants' names will appear on your screen. For every spin, we'll announce one of 7 prizes we're offering today. One person can win only 1 prize, and actually your chances are even more than 1 chance per 10. So that's a pretty good ratio, I should say. So if you've been chosen, your name will appear from the wheel for the next round. If you've been chosen, your name will disappear from the wheel for the next round because one person is only eligible for 1 prize. And we'll spin the wheel 7 times. The first prize is a $25 Amazon gift card. So let's spin for the first winner. And who's that? Who's that? Who's that? That is Kristen Hindle-Sean. Kristen, congratulations. I hope you're here with us in the chat. Let us know if you are happy. We do look forward to receiving your emotional comments. Right, and we'll be moving on to the second spin. This is a crash test of your e-learning course by our e-learning experts. They will analyze the content and suggest relevant improvements to the course design. So let's spin and see who will win this one. This is Andrea Harvard-Grieve. All right, Andrea, congratulations. I hope you are in the chat with us. We are looking forward to sharing our special access code with you. We'll do that through your email and definitely look forward to receiving your e-learning course. Prize number 3 is one expert off-the-shelf SCORM course of your choosing from the iSpring Academy. You can choose from more than 25 courses in English or explore content in other languages. So let's see who the winner will be. Congrats to the winners. And the next winner is... it's Tamar Granowski. Congratulations, Tamar. Congratulations. Good job. I'm very happy for every winner. That's super, super, super fantastic. Do we have any winners in the chat? Please do let us know if you're here. I hope you guys are just so excited. Yes, Tamar is here. Congratulations. Prize number 4 is a free iSpring certification program. Let's see who wins this one. I'm too bad in imitating sound effects, so... and the winner is Kimberlyn Ojirigo. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced somebody's name or last name, but I do hope that you have seen your name in the screen and you are here with us. Congratulations. Fantastic. Next is prize number 5. Access to our expert video course, How to Create an Online Course. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you guys. Let's see who the winner is. Oh no, you can see all the names on the wheel. Fantastic. And the winner is Andrea Numier. I again apologize if I mispronounce your name or last name. Andrea, I look forward to seeing your message in the chat. Oh, Kimberlyn is here. Fantastic. Thank you. Oh, I'm very glad I read the last name correctly. Good. Next prize, prize number 6, the one but lost, is a 3-month license for iSpring Suite. This is a prize. That's what I call a prize. Let's see who the winner will be. I'm excited. And this is Tracy Jones. Congrats. Woohoo! Tracy is now the owner of a 3-month license for iSpring Suite. And don't forget, if you already have this license, we will find the way to make sure you have a prize. So no worries, we have a plan B and plan C for everyone. And now we'll be spinning for the last prize for a 3-month license for iSpring Learn. And this is your highest chance to win because this is the smallest number of people in the wheel so far. And the winner is... it's Elizabeth Bevanor. Elizabeth, congratulations. Woohoo! This was our last prize. Of course. Jocelyn, you're asking about the Wheel of Fortune program. Our technical support will answer, and I'm sure you would enjoy using that for your own activities. Yes, Tracy has a license. No worries, Tracy. We have another gift for you then. Yes. Right, fantastic. Amanda, our iSpring team support has also already answered the question. So enjoy this information. Good job, guys. I'm so happy. Congratulations to all the winners. I'm really excited. Whew, I think I've been overly excited and we all deserve a little break, a 10-minute break to recharge and come back for a fantastic session from a colleague of mine, from an interculturalist, Paul Arneson. And I'll be looking forward to seeing you all in 10. welcome back after the very last break of second day of our conference, iSpring Days. I'm super excited to hear the upcoming sessions, and I'm really looking forward to welcoming a fellow interculturalist. But before that, I definitely want to once again reconnect with you guys. You are the bravest and really the best of the audience, because I know for many of you, it's already the 7th hour of our conference. It's the second day. You're staying so strong, so dedicated. It inspires me greatly. I've already asked you how you've been spending your breaks. I've already asked you where you guys come from. So now I'd like to ask one more small talk question. I would like to wonder, what's the weather like outside? So can you please specify in the comments, those of you who are not driving, so remember safety first, type in, what's the weather like at the moment in Celsius or in Fahrenheit? Doesn't matter, just maybe specify if it's Celsius or Fahrenheit, just for our understanding. And we'll see who is in the hottest place and who's in the coldest place. Amanda says it's sunny and 70. I assume it's Fahrenheit. Pouring rain, says Tamar. Rain, Ross, says Elizabeth. Cloudy in Tennessee, partly cloudy in 74. All right, we all have Fahrenheit here. And let's see, we have Liz from Los Angeles. It's quite warm, 76 Fahrenheit, very dark. Okay, it's raining where I am right now. Okie dokie, Kate is sharing 16 Celsius overcast. All right, we have a pretty moderate range of temperatures here, I should say. Good, I'm glad you paid your attention to the environment around you, because the environment around us is going to be exactly the focus of our next conversations. How we interact with the people around us, how we interact with the people who come from different environments. And I'd like to introduce Paul, who's going to be our next speaker, Paul Arneson, with his session, Enhancing Cultural Agility with eLearning for Global Teams. Paul is an HR and strategic talent management consultant with a decade of global HR experience in various industries. His dedication to performance optimization is matched by his passion for creating dynamic, inclusive workplace cultures and leading global workforce management initiatives. Today, Paul will share insights and best practices for using e-learning to improve global team dynamics, with a special focus on strategies such as personalized learning paths, interactive simulations, and social learning platforms. And of course, I couldn't miss a chance and an opportunity to say that Paul and we had a fantastic discussion during one of the episodes in Paul's podcast called Working With Us, where Paul invites people from all over the world, specifically those who are interested in working for intercultural teams. And without further ado, we'll be connecting to Paul in several seconds. Hi, Paul. How are you doing?
Hello. Hey, Chris. How are you? I'm fine.
Good. I'm very excited. You know what, Paul? I've been looking forward to having this interculturalist fellow presentation during all these days, building up the expectations of the audience by small intercultural comments.
Oh, well, hopefully I can meet the requirements of your expectations and see if we can have an interesting a topic. At least I think it's a very interesting topic. I'm very passionate about it. I know you are as well. So yeah, let's see. I'm excited.
Yay! So good luck, Paul. Break a leg, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, hello everyone. Very nice to be here with all of you today. As Chris so perfectly well presented, my name is Paul Arneson, and I am, yes, in fact, a global HR strategist. That's usually the easiest way to mention what I do and what I think about. But in general, for the last decade or so, I've been working mostly with organizations globally, helping them navigate international challenges within the workforce. So anything that has to do with getting the right people into the organization, regardless of where they're coming from, culturally, globally, or just in terms of diversity. So there's a lot of things that is interesting when it comes to this topic. So if everybody is ready, I hope that my slides are visible we're just going to jump straight into it, and I'm happy to take any questions as we move along, and we will take them at the end, obviously, as I know this presentation goes. So before we start, I want you to think about a quick little question, and that's: how can we transform cultural differences into a competitive advantage in our increasingly globalized workplace? What I'm talking about here is a globalized workplace. I'll get into a little bit what I mean specifically about that, but there is things that is going on around the world that means that the companies that we work for today, the companies that we run and operate today, are more and more exposed to global people from different cultures. This is where cultural agility comes into the question. And cultural agility is not just about understanding diversity, it is about leveraging it, right? So it helps us to adapt and integrate and work more effectively across different cultural environments, better communication, better collaboration, everything. I'll get into the definition a little bit more as we start here. So how can we use e-learning, and how can e-learning be a catalyst for developing this skill? I call cultural agility a skill. So we're going to look at, as mentioned earlier, personal learning paths. We're going to look at what interactive simulations is and how some social learning platforms can help, facilitate this cross-cultural exchanges. So that's my aim today, and let's see where it takes us. So just to get you a quick overview of what I'm going to go over, first, just define cultural agility, if that is a term that might be strange for many of you. We're going to look at why it's important to have cultural agility as a skill in your company today, in a global team. We're going to look at how e-learning is going to be part of helping us, make sure that we get cultural agility integrated into learning and development strategies for your companies. I'm going to explore the strategy a little bit, and at the end I have a small case study of a project I did where I actually had the opportunity to create some e-learning slides and projects and plans for a company. Okay, so let's move straight into it. Cultural agility. So what is cultural agility? When I talk about cultural agility, and if you have any experience in cultural learning, cross-cultural practices, management, communication, a term that is often used is cultural awareness. When I talk about cultural agility, it's important to set that apart from cultural awareness, because cultural agility is the skill to swiftly, comfortably, and effectively engage and work with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. So it's not only understanding a different culture. In theory, it is about getting what you know about the culture and applying this knowledge to enhance communication, collaboration, and interaction. That means that cultural boundaries that exist today within companies will be lowered. So it'll be easier, quicker with cultural agility to interact with people from different backgrounds, different cultures, and different countries. So I talked a little bit about earlier why the global environment today is something that we need to consider when we talk about cultural agility, and why it's becoming more and more important. We work today without geographical constraints. So teams are increasingly diverse, clients are global, projects, they frequently can span multiple cultures, multiple countries. You can have your business set up in the US, but you work with a company in Japan, you work with a company in Germany, South Africa, Brazil. This is the world we are living in today. There's really no boundaries for business. Of course, you have the small mom and pop shops that is operating locally. They sort of work there, and that's okay. But sometimes they also have to deal with vendors that deal with partners that are also global and culturally different than what they're used to. So we have a monoculture and we have a multicultural companies. We talk about the multicultural in this setting. So we have something today that is going on around the world, which is global mobility. And when I mention global mobility in this setting, I want you to pay attention a little bit of what is going on around the world in terms of migration. Migration is not something new in the history of humanity. People have moved from country to country. That's happened all across the lifespan of humanity. But recently, obviously, media is showing a lot of not only media, but it's the reality that we see in media, that there's a lot of immigration, there's a lot of legal migration happening, also a lot of illegal immigration happening. I think it's sort of the nature of the world we're living in. There's conflicts going in some part of the world, and people are moving more or less more than they used to, and we see it is very visible. And I wanted to give you a little bit of a personal sort of, it's not an experience, but a personal observation. So I live in Italy. I'm not Italian, I'm actually Norwegian, but I live in Italy. And Italy, for those who know, is a global powerhouse when it comes to a lot of industries. For example, there's a huge manufacturing industry in Italy, especially in the north where I live, Milano. You have a lot of the car industry, automotive industry is massive up here. You have a pharmaceutical industry that is big. You have obviously the agricultural industry. Who doesn't know about the Italian food? And you have the healthcare. It's not the industry, but the healthcare needs of a country, an aging population. Italy is one of the oldest populations in the world, after Japan, actually. So there is a crisis looming in terms of having enough people working in all those industries I just mentioned. And one of the reasons for this this worry that there won't be enough people to fill the open positions is that productivity will go down and the economy might crash. So of course, in a short run, everything looks to be okay, but in the long run, there might be an issue. One of the problems here in this economy is that a lot of the young Italians that are used to working in Italian business culture in terms of communicating well, negotiating with people, doing business internally, locally, and everything, they are now looking at going outside of Italy to find work. There's a brain drain going on. So companies now, to a bigger extent than before, is looking at finding people to employ the much needed positions that are open. The open position in this company, the agricultural industry, is going to suffer if they don't have enough manpower to actually be there on the fields and help out when it's needed, or work at the factories and do all that. So they're looking at the migration, or they're looking at finding people from outside to come to Italy to find job. Then you have the thing about cultural agility that comes in. How does someone who comes from a different culture integrate quickly enough to be able to function productively, efficiently within an Italian company when they never worked for an Italian company? They might be coming from a completely different business environment. So the one thing they should have then is some sort of cultural agility. They don't necessarily have that from the beginning, but we can train that. So companies today, they need to have some sort of programs in place to employ those people that they need. For example, nurses that are coming in to work for a hospital, that they have some sort of onboarding process that is building cultural agility so they can quickly adapt to dealing with the people that come to that hospital that are mainly older Italians and all that. At the same time, the companies that are employing these people need also to have an understanding of what it means for them to manage someone from a different culture. So these things is something that is happening now, and it's happening not only here in Italy where I am, but it's happening globally. There is a migration of workers coming into different countries. The best thing for an economy is to try to get them to work as soon as possible, especially in countries where there is a brain drain, where people are leaving. So basically there's a net, there's a minus of people getting into the workforce locally, and you have to sort of supplement that with people from the outside. In terms of thinking a little bit about how to bring it down to a little bit more practical in a business sense, is to think about cultural agility in the ways of how you work together as teams. So you might have a team in North America, maybe in Europe and Asia. And if you collaborate today by having a strong understanding of cultural agility, or having a cultural agile team or teams, means that you and each participant that comes from different cultures that bring a unique cultural perspective, a unique business practice and communication style, can better overcome differences, and they can foster a mutual understanding, collaborate more effectively towards a shared objective. this is something that can just make your business grow faster, because you don't have that initial cultural difference that sort of creates some sort of boundary that doesn't exist. It exists, but it doesn't, you might not think that it's there, but it's there because we are all very different people. It doesn't have to be just someone from a different country, but to have an understanding and quickly adapt. So if we go to the next slide here, we're going to look at how you can now use e-learning to build cultural agility, and why e-learning or training in a virtual setting is actually very efficient when it comes to this. Because when we're talking about intercultural workplaces, it could also mean that if you have a local company today, you might have an idea that you want to scale that company to go to another country one day, and maybe you want to go there and do business. Maybe you want to find a vendor in another country. So just to have the training built for your business, even though it's local today, can be beneficial for the future. So when we're looking at cultural agility and e-learning as a transformative tool and to enhance this skill, there's three aspects that support cultural agility, and that is scalability, personalization, and accessibility. So scalability means that if you are a small company today, you create the training or the learning program locally, but then in next year or in a couple of years, you have decided to expand the company. Maybe you merged with another company from another country, and then you can basically scale that training quickly because you don't have to develop something for that new country. You can do that virtually in one place. It's easy to scale up an e-learning program. So there's no constraints on physical classrooms, for example. Schedule is synchronized. Every team member, no matter location, has access to the same learning resources. And it's easy to just like copy that to be used in different locations around the world. The second part is the personalization. I will go a little bit more into personalization in the next slide, but I want just to mention it quickly that personalization when it comes to e-learning means that you can fit individual needs and learning pace. So you can create content that reflect the diverse background of someone. So a learner might have a different style of learning. Like one person from one country might have an experience of learning in a collective setting, and someone from another country might be very individualistic. They want to just be left alone. So you can create different personalized learning programs depending on where someone is from and their background. And this is good for professional interactions. I will get a little bit back to that on the next slide. And the last part is about accessibility. Obviously, as I said, again, there's no time zones, and availability will be 24/7 when it comes to e-learning programs. So when you have a global workforce in different time zones, you don't have to have them to come into one location and do the training. They have access to that training wherever they are based. And you can also create different training programs for different languages. Even if you have a global team, there might not be an expectation that everybody speaks the same language as you. You might have a manager that you speak to that speaks the same language as you, but maybe the manager has some people working for them that speaks a different language. They also need training. So you can create training that is also accessible for them because you can do it virtually. Okay, so as I mentioned, personalized learning paths. And I think this is something that is a strategy that is very interesting when it comes to building cultural agility. Because as I said, each of us learn differently, and the paths we can create can meet unique styles and needs. And we can adapt them to include cultural nuances that are essential, especially when you're interacting in a global stage. So it's not just about making learning engaging, it's like how to make it relevant, more relevant and effective, especially when you have a diverse workforce. So if you use tools like iSpring, for example, they have the iSpring suite. You can create and design different like branching scenarios that are tailored to specific cultural context. Imagine a scenario where an American company has maybe a sales team and they want to explore going to Japan to do some business. So you can then create a training for that American sales team about Japanese business etiquette. So you can develop that quickly, and it's personalized for those Americans. So it has like the awareness of how they, as a born and raised in a culture in the US, how they perceive the world around them, what kind of things that motivates them. And then the training is like developed for them, but is looking at Japanese business etiquette. If you have a venture in Japan already, or maybe the parent company is in the US and you have a subsidiary in Japan, you can also do the same the other way around. So you create then a training for the Japanese team that is looking at American business etiquette. So you can create different training modules, different training programs that is catering to different specific needs, and then you can train them on different corporate cultures, business scenarios, and everything like that. When you do this, the cultural understanding goes into the heart of the learning material. It means that the course you develop is based on culture. So you're not having a specific training course that is just for one country. Like, it's very easy. I talked about that earlier, the scalability of this. It's easy to fall into a trap, I would say, that you create a training program, especially in an onboarding stage of a company or an onboarding stage for an employee, that you have one training program to say, okay, this is how we work in this company, but maybe when you, because you haven't personalized it. But if you personalize it, you can create, this is how we work in this company as an example, in the US. This is what you have to think about when you work or communicate with our subsidiary in country XYZ. So you create these personalized learning paths that meets the individual cultural needs. Interactive simulation, this is also something I think is very, very, very effective, especially when you have virtual learning programs, as an e-learning program is, because what we that work in cross-cultural practice training and cross-cultural management practices, we often say that one of the best ways to learn about working and living in a different culture, especially when we talk to expats that are going on a foreign mission, is to go to a country and live there for a few months to really experience that culture. That is the purest interactive experience. But as you might think, this is very expensive. It is time consuming, and it's actually, the success rate is a little bit lower, because you might have someone after 3 months that says, I don't like it, I want to go home. So to have an interactive simulation where you actually have people on the other side of the screen that is from a specific culture, you can train interacting with them directly. As an example, if you use something like, again, iSpring, another one is Storyline, I think it's called, you can create this simulation that are very close to real life. So an example will be a German business professional. He's negotiating with a potential partner in China. So in that simulation, you have the German sitting, and on the other side of the simulation on the screen, there's someone from China that is the person, the Chinese person they're going to interact with. And in the training, you can give them different responses. There's a German has to choose different responses based on the understanding of Chinese business etiquette. And those choices leads to various outcome, and then teaches that person, the German, then to understand better what is the best outcome I can do. And you can imagine the impact of having this interactive simulation before going on maybe a short-term business trip to another country where you've never been before, where you can try to understand a little bit of the things that makes the other person really like you as maybe a person or as a professional, and these things that sometimes can go really wrong if you have no idea. So it's sort of like just putting it into the perspective of the person before you go, because you can interact in a virtual way. Another really important and interesting, interesting way of using interactive simulation that I actually have worked with some clients of doing is in customer service. Because in customer service, this is not only when it comes to people from different countries, this is also when it comes to people within the same country. So if you have interactive simulations and a customer service agent is then training on how they will interact with someone who calls in or interacts even on text-based customer support, to give them the answer in the way that that person on the other side likes it. This highly improves the success rate of a problem in customer support. An example of this is that if someone from a culture that is very direct, typically a German culture or the Dutch, they might call into a customer support center, and of course this is going to be in English then, but then they want to have a reply to some issue. If the customer service agent is following a script that is just universal, they might end up annoying that Dutch person, because in the Dutch culture, they want to go straight to the point. They don't really like to beat around the bush. So if the customer service agent have on the screen the IP address saying, oh, this person is calling in from the Netherlands, okay, let me change my approach a little bit to try to be more accommodating to them. The same could happen if someone, say, from a culture such as one of the Arab countries, like you can do Egypt, where the relationship is important. So maybe you want to start, if you're the customer service agent, you want to start with a little bit of conversation and to have like an idea of the person you're talking to, because then they feel more relaxed and they're happier in the interaction. It's a very good way of using interactive simulation in a cross-cultural setting. Next here is social learning platforms. When I'm talking about social learning platforms in this sense, we are not talking about Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat as a social platform. We are talking about the tools that you use today within your company. If you are using such tools as Microsoft Teams or Slack or something, you have ways of communicating with your team members, or the teams have ways of communicating with each other in a virtual way. It's actually pretty much a perfect opportunity, actually a unique space to interact with someone from a different cultural background where you work. So you can imagine a platform where team members from various parts of the world can share articles, they can share videos, they can share personal insights about their culture. For example, a team member in India might post an informative article about business etiquette in India, while someone from Brazil might share a funny video of Brazilian negotiation style. And when you have all this sharing within the teams that you already work with, it's an exchange that broadens everyone's understanding and equips them to engage more respectively and effectively across cultures. And this is not only about like posting and commenting. Using this platform, like creating channels, for example, that is like dedicated to specific regions of the world where you can share specific information, creates an ongoing dialogue that it makes it easier to deepen cultural comprehension, and you can develop some empathy by having a little bit of understanding of where people are coming from. Okay, let's see, are we good on time? So let's see the next. Yeah, so we are over to the case study. So I did a project. It was actually an American company that reached out to me. I'm Norwegian, as I mentioned earlier. So this American company reached out to me and asked me, do you have an opportunity to help us a little bit with some communication issues with our Norwegian parent company? So this engineering company it's a Norwegian company. They create parts for the aerospace industry. So the American counterpart is in Florida. The problem here was that they were expanding in the US, hiring a lot of new people coming in as engineers in the US branch that never had worked with anyone from Norway before. And what essentially had happened is that when the Norwegians started the company a few years ago, they just sent someone that the owner back then had gone to university, so they had a good personal relationship, over to the US to open a company branch there. And everything was working out fine until they started to expand. And then all of a sudden, there was some breakdown in the way they communicated on projects. In essence, what happened is that when a Norwegian think about a project, they will give a deadline and they will let the person just deal with that project in their own time. That's the way all Norwegians are learned in school that we have something that is called with freedom comes responsibility, meaning that you give me a task, let me do it in my time, and I will deliver on the promise. An American, depending on a little bit where they're coming from, but in essence, they like to have a little bit more micromanaging, maybe you can say, or like milestones, and they want to have more follow-up on what they're going on. So there was some confusion when projects were given from the Norwegian parent company to the US that there was no feedback given. So what we did there to help them was that we created a very simple learning platform that they could scale up if they wanted to employ more people in the future. We set up some interactive simulations and created some virtual workshops. Just to tell you how it really worked in a technical sense. So the interactive simulations was basically me being the counterpart. So I was then interacting with the team in the US. They had a way to communicate with me, and I tested them on different things, and they had like an understanding of how it was to ask questions, and I responded. And then there was a learning. So we basically had this kind of workshop where I was interacting with them. And also we did the same for the Norwegians, where I was then got into the role of an American. I have a good understanding of American business practices. So in the end, we created this kind of workshop that was also a interactive simulation where I recorded some videos for them that they can use in the future. We created a learning path that they went through. This is all part of the onboarding process for new joiners of this company now. And they have virtual workshops that they can implement when they need to. That is all created for them. The outcome of this obviously was actually very, very positive. The misunderstandings decreased, communication became clearer and more effective, and it was basically just that the understanding of how projects were given, how projects were delivered, and the expectations of how projects should be done, that was sort of solved. Could we have done this in a different way? I'm not sure. I think that the feedback was that the interactive simulations was really something that the company in Norway didn't really have time to set up this training for themselves. So what we did when I did this is that I had this, then all of a sudden they had this tool that they can give quickly to their new joiners. So as I said, all the projects now all of a sudden had much more efficiency. They got the projects running. The Norwegians weren't frustrated because of the lack of progress, and the Americans weren't frustrated because they didn't know what was going on. So there was like a meeting in the middle for everyone, more cultural awareness of the Norwegians, more cultural awareness of the Americans. And one of the other feedbacks I got was that the teams now had like much more better understanding of each other. And when they had like a meetup in person, the stories they could tell each other was related to the things they had heard about people from different cultures, and they could sort of laugh about it and have a better understanding, and you just became better friends. It was like you had already a knowledge of someone. They weren't a stranger anymore. They were not only colleagues, but they were like colleagues that had a different way of interacting, a different way of thinking, and different way of looking at life. And so it just became a lot of curiosity that turned into a really good team in the end. And it still is going well. So I just hope that everything is going well in the future. But now they have the training and everything should be fine, hopefully. Okay. That was basically that part of the presentation I had. I'm going to summarize quickly my key points. So cultural agility, as I said, is not only about the awareness, it's how you use the knowledge that you have about a different culture and you adapt yourself, and you can sort of put theory into practice. And how this is now important for global teams. Obviously, as I said, there's a huge need in a lot of economies to employ people from outside of their own country. There's a huge lack of in healthcare industry. There's going to be an epidemic eventually about nurses that needs to come in, doctors. There's a huge need for this. So I think that cultural agility is going to be more important than ever to make sure that this is efficient. You can use e-learning for this as a role of e-learning. It's scalable, you can personalize it, and it's accessible for everyone. You can make it in different languages. These e-learning strategies, as I talked about, the way of creating individual learning paths, interactive simulation, and also using the tools you already have in place is something that you should definitely look into. And then the case study, as I said, was something for me, showing that it actually works out well, even for a small company. Okay, so what you can do next, as we have mentioned earlier, please check out my website if you're interested in learning more about me and what I do. There's a QR code there you can scan, but my website is paularneson.com. Obviously, in LinkedIn is a good place to reach out to me as well. And I think now for the next step that you can think about is the trying to start with identifying if there's any cultural competencies your team needs, focusing on their roles and the nature of their interactions with diverse teams. Look at what kind of tools you can use. Is interactive simulation something for you? Do you just want to have a learning path, a personalized? There's different learning environments that you can use as different tools out there. Develop the content based on your industry, your business, your people. Develop custom content. Encourage people, use your social platforms that you have. Ask people to participate, get feedback from learners. It's all about involving the others. And yeah, I think that's it. As I said, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm also happy to jump on a call for half an hour to just discuss your needs and maybe some concerns you have for your diverse team. So yeah, I think that was it. If there's anything now, I think it's time for questions or thoughts or yeah.
Yeah. Super, Paul. Thank you so very much. I'm so glad we had this presentation. That's actually the first time in 3 years of iSpring Days when we have a dedicated session on adapting your e-learning content for the global team's needs. So I would consider that to be a great start for further intercultural topic coverage in iSpring Days agenda. So thank you so much.
So yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, it's a topic, as you maybe heard, I'm very passionate about, and I think it's something that the world needs to see as a way of creating competitive advantage for companies. We are a global world. We are not unique.
Let's actually ask our participants in the chat, the strongest one who survived and is still with us. We still have more than 150 people watching us that late in the evening in Europe, middle of the day in the US. It would be interesting to hear in the chat if you guys are already working in a global team or maybe planning to work in a global team. And that includes, of course, remote workers, not only the ones who go to the same office as you do. So it would be interesting to hear if you guys are already a part of a global team. But so far, while the guys are answering, I would like to ask a question that came from Audrey. Audrey is actually an exceptionally active person in our chat, asking very, very insightful questions. The question is as follows: what are the common challenges that companies face when teams come from different cultural backgrounds when they work together?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
So there are many challenges. If I would just point to one, to not spend like a long time discuss, because there's many challenges. But I think when you're dealing with people, it's all about how you communicate with them, especially when it comes to feedback. A lot of people from some cultures can really be demotivated if you don't understand how to speak with them. I'm not saying you should cuddle them, but it's almost like if you have a direct way of communicating yourself as a leader, because that's the way you talk to your parents growing up and the parents talk to you, and then you have someone who comes from a very opposite, where it's more indirect, you're more, I wouldn't say polite, but it's almost like you're hiding the fact, that the truth, and it sort of takes time to get to the point. You might have some problems because you want to give proper feedback to people. And I think sometimes you have you have really good people coming, like foreigners moving to a different countries to work, that gets demotivated after the first feedback session because they feel unfairly treated because it wasn't what they expected. Although the intention the manager had was good, it's just the way you communicate. So communication of everything is the most of the time what I see at least.
Yeah, I would totally agree that those are amongst the top challenges that intercultural teams face. And I think it's critically important that our audience is so well prepped, and they've been answering my question in a very specific fashion. Some of them were answering, we're not working globally, but we are very intercultural, which highlights the very core idea of the intercultural communication concept. You might be coming from the same country, but you may be culturally diverse. And this also requires special attention, and this also requires cultural agility, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and also, as I mentioned in the presentation, there's very few places around the world now that are monocultural. You have, when I went to school 34 years ago now, like back then, maybe to have someone from a different country in your class was a little bit strange, but today it's very common that you have someone that is not born and raised in your country come in, and then companies today see the same thing, especially in Europe. Europe is a place where people move from country to work all the time, you know, so you can be a German company, you can be a French company, a Spanish company, but you have someone from a different culture totally within that company. Happens all the time.
Yeah. All right. Well, I would love to continue this conversation with you. I know I love chatting with you, Paul. So I think we will have no chance, but we need to continue this discussion, maybe outside the framework of iSpring conference, but we will do that. And we'll leave the participants and the attendees, those who are currently with us and those who will watch us in the recording, with a little nice feeling of an open window with an unfinished discussion so that they can come for more, shouldn't we?
Absolutely, absolutely. Please check out my website, and there's coming up soon a call with you, Chris. So hopefully we look forward to sharing that with the world.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul, and see you later.
See you later.
Thank you so much. Right. I'm very happy we had this session. Just wanted to say that it was really informative, and I hope it was very insightful for you guys. You peeped a little bit into the whole world of intercultural training. I'm sure even if you do not work interculturally or internationally, this is still very, very relevant for your future, because the world is definitely getting more and more globalized. And if you want to learn more about training for multilingual teams, dive into our expert guide on e-learning localization. I've seen it, can definitely prove that it's worth it. It will help you build a strong localization strategy and make your training resonate with learners regardless of their native language and culture. And now it's time for the closing presentation of this year's iSpring Days. We'll have Alex Savin, who will talk about how iSpring helps you work with multilingual teams. Multilingual does not necessarily mean that they're intercultural, but in most cases they are. Alex is a senior account executive at iSpring. He specializes in providing HRs and L&Ds with powerful e-learning tools that streamline workflows, boost employee productivity, ensure full compliance, and reduce training costs. Alex will go into detail about using learning management systems to support departments with diverse languages, streamline course translation with iSpring Suite, and customize your course player text for a seamless learning experience. We have seen some questions during the 2 days about the translation, the availability in different languages. So this is just the right time for us to start this conversation, and we'll connect Alex in just a few moments. Salut, bonjour, hola, hi, Alex, do you hear me?
Hello, Chris. Hello, everyone.
Glad to see you.
Friday.
Yeah, I see you're very energized. So how are you doing today? How was your day?
Oh, fantastic. We're very productive, I would say.
Yeah, super good. You know that you're privileged to be the last speaker of our today's session, so we have very high expectation for this session, right?
I'm very excited about it.
All right, then without further ado, keeping your excitement in mind, I yield the floor to you, Alex. Break a leg.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. Again, welcome everyone to our webinar, Maximizing Multilingual Teamwork with Modern Translation Tools. It's a pleasure to have all of you here today. And this session will be exploring the exciting world of collaborating with teams in multiple languages and how modern translation tools can revolutionize your team's workflow. My name is Alex Savin, and I've been with iSpring for the last 3 years, and I will be your host during this webinar. Throughout our time together, we'll discover the advantages and challenges of working with multilingual teams, techniques for seamless communication across language barriers using features in iSpring Suite and iSpring Learn, a step-by-step demo of how to translate courses using iSpring tools, best practices for delivering translated content to different departments effectively. We'll also be showcasing some innovative translation tools that are reshaping the way teams collaborate across languages. By the end of the webinar, you'll be equipped with the knowledge and tools you need to maximize the effectiveness of your multilingual teamwork. So let's dive in. Before we start our exploration of maximizing multilingual teamwork, let's gauge where everyone stands. Are you currently using translation tools in your team workflow for multilingual content, or is this a new area for you? Please select the option that best fits your situation and send the number or the answer to the web chat. I'll give you some time to answer. Let me also note that by translation tools, I mean tools that assist in translating your courses and materials either automatically or manually, such as SmartGet or Crowdin. We'll talk more about that at the end of the session. And now let's see what you answered. Chris, can you help me with reading our audience responses, please?
Of course, I'm here for you. I do see that we have already received several answers in the chat directly. And I also see that now we've started the poll that is collecting and gathering the responses. But I can say that around half of the respondents do not use translation tools. And I actually expected that would be a bit more. But I would say, let's see, right now it's 52% are already using them or exploring them. So I'd say we have 50-50. But that doesn't mean that if people are not using those tools, that they might not be interested in them tomorrow, right?
Right. But it's still wonderful to see how many of you are already embracing translation tools. And for those who are still exploring or haven't begun, don't worry. This webinar will provide valuable insights to help you navigate and enhance your multilingual teamwork. All right, let's get started. Before we jump into the content, let's take a moment to discuss why effective teamwork across languages is crucial. A 2021 Harvard Business Review study called How Cultural Differences Impact Global Teams found that teams benefit from having members from diverse backgrounds, including different countries with varying institutions, systems, and languages. This diversity brings a wide range of perspectives and experiences, which enhances creativity, decision-making, and problem-solving, especially for difficult tasks needing innovative solutions. The variety of viewpoints leads to more ideas and ultimately better outcomes. The business world has embraced the power of remote work, right? When we communicate effectively across languages, we're not just streamlining processes, we're tapping into the wealth of knowledge and creativity. This diversity of educational backgrounds and trainings enriches our problem-solving abilities and fuels innovations. Global companies thrive because of a sense of unity and inclusivity across global teams. Clear communication company-wide can boost morale and efficiency beyond physical boundaries. So, we've spoken about the advantages of collaboration across languages, but let's get into some of the challenges. Collaborating across multilingual teams in e-learning certainly has its challenges. One biggie, translating and rebuilding courses takes time. It's not just swapping words, it's about keeping the message clear and true in every language. That can really slow things down. And then there is the struggle of assigning courses to everyone in every language. Instead of one course for all, it's like juggling a bunch of different versions, right? If various teams in a company speak 3 languages or more, it's extremely unlikely that any person can ensure all content is 100% correct and consistent across languages. Language barriers can absolutely hinder productivity and communication. L&D resources are limited, and working in multiple languages can easily stretch them thinner. Misunderstandings can easily crop up, slowing down progress and causing frustration. Ideally, we'd all be working with limitless budgets for translation and even localization. For those who need a refresher, translation is converting text from one language to another while maintaining its meaning. Localization involves adapting content, not just linguistically, but also culturally, to suit the target audience's norms and preferences. Don't despair. The good news is that it's not impossible to create content that resonates across languages. Companies with limited resources simply need to find innovative solutions to bridge language gaps, and fortunately, we know few. Let's do a quick poll. How does your company handle communication, training, and collaboration across multilingual teams? Just select the answer and send its number to the web chat. And again, Chris, if you can help me with reading our audience's responses, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Sure. Right. I love your third option, though. Good. We are still collecting the results because we have a little delay between our Zoom conference and the live streaming on YouTube, but we can obviously see the trend that about half, a bit more than half of our respondents translate as needed. So choosing option number 1, and then the rest either rely on interpretive dance, about a third or so, and then the rest would just localize for every team. Around 18% would do so. So clearly see the trend that, yeah, more than a half translate as needed.
Awesome. I'm super excited. I think it's so cool that some of you are able to localize content.
Right.
I'd like to share some tips on how we at iSpring streamline work across various languages. When working with teams that speak different languages, it's super important to make sure everyone gets info in a language they understand. Seems obvious, right? But it can get tricky with limited resources for learning and development. Ideally, we translate most stuff, even onboarding materials, either in-house or by hiring translators. If something urgent isn't translated, using Google Translate could work in a pinch, but it's not great for Asian languages. For example, to help out, we've got multilingual team leads who can translate and send important messages via email. And if there is an event in a language not everyone gets, we set up separate chats with an L&D pro to explain and give clear instructions. Same goes for teams at different time zones. Like if our India crew feels out of the loop with US events, we make sure they're getting the support and info that they need. Don't forget, content in one language might take more space than in another. For instance, the same content in 2 training courses might look different on a slide or in an authoring tools. To avoid layout issues, plan for text expansion. Leave extra space on slides or choose a smaller font size for your e-learning platform. To ensure a smooth transition, consider these tips for creating a translation-friendly course. First, avoid cultural references, slang, or jokes that may not translate well and could potentially offend. Develop a glossary for specialized terms to assist translators in selecting appropriate translations. Utilize variables instead of embedding text directly. This allows for easy translation without the need to replace images or animations in the course. Don't forget to translate multimedia elements when exporting your courses as an XCLIF file. Text is included in the file, but other e-learning assets like images, videos, closed captions, handouts, and audio narrations require separate translation. Here's a tip, bro. If your learning tool includes a text-to-speech feature, translating audio narrations become much easier and more convenient. Simply type the translated narration into the text-to-speech box to generate high-quality audio with a natural-sounding voice. This all sounds great, but there is a lot of work involved, don't you think? In order to somewhat automate localization and translation in our courses, we can use different systems. For example, iSpring. Let's take a look at how it works. By using iSpring and some compatible tools, we're able to easily and accurately translate courses, change player language, and customize button texts, create a single test with various selectable languages, and more. You can see iSpring Suite on your screens right now. For those of you who don't know, iSpring Suite is an e-learning authoring tool designed to easily create interactive courses and presentations. It offers features like quizzes, interactions, simulations, and multimedia integration, making it a comprehensive solution for enhancing learning experiences. We'll do a live demo in a bit, but for now, let's take a look at how iSpring Suite handles a course translation. To really get the most of translating a course, you'll want to combine iSpring Suite with a translation management system. A TMS is a software application designed to streamline and automate the translation process. It uses advanced technologies like machine translation and translation memories to enhance efficiency and accuracy. Most authoring tools, including iSpring Suite, enable you to extract course content into XCLIF. XCLIF is a file format that simplifies data transfer between different software for streamlined translation. iSpring Suite offers the XCLIF export feature to optimize the process and divides it into 3 simple steps. Let's see how the course translation works with iSpring Suite. Using our authoring tool, you can translate not only slide courses, but also quizzes, interactions, and interactive role plays. Let's take a look at how to translate a quiz with iSpring Suite. Here is our completed quiz, open in iSpring Suite Max. Our first step is to export the original text for translation. To do that, go ahead and click that translation over here, then select Export Text. You need to choose the language that your existing quiz is written in. Then click Export. Select where you want the file to store and save. This file will contain all of the text that was in your quiz. Okay, now it's time to translate the text. To do this, upload your document to a translation management platform such as Crowdin, SmartCat, or LocalAZ. The translation process is fairly similar on all platforms. Let's use Crowdin to translate a text as an example. After you signed in, create a project to work with your existing text by selecting the plus button over here. Next, name your project, choose a source language, and select the target language. Then choose Create Project. Now upload the file with the text from iSpring Suite Max. Then click on the Home button, select the language you want to translate your text to, and click on it. Now you see a translation bar. Add a translation for each question, answer, and buttons from your text. If you translate a large volume of text, you can use suggestions given by the translator generator down here. Click on save and move on to the next phrase. Once you've finished with all the phrases, click on the focus menu button, finally download your translation here. Okay, it's time to bring your translation back into iSpring Suite Max. To do this, choose Translation, then click on Import Text. You'll get a warning that the current text will be replaced with a translation, so if you need the original text, make a copy first. Now choose a file with a translation on your computer and click on Import. And there you go, your original text has been all replaced with a translation. How easy was that? And that's how to translate quizzes using iSpring Suite Max. With iSpring Suite Max, you can also take advantage of the text-to-speech feature available in more than 50 languages, offering authentic voices and natural intonations. This eliminates the need to hire voice actors for multilingual projects, saving both time and money while ensuring engaging narration for your audience. Let's go over what this is and check some best practices for using voiceovers in your e-learning courses. You can use voiceovers to enhance interactive content like role plays, quizzes, and interactions. You can provide spoken feedback in quizzes when your learners are choosing correct or incorrect answers, or you can add narrations to your role plays. You can also you can offer like flexible options to take your course. Learners have different preferences when it comes to taking courses, right? Some learners prefer just listening to a course. Some learners prefer visual content. You can provide your learners with different options to take your course. Text-to-speech technology can make the content more accessible to learners with visual impairments, or those who want better from listening than reading. If you're teaching a language, you can use voiceovers to provide your learners with pronunciation of words. The text-to-speech feature in iSpring Suite Max allows you to change even the stress in a word. So voiceovers are very, very useful in such courses. Let's see how it works in practice. Let's have a look how it looks in our authoring tool. To add a voiceover, I'll need to click on Manage Narrations. Then I click on Audio and go to Text-to-Speech. So right from here, to start with, you can see all those languages that we support and all those natural sounding voices. And by natural sounding, we mean you can hear them breathing. They're making stops just like humans do. So you insert text from your notes or simply copy paste, just like I've done over here. You can use an editor to make sure they pronounce everything correctly for you. So like abbreviation or measurement units, right? And additionally, if you want them to emphasize some words for you, you can do that as well. So right now, simply click Insert and choose a slide you want to add it to. So right now, this audio narration can be played automatically. Okay, let's move forward. The custom character feature in iSpring Suite offers a simple way to localize your course presentations to make them more culturally sensitive. You can adapt a character's appearance to the cultural norms and expectations of your audience for a more organic learning experience. Custom characters can be designed to convey emotions and expressions that help learners better connect with the content. Appealing to emotions makes content more relatable and memorable, and therefore increases engagement. Custom characters can be designed in a number of ways. They can represent the learner, making the experience feel more personal and relevant. For example, a character might have the same hair color as a learner or wear the similar clothes. This can make the experience feel more tailored to the individual learner. I'll show you how easily this is. Let's customize a character. I'm going back to iSpring Suite 11 tab, right in my PowerPoint, and going to the content library right now. I'm clicking on characters. Right from here, folks, you can actually see we have many preloaded characters. All of them will have, those different gestures and emotions, which will make your presentation more human-like. But we have actually more than 90,000 presets. But let's create a custom character first. So to do that, I would click on Create a Character. Let's, for instance, choose this guy right there. I can actually preview his poses, so just to see what I can do with that later. And then I can start modifying. So let's start with the hair. How about this one, for instance? Oh, this. Additionally, I can choose the glasses or maybe facial hair. Why not? How about my mustache? Boom, it's right there. I can choose clothes, choose the color of them. I can choose the bottom. How about those trousers? We'll change the colors really quick. And those shoes look fantastic. But my favorite part is using this little tab. One piece tab. So, boom. All good to go. I can choose accessories like glasses. I can additionally add a mask if I want to. I would click next. And then I can name the character. Save character. And let's see how easy it is to add this character to one of my slides. Click Add to Slide. And the character appears right here. Right now, I can enlarge and later crop the image. And I think it's actually a piece of cake to add those, create and add those characters to your presentations. Let's move forward, Fox. So let's move on to changing the iSpring Suite player language. Let's say you have a presentation for a French-speaking audience and you want learners to be able to navigate the presentation in their own language. You can easily select French from the available languages and voila, this language of the player can match the language of the content of your presentation. You can also choose presets to change the language of buttons and player messages. Let's take a look really quick. So let's move on and take a look how you can easily do that. So I'm going to the player. So this is where I can start modifying everything. I'll go to the text tab, which is right here. And there you can actually see all those preloaded languages. So if I want to switch it to Spanish, all those buttons in the presentation switch to Spanish. It can be French, even Dutch or Polish, or even Chinese. And to crown it all, we allow you to modify the text buttons. So people go back to English and let's see, I can even modify. So instead of next, I can type in forward. Don't forget to click apply and close. Boom. And it's right there. Let's have a look at the next slide. So let's have a look at another product, another iSpring product, iSpring Learning Management System, or iSpring Learn LMS. So iSpring Learn is our user-friendly cloud-based learning management system designed to simplify online training. You can easily create and deliver engaging e-learning content, manage learners efficiently, and track progress effectively. It's a perfect solution for remote training, making learning management hassle-free for your team. iSpring Learn currently includes 28 languages to simplify the tasks in your multilingual team. So you can choose between English, obviously, and traditional Chinese, French, Polish, Danish, and many more. So there is a very good chance that will get you covered. To help you stay organized, you can select a language for every department in your company. This way, there is no confusion between departments. Let me quickly open my iSpring Learn account, which is right here. And to change the default language, I will go to the settings. I'm right in my admin portal right now. I would go to additional options. Languages right there on the bottom. So right now, for instance, let's pick up French. I can make this language to be the default language for, let's have a look really quick. Either, of course, for the entire company or for some of the departments that we have. So if I click apply, I can apply it to several departments or sub-departments. And on top of that, we additionally allow learners right in the user portal to change the language of the learning management system. So let's say if I want to switch my learning management system to Danish, I can easily do that. And next time I log in, the entire LMS would be in another language. Let's move forward. If you want to go a step further, here is something awesome. Using automatic enrollments may sound complex, but it's totally easy and worth it for multilingual teams. Let's say your headquarters are in England, but you've got satellite offices in Indonesia and France. You can auto-assign courses in each language, so you don't have to think about converting courses every time. Imagine how much time and energy that can save. Let me show you really quick how you can do that. I'm going back to the learning management system, going to the learning content. Then I pick one of those pre-made courses that we have here. As a fire safety course, I click on Edit, click on Availability, tab right here, and this is where I can create those fantastic automatic enrollment rules. So I can have this course assigned to QA branch office. Click Apply. Then I can give it to a group of people, let's say heads of department. So in this case, maybe sales interns. I click Save right now. So as soon as a rule is activated, all newly enrolled learners will receive notification that they've been added to the course automatically and in their own language. And just like that, you have just tailored the training to meet the diverse language needs of your global team. You've set up automatic enrollments in iSpring Learning Management System, streamlining the training process right from the start. There are, just some of the features in Suite and Learn LMS you can use to accommodate multilingual teams. We don't want to overwhelm you. Folks, please remember, you can use different LMSs to do some of the things we did today. We're showing you how to do it with iSpring tools, not just because it's familiar. Multilingual implementation is not an afterthought for us. At iSpring, diversity is not a buzzword, some problem to solve or some box to check. It's our greatest strength. We're not just showcasing you how to use iSpring tools, we're celebrating our philosophy, deeply ingrained within our company. iSpring is the multilingual inclusive platform because we are a truly multilingual company that uses our own tools every day to streamline work across multiple languages, countries, and philosophies. iSpring is a united team made out of people from all over the globe, and we're proud to serve people from all backgrounds and all education levels. You don't need to be an expert to use our solutions. We meet you where you are. You can absolutely choose other products. That's fine. and some will do a fine job. But if you're working with multilingual teams, consider choosing solutions that are purpose-built to easily serve teams across languages by a team that embraces multilingual challenges and constantly designs products from the ground up to harness the strength of global perspectives. Well, we think we covered a lot today, right? I hope that you feel like you have a better understanding of how to use some of these tools to streamline work with multilingual tools and other teams. Now we'll move on to our Q&A session. I'm ready for your questions.
Right. Thank you so much, Alex. I feel that it was very, very intensive. I hope that you feel okay and now have a chance to relax a little bit, because we've had a lot of little comments and discussions in the chat. And honestly speaking, most of the questions, they were already answered by iSpring team members. So I should say that I actually would like to ask a question on my own, if you don't mind, because
No, go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm very passionate about that topic. And actually, your iSpring friends, they've already done a big part of the job, so they've covered for you. That's a great teamwork. You have your back covered. So I just want to ask about the voiceovers, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so the voiceovers, do they have to be in the same language as the text on the slide? Because like from my experience, I do work with some multilingual teams, and sometimes there is this request that, it's fine for us to have subtitles in one language, but the voiceover should be in different, because for different people, reading and listening capacity is different. And so, yeah, I just wanted to clarify this.
I love your question, Chris. Thank you so much. The correct answer would be our tool will let you easily have the entire presentation, let's say in English, CC's, closed captions, right? Can be in Spanish, and the voiceovers can be in French. So those voiceovers do not even need to be in the same language as the text of the slide.
All right, that's super. Glad to hear that. And maybe just as a final question on my side, we've already heard about the localization guide that is covering a lot of the things that you've been mentioning today, but obviously you've been giving more insightful information and gave us more examples. Maybe you could also just share some other resources, or let's say, where can we grab some ideas and insights about building those multilingual courses more? Because we've heard a lot of people are thinking, but still have not had this experience.
Awesome. Great question too, Chris. I'll put it this way, Fox. iSpring invites all of you to our weekly webinars that anyone can attend. That's where we share our own knowledge and expertise. So feel free, additionally, check our blog, our LinkedIn account, obviously, and our YouTube channel.
All right, that's super. Thank you, Alex. I feel now very sad that I have never been attending your webinars, because this kind of content is very helpful for my job, and I'm sure for the professional equipment of many other people in the room. So I look forward to getting some more comments in the chat. Let us know what idea or specific explanation of Alex was the most helpful to you. There we have a little question, a follow-up on that. When are those weekly webinars? Alex, can you answer that question, or should we ask our technical team?
Technical support will assist you better with this,
right.
But we have them on a weekly basis. So this is where we invite product matter experts and instructional designers. So this is how we share our expertise and knowledge.
Yeah, super. All right, great. And I'll definitely now finalize, because I understand it might be quite tiring to be the last speaker, waiting and building up on all those expectations. So Alex, thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you at weekly webinars and at some other events. Thank you again.
Have a great productive day, y'all. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. See ya. All right. That was really full of actionable advice, I should say. And if you guys want to experience firsthand how iSpring streamlines multilingual training creation, you can hop on a free trial of iSpring Suite. translate courses, create voiceover, and add diverse characters to your slides, just as Alex has explained. And oof, believe it or not, guys, you will probably not believe that, but that was the last session of iSpring Days 2024. Thank you to all our attendees for joining us this year. You know what I will do? I will do this. Look at me. Oh my God, this is the celebration. We hope that you guys found the sessions useful for improving your e-learning initiatives and projects, and simply insightful as as personalities. Because for me, the iSpring days are always super insightful and very, very inspiring. So now I'd like to ask you, how are you? Because this is the time for a very quick wrap up, maybe emotional wrap up. I'd like to ask you a quick question. What are you most grateful for? Can I ask you to answer that question? It's not a simple one, actually. I'm always very grateful for many things, so it's hard for me to prioritize. Scan the QR code, please, and leave your comments. And let's see what our attendees are saying. Right, so we still have about 120 people in the chat room. I see a lot of comments in the chat. Thank you so much, everyone. Day full of information, great stuff, and excellent facilitation. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. And that was a great conference. Insightful, very diverse sessions. Oh, I couldn't agree more, Kate. Yes, I do agree. Thank you, Teresa. I enjoy hosting these events, of course. They are very dear to me, honestly. Of many projects that I assist with or lead or serve as a partner, these are actually among my favorites. So what did you guys feel grateful for? For the opportunity to attend, for the feeling of motivation, for the innovation and inspiration? Oh, my enthusiasm. Thank you so much. All right. Let's see, for learning, for continuous learning, for energy in this conference, for AI, for the teaching English online. Wow, okay. For all the resources provided, for the energy in this conference. And that is so well organized, says Amy. Oh, yes, insights to make more meaningful materials for our team and the ability to keep learning. Knowledge is key. Yes, remember about Alvin Toffler's comment that Susie was quoting? That's the ability to learn and unlearn is this 21st century literacy. I would agree with that. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your kind and sweet words. Oh, yes, that's very pleasant. That's very pleasant to read. All right. I'd like to say special thanks to our amazing speakers who shared their expertise and their experience with us. There would have been no iSpring Days without you and your contributions and your support. As you guys can imagine, this really is a very well-organized conference. And if it wasn't for continuous contribution of all experts, all like every step of the way, that would have been impossible. So they've actually contributed much more than just 30 minutes in front of their cameras online with us today or yesterday. And I'd like to give huge words of thanks and appreciation to our support, community managers, technical managers, and of course, event leader April. I could not be more grateful for the excellent coordination of the process. Let's just share a few words of appreciation to those who are behind the scenes. You guys have seen me, you guys have seen the speakers, but you have not seen the real big team behind the cameras. And there are so many people who worked hard day and night for that. So I would really ask you to share a few words of thanks in the chat, also to our technical team and support team and the management of the conference. That is fantastic. Right. And after all of those nice words of thanks, I can still read your comments. Thank you so very much. Please don't stop, keep coming. I'd like to say a few words about the moment that you've been waiting for. Didn't you forget that you were able to win a full package trip to a top e-learning conference in Europe? Oh my God, look at that. Well, we already have a list of participants, all the attendees who shared our special event post on LinkedIn between April 5 and today, 12 p.m. EDT. We took into account only one repost per person, even though we noticed that among more than 200 reposts that we've seen, there were several repetitive reposts. So we excluded our partners and employees of iSpring, which is why you may see fewer reposts on our wheel compared to LinkedIn number. And unfortunately, just a quick reminder for everyone for the future, we couldn't see some of the posts due to visibility settings on the profile. So very unfortunately, they have not been visible to us. So we weren't unable to put your name on the Wheel of Fortune, right? So all the participants' names are entered into a randomizer program, already familiar to you, the Wheel of Fortune. And we'll launch the randomizer and share the process on the conference screen. I hope you guys are as excited as me. I'm really, really looking forward to how it's going to look. Right. Let's start. Let's spin the Wheel of Fortune. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. You guys must be so excited. I wish I could take part too. Look at that. Riley Catcher. Riley, if you are here with us, let us know. If you're not here with us, we'll definitely find a way to get in touch with you through your LinkedIn account. But I do hope that you're here with us to see this moment, which a lot of people have been waiting for. Riley, congratulations. I would once again use my fantastic animation and share my thumbs up for Riley. Congrats, congrats. And of course, thank you everyone for participating. We are super happy for Riley and for upcoming trip of them. You can choose the conference to attend, and of course, we'll get in touch with you to make sure we discuss all the details and so that you can claim your prize later. All right, and to wrap up, 2 days of iSpring event, I want to remind all attendees that we have a special offer just for you, the powerful duo of the iSpring Learn LMS and iSpring Suite, a certification program to master the tools quickly, and a collection of ready-made courses for you for all things training. All right, and now I suggest that you can scan the QR code or follow the link in the chat, fill in the contact details, and write iSpring Days in the message. If you want to claim this amazing offer for just $9.47 for the first 3 months until May the 17th. So if you're watching this in the recording, don't forget that there is this deadline for the offer. And now I invite you all to take a super short, very important feedback survey on the conference. We will use your answers to make our future events even better. If you have already done that yesterday, please do that again, because it's very, very important for us to see the different answers based on different days of our agenda. We do really appreciate that. Please scan the QR code on the slide to follow the link in the comment section. And why do we suggest that we do it now? Because you'll receive the certificate of attendance for today right away without the need to wait for the newsletter after the event. You'll get the link to the certificate after you click on submit. And if something went wrong yesterday, please do not forget to contact our technical team. They'll definitely do the best to support you. That should have happened anyway. And yeah, I'll just give you a minute or so to calmly fill in this feedback form. Please don't switch off, because I still have a couple of important moments and messages to share with you, including a personal thank you from me. So please just stay with me for a little longer. Fill in the survey and it will be very, very helpful. Believe it or not, but we do take great, we do take it very closely. We do consider every single answer. We make analysis and of course, have some feedback sessions, some retrospectives with the team. We discuss how to improve the conference, and this year's event, this year's edition has been, of course, the result of continuous feedback loop from all of the previous conferences that we've held. So thank you so much for your support. If you are filling in the questionnaire right now, it's super short, just 12 questions, and I'm sure it shouldn't take so much longer. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to send them to elearning@ispring.com. Our experts will answer as soon as possible. We actually take pride in our 24/7 technical support, which is pretty exceptional. In many countries all over the world, 24/7 technical support is more of a dream than a reality, but that's the case with iSpring. So, okay. I think that that's the right time to come to the very final conclusion remarks. You will get the recordings of the session via email. And right now, I would just like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being with me, for sharing your emotions, for staying in touch. And of course, I'll be super happy if you add me on LinkedIn. I'll now share my direct connection link in the chat on YouTube. So if you wish to stay in touch and of course learn more about intercultural communication, I'll be super happy. And let's stay in touch. Do not forget that connect and follow are different buttons on LinkedIn. Follow means you just subscribe kind of to a newsletter. Connection means that we are actually seeing each other's posts and stay in touch. So hit the connect button and I'll be super happy to have you among my contacts. And at that point of time, I'd like to thank everybody again, everyone who has been a part of that journey. I do believe that this was a very human-centric conference, and I do believe that that has been extremely helpful for everyone engaged. Everyone has something to take away from that, with a lot of gratitude and a lot of empathy to every speaker, to every organizer, to every participant. I want to thank you again and see you at our next iSpring Days in 2025. Have a great end to your day wherever you are, and always put human-centric principles first. Thank you and goodbye.